Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 2052. Translator 549690339. After Jiang Fei had arranged for the engineers to develop a new battleship, he began to send people to inform Bella and Aurelia to withdraw their troops. After all, he had already completed his task. There was no need to let Bella and Aurelia lead the fleet to risk their lives at the front line. That afternoon, the two scout ships departed from Star. They would convey Jiang Fei's order to Bella and Aurelia to withdraw. However, as Star was too far away from the front line, it would take at least a month for Bella and Aurelia to receive Jiang Fei's message. In the following days, Jiang Fei spent most of his time in seclusion. Although there were many girls on Star who stayed behind to guard the place, it was difficult for them to see Jiang Fei. It had dealt a huge blow to Jiang Fei. The wormhole trip had completely cut off any possibility of taking shortcuts. Therefore, Jiang Fei was now focused on studying the Supreme Dragon race's inheritance. He hoped to find a way to enter the Gamma space in his own inheritance space. For cultivators, it was uncertain how long it would take to enter seclusion. It might take 3 days or 300 years. This was also the case for Jiang Fei. The passage of time was no longer an issue for him. Therefore, 3 months passed in a flash, and Jiang Fei still did not show up. At this time, Bella had already led her army back to Star. During the Battle of Salu, Tesla's fleet had received a lot of experience. Many of the young captains under his command had experienced actual combat for the first time. It could be said that this battle had greatly helped the captains to grow. The cultivators from the 5 directions could be said to have gained nothing. At most, they had learned about the power of the technological weapons in this universe. However, their losses were not that great. Each family only lost a few disciples. Moreover, almost all of these people had died at the hands of the Yuan family. Therefore, their hatred had been attracted by the Yuan family. These people did not have any complaints about Jiang Fei. After returning to Star, the cultivators were once again arranged to stay in the hotel. The young disciples quickly adapted to the technological society. After all, in the technological society, there were many more things to play with in the 5 directions. This was quite attractive to the young people. When Bella, Nina, and the others learned that Jiang Fei was in closed-door cultivation, they did not disturb him. The girls continued to manage the normal operation of Star after they were reunited. However, there was still no news from Aurelia. Although there was no news from Aurelia, neither Jiang Fei nor the girls were too worried. If anything happened to Aurelia, Vinolin would definitely send a message to Jiang Fei. Vinolin remained silent. That meant that there was nothing wrong with Aurelia and her fleet. The reason why there was no news from Aurelia was mainly because the place where she fought was different from Bella. Although Bella was also fighting at the front line, the Salmarsh Cloister was basically under the control of the Imperial Army. At this time, Eamon had also completed the task that Jiang Fei had given him. The players in his guild had basically returned to the Salmarsh front line to coordinate with the galactic base and fortress there. The entire Sorrow Cloister could be said to be impregnable. The scout ship easily sent the news to Bella. On the other hand, Aurelia was different. She was fighting behind enemy lines. Although Vinlon had been secretly helping Aurelia, it was still the hinterland of the Vizari army. She had almost defeated all of the main fleet of the Vizari army. However, she did not have the ability to occupy the planet there. Therefore, Aurelia's fleet was like a guerrilla fleet. All of the supplies were stolen. There were no fixed tracks. It was not easy for the scout ships to send messages to her. Therefore, after Bella returned to Star, she sent more than 10 scout ships to send messages to Aurelia. However, many of these scout ships were destroyed after entering Vizari's territory. Although the main fleet of Vizari's army had been destroyed by Aurelia, it was not a problem to destroy one scout ship. Therefore, until now, Aurelia had not received any orders from Jiang Fei to retreat. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. During this period of time, Aurelia and her fleet could be described as wreaking havoc in the hinterland of Vizari's army. The Vizari's army had organized a few raids. However, they had failed to achieve any results. Even the development team had sent troops to the Vizari's army at least 10 times. Each time, they had sent a large fleet to Vinland. However, they were ambushed and annihilated. Compared to the Vizari army, the losses were negligible. In fact, there was a reason why the Vizari army had repeatedly failed. As the commander of the encirclement of Aurelia's fleet, Vinland was on Jiang Fei's side. Everyone who had played the game before knew that if one side had an actor, it would be too difficult to win the game. If the actor was still the highest commander on their side, it would be impossible to win. Therefore, after being played by Vinton, not only was the Vizari army unable to destroy Aurelia's fleet, they had also suffered heavy losses. This way, Aurelia's name would be known throughout the entire universe, especially on the Vizari army's side. When the female god of war, Aurelia, was mentioned, the entire military world trembled. On Skodastar, where Jiang Fei was, after almost 9 months of research and development, the engineers had already submitted 12 designs. However, the prototypes of the 12 main battleships had all been completed. As long as they were verified, they could be mass-produced. As Jiang Fei was still in closed-door cultivation, Bella was in charge of verifying the prototypes of the main battleships. In the end, she decided on the design of 5 main battleships from the 12 prototypes. She began to put them into mass production. Among the main ships that were decided on this time, other than the auxiliary main ship like the Aiken-class battlecruiser, Bella also chose a few main ship-type ships. After all, after getting used to the radiance of purification of the Aemon fleet, the captains under Jiang Fei's command also very much hoped to have such a strong battle-type main ship. This time, among the prototypes designed by the engineers, the Martha-class dreadnought was the best among the main force ships. The star-destroying cannon installed on the bow of the ship could fire radiation warheads. A single volley of shots could blast a hole in the enemy's fleet. The missile launchers that covered the entire hull could also fire a missile rain that was as large as a fleet in a short period of time, dealing a devastating blow to the enemy. Chapter 2053. Translator 549690339. Other than the Martha-class dreadnought, Bella had also decided on 4 main ships. They were the main battle-type Cole-class battleship, the support-type Dinov battlecruiser, and the extended Zephyr battlecruiser, and the Sova-class aircraft carrier. If the Martha-class dreadnought was a spear created by engineers using the technology provided by Jiang Fei, then the Cole-class battleship was a shield that came with it. Unlike the Masha-class dreadnought, the Cole-class battleship sacrificed its own firepower in exchange for extremely heavy armor and shields. Its survivability on the battlefield was definitely the best among the Imperial Army's battleships. Especially when the adaptive stance was activated and the ship's onboard computer was overloaded, the battleship would become an indestructible fortress to withstand unimaginable damage. Because most of the firepower was sacrificed, the Cole-class battleship was only equipped with a Gaussian railgun as its main cannon, and the rest was equipped with a large number of anti-aircraft guns. This made it effective against drones and light frigates. But against the same level of main ships or heavy patrol units, the Cole-class battleship alone would be a little powerless. All in all, this main force ship was designed to act as a meat shield for the fleet, absorbing damage for the fleet, and also acting as an air defense. The Dinov battlecruiser was similar to the Aiken battlecruiser. Both were auxiliary main force ships. However, its ability did not increase the firepower output of the fleet like the Aiken class, but rather provided security for the fleet. This support-type main ship was modified from a cargo ship. It had a huge amount of space inside, and it could carry a huge amount of energy blocks. Furthermore, through a large long-range shield transfer array, the energy from these energy blocks would be converted into shield energy and transferred to the friendly ships. In addition to replenishing the shields of the friendly ships, the Dinov battlecruiser could also weaken the enemy's warships. It was equipped with an electromagnetic pulse transmitter, and it could release a powerful EMP impact on the enemy's ships, while causing huge damage to the enemy's electronic facilities. It would also burn the antimatter energy reserves of the enemy's warships, causing the enemy's main ships to lose the energy to activate their superweapons. As it was a main ship modified from a cargo ship, the huge storage space of the Dunov battlecruiser allowed it to carry a large amount of antimatter energy. When the war reached its climax, it could burn the antimatter to form a strong magnetic field to provide the surrounding friendly warships with antimatter wireless transmission, so that the friendly warships, especially the main ships, could use superweapons. They were no longer restricted by their own antimatter reserves. To use the terminology in the game, the Dunov battlecruiser could not only shield the tanks on their side, but also replenish the mana of the main DPS, allowing them to freely release their skills, and they did not have to worry about not having enough mana to cast their spells. Other than the Aiken-class battlecruiser and the Dunov battlecruiser, which were two auxiliary main ships, Bella also approved another auxiliary main ship, the Dunov battlecruiser. To put it bluntly, this main ship was a transport ship that had been enhanced by new technology. It was designed to accommodate the powerhouses from the 5 directions. There were not many weapons and equipment on this main ship. Other than the heavy armor and shields, there were a few level 2 main cannons used for self-defense. Their firepower was only equivalent to 2 or 3 heavy patrols. They could not be compared to the main ship's warships. However, there was a luxurious living space installed inside this ship. Compared to the crew cabins of other warships, living on this ship was like living in heaven. Of course, the greatest ability of this ship was its teleportation device. This was all developed using the information chip technology. With this teleportation device, the expanded Joseph battlecruiser could be sent to any corner of the battlefield without Nina's assistance. It could also send the repairmen to any corner of the battlefield at will. The last main ship that Bella approved was a real aircraft carrier. Compared to the Grey Horse-class drone carrier, this Sova-class aircraft carrier was much more powerful. The number of WAVs it carried was almost equivalent to a Grey Horse fleet. Moreover, the Sova class could use its own computer system to greatly enhance the attack efficiency of its own WAVs, coupled with the aircraft carrier's own weapon system. This allowed it to greatly make up for the Empire's lack of firepower. After obtaining Bella's approval, these main ships entered the mass production process. The entire Skoda star began to move. They stopped all previous orders for ships and turned to mass build the main ships. This was to counter the counterattack of the players after the future expansion pack started. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. Aurelia was still fighting on the territory of the Vasily Legion. He was still at ease. He kept the resistance army within the borders of the Vasily Legion. With the development of time, the development team seemed to accept the fact that Aurelia was wreaking havoc within the borders of the Vasily Legion. At this point, they no longer focused on attacking Aurelia's fleet. Instead, they started to attract the players of the Resistance. The players of the Resistance who liked PvP were led by the development team to the Sargo Cloister. That place had already become a PvP battlefield. The players of the Imperial Army and the Resistance were wantonly killing each other in the Sargo Cloister. They were earning honor and money. The players who did not like PvP, under the guidance of the development team, began to form a fleet to fight with Aurelia. In the description of the development team, Aurelia had become a super boss that attacked cities. The players who liked PvE could take on defense missions. While defending their homes, they could also earn experience and equipment. The entire universe seemed to have calmed down once again. Although the Vizari army seemed to be facing enemies from both sides, the two battles had basically stabilized. Although they were fighting every day, it was impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time. On this day, Jiang Fei, who had been in closed-door cultivation for almost a year, finally woke up from his meditation. His eyes opened and shot out 2 cold lights. It was as if he had struck a thunderbolt in midair. This was the first sentence that Jiang Fei said after opening his eyes. While he was in closed-door cultivation, Jiang Fei's brain was running at a rapid speed. He was constantly doing calculations. He wanted to explore the true secrets of the inheritance space. Although his mental strength was already very strong with the support of the core of will, Jiang Fei, who had 1/100,000th of a bloodline, was not a true blue-eyed white dragon after all. Zhang Fei was already able to use the dragon race's bloodline martial skills, but the essence of his body was still human. Therefore, when Zhang Fei was trying to comprehend the inheritance space, he still encountered a bottleneck. Now, he needed more will cores to strengthen his mind power and his inheritance space. Only in this way could he understand the true mystery of the inheritance space. Chapter 2054. Translator 549690339. The girls were the happiest when Zhang Fei came out of his closed-door cultivation. They had not seen Zhang Fei for almost a year. Therefore, after Zhang Fei came out of his closed-door cultivation, everyone cherished their time with Zhang Fei. After a group of people gathered and chatted for a while, Zhang Fei suddenly realized that one of the girls was missing. Zhang Fei asked. "She's still at the front line," Bella said. "What is she doing at Salhu Cloister?" Zhang Fei was stunned. He did not expect Aurelia to not return ever since she went to the hinterland of the Vizari army. Ariel told Zhang Fei the truth. Zhang Fei was shocked. However, he quickly calmed down. Since Vinlan did not come looking for him, it meant that Aurelia's side was normal. However, Zhang Fei still felt bad for Aurelia, who had been fighting alone for more than a year. Therefore, he asked Bella and the others, "Didn't I ask someone to inform you to withdraw your army when I returned? Why is Aurelia still at the front line when you have withdrawn, Bella?" Exclamation point. "I only have enemies on the front side of the Salhu Cloister. The scout ship at the rear can easily send the news over. However, Aurelia is different. She has already entered the hinterland of Vizari's army. Moreover, her whereabouts are still unknown. Our scout ship is unable to send the news over," Bella explained. Zhang Fei asked. After all, when he was in closed-door cultivation, Bella had become the leader of Skodastar. It had been a year since Aurelia was in danger, but no one had come to rescue her. This made Zhang Fei a little dissatisfied with Bella. "Husband, don't accuse Sister Bella. Sister Bella once wanted to send the fleet to rescue Sister Aurelia, but Violin stopped her," Ariel said on Bella's behalf. Zhang Fei was stunned. He descended on one of our engineers and found Sister Bella. He told Sister Bella not to act rashly. It was best to maintain her current state. Only then could the game run smoothly and buy more time, Ariel said. Zhang Fei's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Then he apologized to Bella. "I'm sorry, Bella. I was wrong about you." "It's okay." Bella shook her head. Although Zhang Fei's misunderstanding had made her a little sad, since Zhang Fei had already admitted his mistake sincerely, what else could she say? After the matter was resolved, although Zhang Fei did not blame Bella anymore, he still wanted to visit Aurelia in Vizari's army's territory. After all, this girl had been fighting outside for him for a year. Although Aurelia had Vinlan backing her up, leading a lone army to fight in the enemy's territory was not something that an ordinary person could bear. After Zhang Fei told the girls his thoughts, the girls all agreed with him. After all, they could understand Aurelia's hardships. Bella took the initiative to ask. Although Zhang Fei had wronged her just now, in Bella's heart, she felt that she owed Aurelia something. After all, it was her order that caused Aurelia to fight alone in the enemy's territory for a year. Zhang Fei nodded. Recently, Planet Skoda was in the midst of a major production period. All the production lines had already started moving. They were currently working on a new type of main ship. Therefore, Zhang Fei and the others were not busy for the time being. It would not affect them much to go to the Vasily Legion's territory. Sylvie saw that Bella wanted to go, so she naturally did not want to be left behind. Si Taiying and Salila also shouted. Zhang Fei smiled. It had indeed been a long time since he had gone together with the girls. The girls cheered, although they had always been with Zhang Fei on Planet Skoda. Because Zhang Fei had always been in closed-door cultivation, they had almost no time to spend with each other. Therefore, everyone was very happy to be able to have a long interstellar journey with Zhang Fei. Although it was said that they were going to the hinterland of the Vizari army, Zhang Fei was still quite assured in terms of safety. After all, with his current strength, It was almost impossible for him to hurt the girls around him under his protection. It was precisely because of this confidence that Jiang Fei dared to agree to bring the girls to the hinterland of the Vizari army. After making the decision, Jiang Fei began to make preparations. With such a large group of people moving together, it was naturally impossible to use a shuttle. This was because the space of this small aircraft was too small. It could only accommodate 2 to 3 people at most. Moreover, they were all seats. There was not even a room that could be used to rest. During long-distance interstellar travel, using a shuttle was a very difficult thing to do. Therefore, after some consideration, Jiang Fei finally chose a modified Lonely Star Scout ship. This specially modified scout ship had removed a lot of scout equipment, thus freeing up a portion of space. It had also been modified into a comfortable guest room. The reason why Jiang Fei chose a scout ship instead of a main ship was mainly because the scout ship had a smaller target and was not easy to be discovered by the enemy. Moreover, the scout ship's flying speed and warp activation speed were much faster than the main ship. This could also save a lot of time during interstellar travel. As for martial prowess, with Jiang Fei's protection, there was no need for any ship-based weapons. If they encountered an enemy that Jiang Fei could not handle, it would be useless even if they drove the main ship. After everything was ready, Jiang Fei and the rest set off. Before they set off, Jiang Fei had made all the arrangements on Skodastar and left Xie Tianxin in charge. After all, the cultivators from the 5 directions were still stationed on Skodastar. Without a powerful expert in charge, they really could not control these people. This time, Jiang Fei brought along the girls as well as Blood Mistress and Jiang Shui. With such a little girl around, it saved the girls from boredom during the journey. As the scout ship left the sky port of Skodastar, Jiang Fei and the others set off on their journey. Their first stop was the capital of the Universe Empire, planet Pizerns. This time, besides visiting Aurelia, Jiang Fei actually had a second goal in mind. That was to collect more cores of will. Although these things could only be found by chance, they could not be sought after. However, the Merchant Alliance was very wealthy. They might have some collections. Currently, the Universe Empire was governed by Jupiter. Jiang Fei felt that he might be able to obtain something from him. Chapter 2055. Translator 549690339. On the way to Pizernis, Jiang Fei and the rest were very successful. After all, this was the hinterland of the Universe Empire. There were no foreign invaders nor bandits. Jiang Fei and the rest successfully arrived at the gravity well on Pizernis Star. Jiang Fei's arrival immediately attracted the attention of the Universe Empire, including the newly ascended Emperor, Jupiter. This new emperor knew how powerful Jiang Fei was. In the beginning, Rivendell was killed by Jiang Fei in his own lair that he had been operating for many years. Peter Zhu knew that he did not have Rivendell's scheming mind, nor did he have a strong lair like his. Therefore, ever since Jiang Fei had helped to become the new emperor of the empire, he could be said to be very respectful to Jiang Fei. He had never dared to treat Jiang Fei as his own subject. Therefore, when Jiang Fei arrived at planet Pizerns, Jupiter immediately brought a group of high-ranking officials from the Universe Empire to welcome him. When they saw the smile on his face, those who did not know better would think that Jiang Fei was the emperor. He was a subject. Jupiter held Jiang Fei's hand and smiled. I was just passing by. Jiang Fei smiled and asked, "Speaking of which, we've been apart for more than a year. How are you doing in Pizerns? Thanks to you, the empire has been running smoothly." Jupiter spoke very humbly. Although he was the emperor of the empire, from his words, he was keeping an eye on the house for Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was the real master of this house. Jiang Fei nodded. He did not have the slightest respect for the emperor of the empire. After all, Jupiter was able to become the emperor because of his support. Even if he became the emperor of the empire, no one would dare to oppose him. However, because he was afraid of being targeted by the development team, Jiang Fei had always been very careful when doing things. Therefore, he naturally would not stand out and become the emperor himself. After some small talk, Jupiter brought Jiang Fei and the others to his palace. It had been more than a year since he ascended the throne. Naturally, Jupiter would not use Rivendell's palace anymore. After all, he had plenty of money. It was not a big deal to build another palace. On the way to the palace, Jiang Fei was also observing. He realized that this Zhu Peter was indeed not simple. Peter Zhu had already taken control of the situation on planet Pizerns. At the very least, these high-ranking officials of the Empire had completely acknowledged his throne. However, Jiang Fei was not very concerned about the fact that Peter Zhu had taken control of the high-ranking officials of the Empire. After all, the main fleet of the Empire was in his hands. Moreover, Vinolin, who controlled the Allied army, was also on his side. Peter Zhu would not be able to cause any trouble. If he were to be honest and be his emperor, everything would be peaceful. If he wanted to be like Rivendell, Jiang Fei would not mind helping him. After arriving at the palace, Peter had already arranged everything for Jiang Fei and the girls. The girls were not in the mood to talk about politics with Jiang Fei, so they went out to shop. As the capital of the Merchant Alliance, the business here was extremely developed. Therefore, it was quite attractive to the girls. After the girls left, Jiang Fei asked Peter to dismiss the miscellaneous people. Then, he said, "This time, in addition to visiting you, there is one more thing that I need your help with." "Sir, just say the word." After there were no outsiders, Zhu Peter no longer put on the airs of an emperor. After Jiang Fei sat down, he simply stood by the side and appeared extremely humble. All right. Naturally, Jiang Fei understood that Zhu Peter was trying to curry favor with him again. However, this at least showed that Zhu Peter was in awe of him. This way, he would not be able to cause trouble for Jiang Fei. Zhu Peter said. Jiang Fei asked, "This is a great treasure." Zhu Peter immediately nodded. This energy core was a super treasure that only had a few of them in a galaxy. As a top-tier merchant, how could he not know about it? "That's true." Jiang Fei nodded and said. Zhu Peter replied. Jiang Fei was stunned. This was a pleasant surprise. One of the two energy cores in my house is of the strength attribute, and the other is of the spatial attribute. If you need them, sir, I'm willing to offer them to you, Zhu Peter said without Jiang Fei asking. Yes, I do need these treasures. Jiang Fei did not stand on ceremony. He would do anything to get his hands on treasures of such a level. You are too kind, sir. It is only right that I give you something as a gift, said Zhu Peter with a smile. Jiang Fei continued to ask. Zhu Peter pondered for a moment, then he said, the other old guys should have some too. However, they will definitely not publicize treasures of this level. Therefore, I am not too sure. Zhu Peter's meaning was very clear. The other big shots in the universe empire most likely had energy cores in their hands. However, they were very tight-lipped. Therefore, Zhu Peter did not know how many energy cores these guys had. He also did not know what their attributes were. Jiang Fei nodded. Since the other big shots also had energy cores in their homes, Jiang Fei had to think of a way to get them to hand them over voluntarily. All right, sir, I think there's another place that also has energy cores. Suddenly, Jupiter suddenly raised his head and said. Jiang Fei was also interested. Jupiter said. Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes, that old fellow died suddenly. His treasure house must not have been moved. However, this old fox is very cunning. When Jupiter said this, there was a somewhat depressed look on his face. After all, he knew that there was an ownerless treasure vault on planet Pizernus, but he could not find it no matter how hard he tried. This was something that would tickle anyone's heart. That's right. Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. Rivendell was the biggest profiteer in the Merchant Alliance. His wealth was uncountable. Moreover, this guy was a cyborg. He had no relatives at all. Naturally, his treasure vault would not be moved by others. Moreover, Rivendell's treasure house was top secret to others. However, to Jiang Fei, finding his treasure house was very easy. Chapter 2056, 2056. Translator, 549690339. As a completely transformed human, Rivendell possessed an ability that was close to immortality, but at the same time, he also lost the pleasure and ability to be a human. Therefore, Rivendell, who had no relatives or friends, did not trust anyone. His trusted aides could not gain his complete trust either. Especially after completing the complete transformation, Rivendell could no longer be called a human. In his eyes, all natural creatures were inferior beings. As a result, the only thing he could trust was his own kind, Malachi. As an artificial intelligence, Malachi was recognized by Rivendell as his own kind. Therefore, Malachi knew almost all of Rivendell's secrets. In that case, finding Rivendell's treasure vault would be as easy as taking something out of a bag for Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked Malachi, who was residing in the spatial ring. Malachi replied immediately. "Send me the coordinates," Jiang Fei said. Malachi immediately sent the location of Rivendell's treasury to Jiang Fei. Good God! When Jiang Fei saw the location of the treasury, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. It turned out that Rivendell's treasury was not on planet Pizurns. Jupiter asked curiously. Jiang Fei smiled. Crew was the third satellite of Peens. It was about 1/10 the size of the moon. It was one of the 8 satellites of Peens. Moreover, there were no resources on Crew. It was not suitable for human life. Therefore, the place had been abandoned. Occasionally, it was used to store the garbage produced on planet Peens. The fact that Rivendell had built the treasury on Crew was indeed beyond everyone's imagination. After all, no one would have thought that the Emperor's treasury was on a garbage planet. "Get ready. Let's go take a look," Jiang Fei said to Jupiter. Jupiter was delighted. Since Jiang Fei had called him, it meant that he had a share in the treasury. To be honest, after Jiang Fei had asked for the coordinates of Rivendell's treasure house, Jupiter had never thought that he had anything to do with it. Out of respect for Jiang Fei, Jupiter did not dare to lay his hands on Jiang Fei's property. Therefore, when Jiang Fei asked him to go with him, Jupiter was overjoyed. After all, Rivendell was the largest business empire in the Merchant Alliance. His wealth was unimaginable. Even the second-ranked Jupiter was far from being as rich as Rivendell. Therefore, Jupiter was very interested in Rivendell's treasure vault. How could a treasure that could be collected by Rivendell be of poor quality? It did not take long for the few shuttles to be ready. After all, Crew was only a satellite of Pizurns. There was no need for a large spaceship. As the few shuttles rose into the air, Jiang Fei and the rest flew toward Crew. In just a few minutes, they had landed on the surface of Crew's planet. "Sir, this is the latest spacesuit." Jupiter handed Jiang Fei a set of clothes. This high-tech spacesuit was very light. There was only a tight leather jacket and a helmet. After putting it on, it looked like he was going for a ride on a motorcycle. It did not look like he was going for a spacewalk. However, this set of clothes might look thin, but its functions were very complete. Not only could it provide breathing support for the person wearing it, but it could also isolate the external temperature and maintain the internal pressure. It was perfect to ensure that the person wearing it could survive in space, which was close to a vacuum. Jiang Fei smiled. With his strength, he could survive in space. Therefore, he did not need this kind of support equipment. Moreover, if he encountered danger, this kind of clothes would become a burden. After Jupiter and the others changed their clothes, Jiang Fei and the others left the shuttle and stepped on the surface of Planet Crew. Soon, Jiang Fei and the rest found the location that Maleki had described. "Master, the third boulder on the left is the mechanism to open the door," Maleki reminded Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded and followed Maleki's instructions to open the mechanism. As the earth trembled, the ground not far away cracked open, revealing a dark tunnel. Jiang Fei asked, although he was not afraid, if the tunnel suddenly opened fire, it would be a disaster for Jupiter and the others. After all, Jupiter's strength was not even worth mentioning. "Master, I've already turned off the automatic defense weapon," Maleki said. This was Rivendell's treasure trove. How could there not be a defensive weapon? Unfortunately, Rivendell trusted Maleki too much. Therefore, he told Maleki everything. In Rivendell's opinion, although Maleki was a sentient artificial intelligence, it was developed by himself. It would never betray him. However, Rivendell clearly did not expect that after an artificial intelligence gained self-awareness, the thing that he could not tolerate the most was being enslaved. Therefore, Rivendell ultimately died at Maleki's hands. Since Malachi had already disarmed the place, Jiang Fei had nothing to worry about. He was the first to step into the tunnel. "The two of you follow me." Zhu Peter nodded and called for his two subordinates. The rest of the people were left outside by him. Just as Jiang Fei and the others entered the tunnel, the door to the treasure house closed. Maleki kept guiding Jiang Fei in the direction of the maze-like treasury. Jiang Fei went straight to the core of the treasury. Jiang Fei asked, "Master, I only know some ordinary things. Because there are no cameras in the core, I don't know," Maleki replied. Jiang Fei shrugged. Since they had already reached this point, even if he wanted to know what was inside the treasure house, he did not need to wait any longer. As Jiang Fei and the others moved forward, they finally reached the core of the treasure house after about 30 minutes. Gah! Maleki opened the door for Jiang Fei. When the door opened, a colorful light shone into Jiang Fei's eyes. These lights came from all kinds of rare treasures. All kinds of treasures were piled up in a huge room that was hundreds of square meters. At the same time that Jiang Fei ordered Malachi, he also said to Zhu Peter and his men, "Yes." Malachi immediately used Jiang Fei's ring to activate the scanning function and began to look for traces of the energy core among the many treasures. "Master, don't worry," Zhu Peter and his men also promised. Chapter 2057. Translator 549690339. While Malachi, Zhu Peter, and the rest were busy searching for the energy core, Jiang Fei was not idle either. He was shuttling back and forth between the treasures in Rivendell, looking for something that was valuable to him. Speaking of which, although the treasure vault in Rivendell was priceless, in the eyes of people like Jiang Fei, these protections were mostly wealth that only ordinary people would pursue. Although the leaders of the Merchant Alliance were all powerful, they were all very weak. However, their personal strength was very weak. As such, their goals were often the same as ordinary people. Therefore, the treasures in their eyes were really meaningless to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei walked around the treasure vault and looked around. He picked up the items on his hand and carefully felt the energy aura emitted by these items. Suddenly, Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. He picked up a small oil lamp from a storage compartment. This oil lamp seemed to be made of pure gold. However, in the era of the cosmos, the value of gold was no different from that of copper and iron. Therefore, many ornaments were still made of gold. This was the case for the oil lamp in Jiang Fei's hand. Not only was it made of gold, the entire body of the oil lamp was inlaid with inlaid jewels and jades. This made it exquisite, and at the same time, it gave off a luxurious aura. However, although this thing was priceless in the eyes of mortals, to cultivators, this thing was simply too flashy. When Jiang Fei swept past the oil lamp, he actually did not pay much attention to it. After all, such an artifact meant nothing to him. His sharp mind power detected a trace of energy fluctuation from the oil lamp. If it was just a normal energy fluctuation, Jiang Fei might not have paid too much attention to it. After all, the oil lamp was inlaid with a large number of gemstones. Many of the gemstones contained a certain amount of energy, just like the spiritual stones of the 5 directions. However, Jiang Fei could sense a life force on the oil lamp. Although this life force was well hidden, it still could not escape Jiang Fei's sharp senses. Just as Jiang Fei picked up the oil lamp and was ready to observe it carefully, he could sense the life force in the oil lamp tremble. Clearly, the other party was afraid. Jiang Fei smiled in his heart. It seemed that this was still a living thing. After that, Jiang Fei let Zhu Peter and the others continue to search for the energy core. Meanwhile, he brought the oil lamp alone to the lounge next to the treasury. This was the place where Rivendell looked at the treasures. Jiang Fei held the oil lamp in his left hand and wiped it gently with his right hand. At that moment, a huge shadow appeared in front of Jiang Fei along with a puff of blue smoke. "Who is summoning me?" The shadow's voice was deep and majestic. Jiang Fei was slightly stunned. He stared at the blue fatty in front of him. "Did you summon me?" The blue monster said in an arrogant tone. Jiang Fei laughed. All right then, the blue monster said. Jiang Fei smiled slightly and said to the monster, all right then, let's talk about world peace first. Can you ask the Imperial Army and the Resistance Army to cease fire? Who is the Imperial Army? The blue monster muttered with a confused expression. However, he quickly recovered his holy and solemn expression. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, Mortal, you better think about yourself. World peace is not something that you should worry about. World peace is not something that you can control. Then, give me a few hundred energy cores, Jiang Fei said. The blue monster said in a reprimanding tone. Jiang Fei asked with a smile, This is not a problem of being able to do it or not being able to do it. It's just that you are greedy. How about this? The blue monster said. Jiang Fei nodded in his heart. Although the blue fatty kept calling Jiang Fei a mortal, Jiang Fei never took him seriously. When it came to pretending to be 13, Jiang Fei was an ancestor-level character. Ever since he started his career, Jiang Fei had relied on the tiger skin to build his family. Jiang Fei had intimidated countless old men that he could not match up to. Now, this fatty blue was actually pretending to be 13 in front of Jiang Fei. Wasn't that just showing off in front of the Guangdong? Mortal! The fatty blue clearly did not realize that Jiang Fei had already seen through him. I've thought about it. This lamp is not bad, Jiang Fei said as he used his big hand to break open the exquisite oil lamp. At that moment, Jiang Fei was a terrifying expert with more than 60 million combat power. A mere decorative grade golden lamp in his hand was just like a fake. When Jiang Fei broke open the golden lamp, he found that there was indeed something mysterious inside. What are you doing? The blue fatty saw that Jiang Fei had broken the lamp without a word. He was terrified. Shut up. After Jiang Fei broke the golden lamp open, he found that there was a small matrix in the space inside the lamp. Spatial folding matrix? Jiang Fei smiled slightly. This kind of spatial folding matrix was not a particularly advanced technology. It could be said that in the mainstream civilizations in the universe, everyone had already mastered this technology. Therefore, they had made some simple spatial devices. This kind of spatial device could not only be used to carry materials, but it could also isolate the presence of materials. Therefore, it was very convenient to use. Jiang Fei opened his eye of violets and quickly found the spatial node of the spatial folding matrix. Jiang Fei used his understanding of spatial knowledge and used his spiritual power to trigger these nodes in turn. Very quickly, he cracked the password of the spatial device. After the spatial device was opened, a precise energy confinement device rolled out. Jiang Fei was very familiar with this energy confinement device. Previously, when he had obtained the energy core, he had used this device to store it. Due to the uniqueness of the energy core, there could only be one energy core of a certain attribute in every galaxy. Then another energy core of the same attribute will escape. Chapter 2058, 2058. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei picked up the energy confinement device and tapped on it a few times. The screen on the energy confinement device lit up. When Jiang Fei saw the data on the screen, he was happy. The screen clearly showed that there were 15 energy cores stored inside. However, this fatty blue only wanted to use 10 energy cores to fool Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei put away the energy confinement device. He did not check the attributes of the energy cores in detail. Now he was going to deal with this fatty blue. At that moment, the fatty blue looked at Jiang Fei in a daze. He was clearly at a loss. Jiang Fei asked. The blue fatty wanted to pretend again. Jiang Fei was almost angered by the blue fatty. At this point, this guy still refused to admit it. How dare you? The blue fatty glared at Jiang Fei. He wanted to scare Jiang Fei, but Jiang Fei did not fall for his trick. Jiang Fei said as he pulled out a blue crystal from the base of the golden lamp. In an instant, the blue fatty was dumbfounded. He was only a fusion of spiritual power. Unless he was a master of spiritual power, he could not do anything to him. However, that heart crystal was his lifeline. The The reason why he was able to maintain his current state was because of the energy in the heart crystal. If this thing was destroyed, he would really become a ghost. He would disappear into thin air after losing his energy source. Although there were many existences like the blue fatty in Jiang Fei's inheritance space, although they also existed in the form of a fusion of spiritual energy, that was because there was no concept of time in Jiang Fei's inheritance space. Without the passage of time, their spiritual energy would not be depleted. That was why they could exist for a long time. However, the blue fatty was different. He lived in the real world. He could not absorb the free energy in the space to cultivate. He could only rely on the pure energy in the heart crystal to replenish his energy. He was completely done for. What? Jiang Fei said calmly. Who are you? The fatty blue no longer pretended to be mysterious. He looked straight into Jiang Fei's eyes and asked. Jiang Fei sighed. Then he crushed the crystal with a bang. You. The blue fatty's eyes turned red. Once the spirit crystal exploded, he lost his last shelter and his last source of energy. Now, even if no one killed him, he would become weaker and weaker until he eventually died. Therefore, the blue fatty became anxious. He summoned his spiritual power and charged at Jiang Fei. To be honest, Fatty Blue's strength was not bad. His spiritual power was comparable to that of an ordinary true immortal. Moreover, he knew many spiritual attack techniques. Even a true immortal powerhouse would be caught off guard by his attack. However, although Fatty Blue's spiritual attack was not weak, it still depended on who he used it with. Jiang Fei was a super powerhouse with a 3-stage will core. If Fatty Blue wanted to use his spiritual power to fight Jiang Fei, he would have to kill Jiang Fei. That was like selling tap water in front of the Dragon King. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Then, a surge of spiritual power surged out and directly pressed down on the blue fatty until he could not breathe. I surrender. I surrender. The blue fatty was not a person with a backbone. When he saw that Jiang Fei was far stronger than he had imagined, he simply surrendered. Oomph. Jiang Fei snorted coldly. Then, he said to the blue fatty, Tell me, who are you and what's your background? Yes, 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 I'll tell you. The blue fatty nodded repeatedly. Then, he told Jiang Fei about his background. It turned out that this blue fatty was called Ram. He used to belong to a civilization called the Jelg's race. This civilization had once prospered, but later on it declined. This kind of thing could be seen everywhere in the long history of space civilizations. However, because this Ram was lucky enough to advance to the hermit level, he escaped the fate of extinction. However, he was the only one left in the entire Jelg's race, so there was no difference between extermination and extinction. Later on, Ram was killed by another hermit-level powerhouse in a battle. However, his powerful spiritual power did not dissipate immediately. There was a soul crystal that was not buried deep near their battlefield. With this soul crystal, Lamu managed to survive. After who knows how many years, the universe ushered in an era of great development. The Merchant Alliance rose up and occupied many resource planets. Then, they began to mass produce. The planet Lamu was on was also in the process of being developed. Coincidentally, Rivendell was the one who managed this planet at that time. At that time, Rivendell was still a natural creature. He had not yet modified himself into a cyborg. Coincidentally, Rivendell found Rom's soul crystal. After that, Rom performed the same trick as Jiang Fei. The young Rivendell was quickly fooled. He began to wear Rom by his side. At that time, Rivendell could be said to be obedient to Rom. Ram also helped Rivendell deal with many of his competitors without leaving a trace. Gradually, Rivendell's business grew bigger and bigger. Ram had become Rivendell's henchman. Of course, in return, Rivendell would help Ram's search for the soul crystal. It would speed up the consumption of energy. Later, Rivendell was close to his death, so he transformed himself into a cyborg. In this way, Ram's status was no longer guaranteed. He and Rivendell could be said to be teacher and friend. The two of them were more like collaborators. However, after Rivendell completed the transformation, he treated Ram as his slave. Although Ram was very dissatisfied, he realized that he could not do anything to Rivendell. If it was before, Ram could kill Rivendell with just a spiritual attack. However, after Rivendell completed his transformation, would a robot be afraid of a spiritual attack? However, Lamu could not use a physical attack without a physical body. Therefore, under the threat of Rivendell cutting off the supply of the spirit crystal, Lamu became Rivendell's subordinate. Later on, after Rivendell became the emperor of the empire, he no longer had any competitors to deal with. Therefore, he simply left him in the treasure vault to guard the treasure until Jiang Fei barged in. Ram did not know that Rivendell had been killed. Chapter 2059, 2059. Translator 549690339. Although Ram did not know that Rivendell was dead, ever since Jiang Fei had found him, Ram had been thinking about his future. In Ram's opinion, fighting for Rivendell and protecting his treasure house was not worth it. Now that Jiang Fei had found him, he could do the same thing as he did to Rivendell, find himself a replacement. After all, ever since Rivendell had transformed himself into a cyborg, Ram had been having a hard time. In his opinion, it was not a big deal to switch to someone else. Then, he could continue to live a comfortable life for a few more years. Moreover, Jiang Fei was not a cyborg like Ram. With his extraordinary spiritual power, Ram was still able to negotiate with Jiang Fei. However, it was clear that Ram had found the wrong person to negotiate with. Jiang Fei was a master of pretense. His tricks were nothing in Jiang Fei's eyes. In Jiang Fei's eyes, the spiritual power that Ram was proud of was even less worth mentioning. Back then, when Jiang Fei's core of will had just been fused into 2 parts, he already had spiritual power that was comparable to a true immortal. Now that his will core had been fused into 3 parts, coupled with the spiritual attack skills that he had inherited from Tyrion, Jiang Fei had an absolute advantage when facing Ram. He was not able to scare Jiang Fei, and he was not a match for Jiang Fei when he was fighting with his life on the line. Therefore, Ram had completely lost the ability to negotiate with Jiang Fei. After listening to Lamu's story, Jiang Fei nodded slightly. Although Lamu's story could be considered as a twist, there was nothing strange about it. Moreover, this kid actually dared to play tricks on Jiang Fei. Naturally, Jiang Fei would not let him off easily. Jiang Fei asked expressionlessly, "What do you mean by die?" Lamu asked, "It's easy to die," Jiang Fei said casually. However, Lamu also knew that Jiang Fei was telling the truth. After all, the difference in their mental strength was obvious. Lamu did not have any other means of resistance. Moreover, even if Jiang Fei did not kill him, without the heart crystal, he would not be able to last long. Ram, who did not want to die, naturally looked for another way out. "Life?" Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Ram was stunned by Jiang Fei's words. "The broken lamp that you used to live in is really weak," Jiang Fei said with a smile. He had heard Aladdin's story since he was young. Now that he had a ready-made blue fatty, he also knew how to craft artifacts. If he did not make a real magic lamp, Jiang Fei would feel sorry for the story that his mother told him when he was young. Ram asked carefully. No matter how he looked at it, Jiang Fei did not seem like a philanthropist. Now, not only did he not kill him, he even wanted to give him a new home. There must be something fishy about this. My request is similar to Rivendell's." Jiang Fei laughed. Lamu asked, "I'm a poor man. There is no treasure for you to guard." Jiang Fei waved his hand. Lamu asked again, "I hope that you can listen to Master's orders when the time comes," Jiang Fei said with a smile. "Master?" Lamu instinctively felt that something was not right. However, before he could react, he was grabbed by Jiang Fei's henchman. He could not move. After Jiang Fei said that, he swung his hand and threw Lamu into his inheritance space. After dealing with Lamu, Jiang Fei came out of the lounge to take a look. Jupiter and the others were still focused on searching for the energy core. However, their hard work was destined to be fruitless. This was because the energy cores that Rivendell had collected had already fallen into Jiang Fei's hands. Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. These people had work to do, so they would not bother him. After that, Jiang Fei returned to the lounge and took out the energy confinement device. Previously, he did not have the time to look at the attributes of these energy cores. Jiang Fei kept tapping on the control panel of the energy confinement device. Very soon, he was able to show the specific attributes of these energy cores. There were 3 energy cores for life cores, 2 space cores, 3 time cores, and 3 will cores. These were the energy core data stored in the energy confinement device. Jiang Fei smacked his lips. Actually, it was already very good that he could find 3 will cores in one go. After all, these things were not like cabbages on the streets. They could be found anywhere. However, perhaps it was because the energy cores this time were too easy to come by. Therefore, Jiang Fei felt a little greedy. Although 3 cores of wool were not enough for Jiang Fei to advance again, he had obtained 4 life cores this time. This was enough for Bella to advance her life core by another level. Not only that, Jiang Fei had also obtained a space core and a power core from Jupiter. With these 2 energy cores, Huang Mulan and Nina could advance again. Sigh. Jiang Fei began to be greedy again. Due to the limited number of spatial cores before, Nina had only fused to 1 section. Unlike Bella and Huang Mulan, who had fused to 2 sections, she could only level up once even if she had 4 spatial cores this time. After that, there were 2 remaining spatial cores. She could only level up again when she could find a new one in the future. After putting away the energy confinement device, Jiang Fei stood up and left the lounge. All right, you don't have to look anymore. I've already found what I want, Jiang Fei said to Zhu Peter and the others. Congratulations, sir. It seems that these energy cores are indeed fated to be with you, sir. We searched for a long time, but still cannot find them. Zhu Peter's skill in flattery was not ordinary. Even a person like Jiang Fei felt comfortable being patted on the head. All right, I'm not interested in the things here. Jiang Fei smiled and waved his hand. These gold, silver, treasures, calligraphy, and paintings were meaningless to him. However, big profiteers like Zhu Peter liked them very much. Therefore, Jiang Fei was happy to give these things to Zhu Peter. It was not in vain for him to run errands for him. Chapter 2060, 2060. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei did not care how Zhu Peter and the rest looted the treasures here. Therefore, after obtaining the energy cores, he prepared to fly the shuttle back to Pizerns. Zhu Peter said with a smile. Jiang Fei said. Zhu Peter immediately said happily, "All right, you can help me ask about the other guys. It would be best if you could buy the energy core from them. If they are not willing to part with it, I can only go and get it myself," Jiang Fei said to Zhu Peter. "Don't worry, my lord. I still have some relations with them. Leave this matter to me," Zhu Peter said as he patted his chest. "All right, after you're done here, go and help me do it. I won't be staying in Paisenis for too long, so you have to do it as soon as possible," said Jiang Fei. "Don't worry, sir. I'll go back with you later," said Jupiter. Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction. Although this Jupiter was already sitting on the throne of the Emperor of the Empire, he had a good sense of propriety. He knew who was the real boss. He had always treated Jiang Fei with sufficient respect. After that, Zhu Peter began to instruct his followers to transport the treasures from the treasure vault. After everything was settled, Zhu Peter and Jiang Fei took the shuttle back to Pizerns. When Jiang Fei and the others returned to Zhu Peter's manor, Bella and the other girls had already returned for shopping. As Zhu Peter had provided them with unlimited amounts of shopping cards, the girls had gone on a shopping spree this time. They had almost bought everything that they liked back. Jiang Fei said as he looked at the mountain of clothes and shoes in the living room. It seemed that no matter what kind of girls they were not immune to these things. Yeah, it's not easy to get such a rare opportunity to rob the rich and give to the poor, Ariel said with a smile. That's right. Of course not. Zhu Peter laughed. He could even give Jiang Fei a big hotel in the central area of the capital star. What was the big deal about such a small amount of money? If these girls could read his mind and give Jiang Fei some pillow talk, he would be willing to give them a mountain of gold. After that, Zhu Peter accompanied Jiang Fei and the others to chat for a while. Then, he turned around and left to do some work. After all, Jiang Fei rarely asked him to do anything. Therefore, he would not allow anything to go wrong this time. After leaving his manor, Zhu Peter's first stop was Lu Sai's home. As the two of them had the best personal relationship, Zhu Peter chose this place as his first stop. Old Zhu, no, it's His Majesty. Lust asked in surprise. Although they were old friends, Jupiter's identity was different from before. After all, Jupiter had already ascended the throne and become the emperor of the empire. Their identities had changed from simple friends to rulers and ministers. Enough. My title of emperor is just a title. Jupiter smiled. Speak. You're someone who doesn't come to the temple for no reason. Lust smiled. His relationship with Peter Zhu was too good. Peter Zhu even told Lust how he rose to the throne. Therefore, Lust also knew that Peter Zhu, the emperor, was half a puppet, so the relationship between the two was not so strange. Hey, brother, I have something to ask of you, Peter Zhu said with a sigh. Beg me? You are much more capable than me. Asked Luster. I know you have some treasures here, so I beg you to give up your love, Peter Zhu said with a smile. Okay, don't mock me. Your family's business is more than 3 times bigger than mine. Luster rolled his eyes. Facing his old friend, Peter Zhu didn't beat around the bush. Energy core? Luster was stunned. He wasn't a high-level cultivator, so although he had a few such cores in his family, he didn't really care. High-level ordinary people like him pursued antique calligraphy and paintings from the past. It's not me who wants it. It's the person behind me who wants it, said Zhu Peter in a low voice. Little Fei, asked Lu Sai. His relationship with Jiang Fei was not bad. Moreover, he had always treated Jiang Fei as a junior with great potential. However, in Lu Sai's eyes, Jiang Fei was still the kid who had just joined the Merchant Alliance. Hence, he could still occasionally speak with a hint of indulgence. He wants too many of them. I still have to go to a few other shops later, Zhu Peter said. Sai, these things are only needed by cultivators like them. I have no problem with them. I will get them for you later. All right, remember to pass a message to little Fei. Tell him to come and see me when he is free, Lu Sai said with a smile. As he had no interest in Jiang Fei, he did not expect Jiang Fei to bring him any benefits. Therefore, he could naturally consider himself as an elder. He was unlike Zhu Peter, who could only be respectful when facing Jiang Fei. Sigh. Zhu Peter sighed. Although Lu Sai was the weakest among the big shots, he was the only one who dared to be so open in front of Jiang Fei. All right, I'll bring the things to you later. You should hurry and go to the other old guys. Lust laughed. If they dare to reject me, it would be a miracle. The person behind me has already said that it's best if I can handle it. Jupiter laughed coldly. Lust's expression froze. Then he said to Jupiter, then don't play any tricks. Tell those old guys everything clearly. Don't worry, said Jupiter. If he had really thought about it before, as long as he did something, those people would definitely not hand over the energy core. When that time came, Jiang Fei would personally go. There was a high chance there would be a bloodbath. However, now that Lu Sai had said that, Jupiter finally gave up on the idea. After all, with those few old guys around, the entire empire would be more stable. After all, he was the emperor of the empire now. Jiang Fei did not really interfere with him, so he did not want to mess up the empire. Chapter 2061, 2061. Translator 549690339. After coming out from Luster, Jupiter went straight to his second target. Because he got 3 energy cores from Luster, Jupiter felt much more at ease. And when he went to the next house, he had a lot of confidence in his heart. When he was talking to Luster, Jupiter looked as if he did not care. It was as if those people were courting death if they did not hand over the energy core. When Jiang Fei went to retrieve it personally, they would not only lose face, and you're going to die. However, in Peter's heart, he was also afraid that those people would not cooperate. Although it did not matter if those people cooperated or not, Jiang Fei would be able to get the energy cores in the end. However, if he did not complete the mission, that would obviously reflect his incompetence to the fullest. At that time, it might attract Jiang Fei's disgust because the strong often hate the incompetent. That was what Jupiter was most worried about. In his own private car, Jupiter quickly arrived at his next stop, Kalachi's official residence. Kalachi was ranked 4th among the original 5 big shots in the Merchant Alliance. He was slightly stronger than Lust. His relationship with Jupiter was not bad. Jupiter deliberately made friends with the few big shots who were ranked lower in order to fight against the strongest, Rivendell. Therefore, his relationship with these people was not bad. "Your Majesty, why are you here?" Karatzi smiled and came out to welcome him. Peter Zhu smiled. After the two people exchanged greetings, Peter Zhu was led into the living room by Karatzi. "Hee, brother, you've been doing well these 2 years." Peter Zhu smiled after entering the door. "It's just a small amount of money." Karaki laughed. "My place is just a bunch of common things. It's not worth mentioning." Peter Zhu rambled on, but he didn't want to talk about serious matters. Karaki finally couldn't help but ask after chatting with Peter Zhu. "Yes." Peter saw that Karatzi couldn't help but speak first, so he said slowly, "Your Majesty, please speak to me face to face," Karatzi said. "I'm working for someone else this time. That person is interested in the energy core in your hand and wants you to part with it," Peter said slowly. Karatzi was shocked. He subconsciously lied. Although the energy core didn't mean much to ordinary people like them, the rarity of such a treasure was the highest in the universe. He didn't want to lose this collection easily. "Brother, I'm just working for someone else." Peter Zhu didn't insist. Kulachi asked, "You don't have it?" Peter Zhu glanced at Kulachi and said. Kulachi laughed. "Hee, okay. Anyway, it's not a secret." Peter Zhu smiled. Then he said to Karatzi, "I'm sure you can guess how I got to the top. I don't need to tell you who I can help him with." Karatzi asked tentatively. "Yes, and he's very determined. I don't know where he got the information from." "Huh?" However, almost scared the shit out of Karatzi. Back then, Jiang Fei had single-handedly wiped out Rivendell's palace. This matter had caused quite a stir in the capital star. How could such a matter be hidden from a big shot like Karatzi? Therefore, Karatzi knew how powerful Jiang Fei was. Now, when he heard that Jiang Fei was the one who was collecting the energy core and that he did not take the initiative to give it to Jiang Fei, he had to personally go and get it. This had really scared Karatzi. However, he had already lied earlier. If Karatzi changed his words and said that he had the energy core, wouldn't that be a slap in the face to Jupiter? Although Peter Zhu was half a puppet emperor, his influence was not small. Moreover, even if he did not use force, just by relying on commercial means, Karatzi, who was ranked 4th, would not be able to defeat Peter Zhu. Therefore, at this moment, Karatzi's heart was very conflicted. Fortunately, this old fellow had been in the business world for so many years. In a moment of desperation, he suddenly had an idea. Then he said to Peter Zhu, "Your Majesty, since the Grand Marshal wants the energy core, then although I, Karatzi, do not have it now, I will immediately go and collect it. The fastest tonight, at the latest tomorrow morning, I will collect at least 3 energy cores and send them to your palace." Peter Zhu sneered. He did not believe Karatzi's nonsense at all. Even if he was given a year, he might not be able to find it. This energy core was a treasure that only produced a few pieces in a galaxy. How could it be so easy to find? Although he did not believe Karatzi's nonsense, for the stability of the empire, Peter Zhu was not willing to completely fall out with Karatzi, so he did not expose him on the spot. Zhu Peter remembered it in his heart. When he found the right opportunity, he would definitely not let Karatzi go. After leaving Karatzi's place, Zhu Peter went to the next house without stopping. At this time, Jiang Fei had already handed the power core and the space core to Hua, Mulan, and Nina respectively. Then, he let the two of them cultivate in isolation to absorb the energy core. Although it would take a few days to absorb the energy core, a wealthy family like Zhu Peter naturally did not lack a place like the Time House. Although Zhu Peter was not very strong, his family still had such facilities. In the Time House, Hua, Mulan, and Nina absorbed the energy core that they had received respectively and entered closed-door cultivation. Although the other girls also had looks of envy in their eyes, however, most of them were happy for them. After all, when the two of them became stronger, they would be able to help Jiang Fei even more. Ariel asked curiously. Bella shook her head. Then, she looked at Jiang Fei and asked, Husband, what do you think? Chapter 2062. 2062. Translator 549690339. Time passed quickly in the time room. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 hours had passed. As Jiang Fei and the others waited anxiously, Hua Mulan was the first to open her eyes. Just as Hua Mulan opened her eyes, two cold lights shot out from her eyes like two bolts of lightning. Jiang Fei's heart stirred, and he appeared beside Hua Mulan. Jiang Fei asked. Hua Mulan said. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he activated the scanning function of his goggles and began to check Hua Mulan's combat power. 24 million. This was Hua Mulan's current combat power. Jiang Fei was stunned. When he had fused with the 3 cores of will, how could he increase his strength? However, Jiang Fei thought about it and understood. His core of will was different from the energy cores of the other 4 attributes. It could not directly increase a person's combat strength. However, it could open up the brain region and increase a person's mental strength. Moreover, it could expand the inheritance space. It was not the same as the other 4 energy cores. On the other hand, Hua Mulan had absorbed the power core. Therefore, the increase in her own strength was the most obvious. Once the 3 cores were fused, her strength would directly increase to the level of a true immortal. Moreover, this was not the 5 directions heaven and earth. Therefore, Hua Mulan didn't need to undergo the tribulation at all. However, when she returned to the 5 directions heaven and earth, the lightning tribulation would still come knocking on her door. Although the tribulation was extremely dangerous, it was also extremely helpful to cultivators. Therefore, the cultivators of the 5 directions, heaven and earth, were not only stronger than the experts outside in terms of martial skills, but also in terms of physical fitness. After experiencing the lightning tribulation, they were also more powerful than ordinary hermits. It was just that there were too few hermit-level experts in the outer universe, so they could enjoy resources that far surpassed the experts of the 5 directions world. Therefore, if they had the same combat strength, the hermit would definitely not be able to defeat a true immortal. However, because the hermit's division of strength was not particularly precise, other than those who had just advanced, most of the hermit-level experts had reached the level of blood concubine, or even Xie Tianxin, because of the abundant resources for an old veteran like Tyrion. His combat strength was even comparable to the Black Widow Mo Li Shang at her peak. Take a rest first, Jiang Fei said to Hua Mulan. Although they were also going to the tribulation, Hua Mulan and the others were much happier than the cultivators of the 5 directions. They would only go to the tribulation after they had rested, after they had advanced. The cultivators of the 5 directions did not have such treatment. Once they had advanced, the thunder tribulation would come to them. They did not even have time to rest. Hua Mulan nodded. Then, she sat cross-legged on the ground and meditated. She needed to recover to her peak condition as soon as possible to prepare for the tribulation. On one side, Hua Mulan started meditating. On the other side, Nina also opened her eyes. However, after Nina had absorbed the spatial core, she became more reserved. Although she was standing there, Jiang Fei and the others could not sense Nina at all. However, they could not sense Nina's existence at all. Jiang Fei asked curiously. At this time, not only could he not sense Nina's existence, even the goggles could not scan Nina's combat strength. Yes, Nina smiled faintly. However, before she could do anything, Jiang Fei suddenly felt that Nina had become real. Then, the goggles began to detect Nina's combat strength. 18 million. This was the value that Jiang Fei had detected at that moment. Because Nina had once given a part of the spatial core to Ariel, she had only fused to one section previously. She had just completed the second section of the fusion. Therefore, although her strength had increased significantly from 12 million to 18 million, she still had not advanced to the true immortal level. However, although Nina had not reached the true immortal level, she had obtained a new ability, Phase Walk. This ability allowed Nina to travel between the main space and the phase space at any time, once Nina entered the phase space. Unless she also had powerful spatial power other than being able to see her, one would not be able to sense or touch her. As for attacking, that was even more so. This ability is not bad. Jiang Fei smiled. Nina was not a main combat member. Her ability was spatial projection. She could send main combat members to the designated battlefield and use spatial power to provide a certain level of protection. However, no matter what, she was just a support. There was no need for her to go up and risk her life. Therefore, this life-saving skill was very suitable for her. That's true. Nina smiled. She was not as competitive as Bella, nor did she pursue the pinnacle of martial arts like Hua Mulan. Therefore, she did not particularly care about how strong she was. With Nina's gentle personality, Jiang Fei actually did not have the heart to let her fight and kill. It was actually quite good for her to obtain this ability. He thought that Nina did not need to go through the tribulation, so she did not need to rush to recover her strength. Therefore, she was surrounded by the girls and started chatting with them. After about 2 to 3 hours, Hua Mulan opened her eyes again. At this time, Jiang Fei could clearly feel that Hua Mulan's strength was beginning to be restrained. Jiang Fei could not help but sigh in his heart. This girl was indeed very talented. She was able to adapt to her own strength in such a short time after becoming a true immortal. Moreover, she was able to restrain her strength. This was not something that an ordinary person could do. At least, Jiang Fei was not so fast back then. How is it? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Yes. Hua Mulan nodded. Jiang Fei then took out the 9 Revolutions astrolabe. Hua Mulan was only there to transcend the tribulations. She could be teleported to any place in the 5 directions. When they returned from transcending the tribulation, they would be able to return to Peter Zhu's manor. The girls who were chatting happily immediately surrounded them. Hua Mulan nodded. Sister Mulan, good luck. I have high hopes for you. Sister Mulan. The girls cheered for Hua Mulan. All right, don't worry about it. With Mulan's talent and strength, crossing the tribulation is a piece of cake. We'll be back soon, Jiang Fei said with a smile. However, as the time difference between the 5 directions and the main world was 12 times, Jiang Fei and the others did not need to leave for too long. The girls nodded. Then, Jiang Fei and the others came out of the time house. After all, no one needed to train anymore. Staying in the time house would only make people feel more bored. Chapter 2063, 2063. Translator, 549690339. After giving instructions to the girls, Jiang Fei took out the 9 rotating astrolabe. As the 9 rotating astrolabe opened, a white light flashed, and the teleportation portal appeared in front of Jiang Fei and the others. Jiang Fei asked. Hua Mulan replied. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, Hua Mulan stepped into the teleportation portal. Jiang Fei followed closely behind. When Jiang Fei entered the teleportation portal turned into a flash of light and disappeared. Then, it returned to Jiang Fei's hand. Following the disappearance of the white light in front of them, Jiang Fei and the others appeared on a vast ocean. Jiang Fei nodded. Although this place was also the year star, it was completely different from the cold weather at the year mark. The climate here was very warm. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless sea around them. This place is pretty good. There are no people waiting here now. It's perfect for transcending the tribulation, Hua Mulan said from the side. At this time, the weather above her head had already begun to change. After all, the moment Hua Mulan appeared in the 5 directions, the thunder tribulation had already begun to operate. Jiang Fei smiled at Hua Mulan and then left. When transcending the tribulation, it was a personal matter. No one else could help. Otherwise, not only would they not be able to help others, they would even harm themselves and others. Not long after Jiang Fei left the range of the lightning tribulation, the dark clouds above Hua Mulan's head had already blotted out the sky. Hua Mulan gritted her teeth and revealed her long spear. Hua Mulan's long spear was also a magical artifact that Jiang Fei had carefully crafted. Although this long spear did not have an artifact spirit, Its forging technique could be said to have been passed down from the martial valiant Marshall Hall's blacksmith master, Su Tianhua. This long spear was almost indestructible. Following a loud sound, the first bolt of lightning struck down. Hua Mulan shouted. Then she did not dodge. Instead, she raised her spear and pointed the tip of the spear at the rolling lightning. The lightning struck Hua Mulan's silver spear. The energy on the tip of the spear burst out and instantly destroyed the lightning. Jiang Fei, who was watching the battle from afar, cheered loudly. Crack! The rolling lightning bolt seemed to have been angered by Hua Mulan. 2 lightning bolts fell from the dark clouds. Hua Mulan soared into the sky again. With a shake of her wrist, the silver spear in her palm seemed to come alive. It instantly turned into a silver dragon. The dragon spat out 2 energy bolts and directly faced the lightning bolt in the air. Boom! Hua Mulan's astral energy was instantly destroyed. However, the 2 lightning bolts were also weakened by the astral energy. At this moment, Hua Mulan suddenly exploded with a powerful force. The silver spear in her hand shook and turned into a sky full of stars, scattering the 2 lightning bolts that had already been defeated. Mulan's combat talent is indeed outstanding. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Although Hua Mulan had received some pointers on her martial arts skills for a period of time, that was when Jiang Fei was still learning martial arts in the Valiant Martial Hall. The time was not very long. Moreover, unlike Jiang Fei had received the true teachings of Ji Chunhong and Su Tianhua. On the other hand, Hua Mulan had only learned her skills from a large group of disciples and the Strength Impartation Elders. The effect was completely different. Even so, Hua Mulan had learned a set of exquisite spear techniques. She had even created a set of unique skills. The lightning in the air continued to fall. However, Hua Mulan had used the silver spear in her hand to neutralize it. However, as the lightning tribulation continued to deplete, Hua Mulan's spiritual power was gradually running out. Moreover, the silver spear in her hand also let out a series of wails. Clearly, the terrifying lightning tribulation had caused it considerable damage. Another lightning tribulation rolled down. Hua Mulan once again raised her spear and charged forward. In this collision, Hua Mulan, who was already at the end of her rope, finally could not hold on any longer, as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Although Hua Mulan had blocked the lightning tribulation, she had also suffered considerable internal injuries. Mulan, hold on! Jiang Fei shouted from afar. At the final moment of the tribulation, there were many cases of cultivators self-detonating their magical equipment to withstand the lightning tribulation. Although magical equipment that was close to their body was very precious, compared to the time when they had failed to overcome the tribulation, sacrificing one magical equipment was nothing. The spear is here. The spear is destroyed. Hua Mulan gripped the silver spear in her hand tightly. This was a weapon that Jiang Fei had personally forged for her. It was also the only gift that Jiang Fei had given her. She would never sacrifice this spear in exchange for successfully transcending the tribulation. Hua Mulan's initial setting in the game was that she was a heroic female general. As a soldier, she did not know how to sweet-talk, nor did she know how to please men. However, her feelings for Jiang Fei were no less than any other girl. Because she was not good at expressing her feelings, Hua Mulan ultimately placed all of her feelings on the long spear in her hand. Holding the long spear in her hand, it was as if Jiang Fei had always been by her side. This was also the reason why Hua Mulan had been training so hard. She felt that when she held the long spear in her hand and reached the point of being one with the spear, it was as if Jiang Fei had always been by her side gently. Therefore, when Jiang Fei was busy and could not meet her, Hua Mulan would practice martial arts crazily. To Hua Mulan, the spear was not just a weapon. It also had other symbolic meanings. Therefore, she would never self-detonate the spear to block the thunder. The last thunder struck. This was also the final test of the heavenly tribulation for Hua Mulan. Hua Mulan gritted her teeth, and her aura suddenly increased. Her body soared into the sky, and the long spear in her hand pointed straight into the air. Following Hua Mulan's delicate shout, she unleashed her own domain. This was the domain power that Hua Mulan had grasped after obtaining her first power nucleus. This domain could allow Hua Mulan to collect the remaining energy on the battlefield to strengthen her ultimate attack. During the process of transcending the tribulation, Hua Mulan's remaining power was spread around. The remaining power of the Thunder Tribulation was also spread around. At this moment, all of them were gathered together by the star power domain. At this moment, it was like the stars in the sky were gathering around Hua Mulan. In the end, all of them were gathered at the tip of her spear. For a moment, Hua Mulan's spearhead was as bright as a star. The terrifying power contained within it was something that even a powerhouse of Jiang Fei's level would have to take seriously. Hua Mulan's ultimate attack collided with the last bolt of lightning. The terrifying power that exploded out caused all the energy creatures within thousands of miles to tremble in fear. Chapter 2064. Translator 549690339. As the shockwave from the explosion dissipated, Jiang Fei saw Hua Mulan kneeling on the surface of the sea. The girl seemed to be in good condition. Although she could no longer fly, she could still maintain the buoyancy of the sea surface. Jiang Fei could not understand Hua Mulan's obsession with a long spear. Therefore, when he saw the girl forcefully withstand all the thunder tribulations, his heart ached. However, no matter what, the lightning tribulations had already ended. Now, it was Hua Mulan's turn to receive the benefits of the heavenly tribulation. The tribulation cloud in the sky contracted and rolled. After a period of brewing, it formed a sky eye at the center of the tribulation cloud. A seven-colored ray of light shone down from the sky eye and enveloped Hua Mulan, who was half kneeling on the surface of the sea. The seven-colored ray of light nourished Hua Mulan's injured body. Regardless of whether it was the burn on the surface of her body or the shock damage in her body, she instantly recovered. After Hua Mulan's body recovered, she floated up into the air under the guidance of the seven-colored ray of light. Then, she continued to receive the baptism of the seven-colored ray of light. This seven-color ray of light actually lasted for such a long time. As someone who had been through this before, Jiang Fei was naturally very pleased to see this scene from the side. However, just as Jiang Fei was watching happily as Hua Mulan absorbed the rainbow energy, a powerful aura came rushing over from afar. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. The rules among cultivators were that when other people were transcending their tribulations, the experts would usually sense the aura from afar. At most, they would only come to congratulate the other party after they had transcended their tribulations. To rush to the place where one was transcending their tribulations before they had finished transcending their tribulations, one did not need to ask to know that they were up to no good. Then it was very likely that someone would take over the magpie's nest. This was also the reason why, when cultivators were transcending their tribulations, they would usually look for experts to protect them. During a proper tribulation, no one would dare to cause trouble. After all, the lightning tribulation did not care about how much one was being struck. The stronger the lightning tribulation would be. Disrupting the lightning tribulation at this time was simply courting death. However, in the final welfare phase, there were many dishonest people who risked the world's condemnation. This was because the benefits were too great. Even if they managed to snatch all the rainbow lights, they would still benefit greatly. That would be even more profitable. Therefore, many dishonest experts would rush over to cause trouble after others had completed their tribulation. After all, the person who had just undergone the lightning tribulation was in a state of physical and mental exhaustion. Moreover, those who had just completed their tribulations were only new true immortals. These people who had rushed over to snatch the rainbow light did not care at all. However, today this guy had indeed found the wrong target. If Hua Mulan was the only one who had completed her tribulations alone, she might really have been killed by him. However, with Jiang Fei's help, this guy would be kicked into an iron plate. Ha ha, little girl, you have absorbed quite a lot of this colorful light. As the person approached, there was a wild laughter. That was because Jiang Fei had blocked his own aura. With a huge difference in strength, this fellow had not discovered Jiang Fei's existence at all. This way, this fellow really thought that Hua Mulan was going through the tribulation alone. Therefore, he was extremely happy. This was because most cultivators would have their teachers or elders to protect them when they were going through the tribulation. It was very difficult for bandits like them to succeed. Therefore, when he found out that Hua Mulan was going through the tribulation by herself, he was really excited to death. In fact, this guy was indeed very excited. Moreover, he was really going to die because his next move had completely infuriated Jiang Fei. Go away, girl. Only your grandpa Feng deserves to enjoy this colorful light. The man laughed maniacally as he reached out to grab Hua Mulan in the colorful light. However, just as his hand was about to touch the colorful light, the guy's heart suddenly throbbed. An unprecedented fear surged into his heart. It was the feeling of death behind him. It had to be said that this guy's sixth sense was indeed very strong, because the death god had indeed arrived behind him. This guy with the surname Feng felt a big hand on his shoulder, but in his perception, he did not notice that there was someone behind him. Feng's heart was like a clear mirror. This time, he had hit an iron plate. He would not be able to sense the existence of the other party at all. At this moment, Feng's heart was rapidly calculating. He was guessing the identity of the person behind him. If this person was a guardian for the person undergoing the tribulation, then he, Feng, would definitely die. He was also here to seize the rainbow light. Then he might still have a chance of survival. Because in this case, the person who stopped him only wanted to take the rainbow light for himself. The probability of killing him was not very high. At this thought, Feng immediately shouted, "Friend, I did not mean to offend you. Since you are interested in the rainbow light, I will take my leave immediately." "You want to leave now?" Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Then, he dragged Feng a few thousand meters away like a chicken. The reason why Jiang Fei did not kill him on the spot was because he was afraid that it would affect Hua Mulan's absorption of the rainbow energy. As for this guy, he had long been sentenced to death by Jiang Fei. Seeing that he was being dragged away by the person behind him, Feng knew that he would not be able to escape today. Since he was doomed to die, Feng could be considered a ruthless person. He immediately decided to go all out. Because his left arm was restrained, Feng was really ruthless. He reached out his right hand and cut off his left arm. After he broke free from Jiang Fei's imprisonment at the cost of losing his arm, Feng knew that it was pointless to go all out against the powerhouse behind him. The opponent was way stronger than him. As for escaping, Feng did not even think about it. The opponent's speed was not something he could shake off. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to drag the person who was going through the tribulation along with him before he died. Thinking of this, Feng immediately took out his natal magic treasure. Then, without even looking at Jiang Fei, he took out his magic treasure and tried to kill Hua Mulan, who was not far away. Jiang Fei did not expect this guy to be so ruthless. After he took out his magic treasure, Jiang Fei shot out like lightning. Before the magic treasure could reach Hua Mulan, Jiang Fei had already blocked it in front of him. Bang! A terrifying energy barrier was erected by Jiang Fei, blocking the way of the magic treasure. Boom! The magic treasure crashed into Jiang Fei's barrier and instantly exploded into pieces. However, the shield that Jiang Fei erected did not even cause a single ripple. At that moment, Feng closed his eyes. He knew that his opponent was much stronger than him. This kind of terrifying difference in strength was not something that he could make up for with his life. No matter what tricks he used, it would be useless. Chapter 2065. Translator 549690339. After blocking the opponent's magic treasure attack, Jiang Fei immediately used his killer move. This guy was obviously a desperado. When he saw that he could not do anything, he actually did not want to escape. Instead, he chose to drag Hua Mulan down with him. This was something that Jiang Fei could not accept. Therefore, at the moment that Jiang Fei attacked, a spiritual hammer directly hit the opponent's sea of consciousness. That phone guy did not even have the chance to call out before he directly bled from his 7 orifices. The dead body fell from the air. The corpse fell into the sea, splashing water everywhere. At the same time, those who were quietly observing from afar could not help but break out in a cold sweat. His strength was quite good. Otherwise, he would not have dared to do such a thing. However, he did not expect that the guardian of the person who had transcended the tribulation was even more ruthless. Feng did not even manage to survive a single round in front of this person. He died for no reason. With the death of the person surnamed Feng, the people who had the same goal as him were all deterred. These people originally had the same intention, wanting to plunder the 7-colored divine light after Hua Mulan had transcended the tribulation. They felt that their strength was inferior to that of the person surnamed Feng, so they all stopped fighting and did not dare to approach Hua Mulan anymore. After another 10 minutes, Hua Mulan had completely absorbed the 7-colored divine light after transcending the tribulation. This time, Hua Mulan did not use any tricks and relied solely on her own strength to withstand the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, the 7-colored divine light after the heavenly tribulation was exceptionally generous. It gave her more power than an ordinary person. At this time, in Zhang Fei's goggles, Hua Mulan's combat strength had already exceeded 20 million from before. It had soared to more than 25 million. This was not a level that an ordinary person could reach after just transcending the heavenly tribulation. At this time, Hua Mulan's combat strength was basically comparable to those senior true immortals. Although she could not compare to an ancient mutant beast like Blood Mistress, she was definitely not considered weak among the human powerhouses. Zhang Fei came to Hua Mulan's side and asked, "I feel great." Hua Mulan smiled and said, "Okay." Zhang Fei nodded. The purpose of bringing Hua Mulan back to the 5 directions was to overcome the tribulation. Now that the quest was completed, there was no need for him to stay here anymore. Hua Mulan nodded. She had always been obedient to Zhang Fei's words. The 9 rotating astrolabe opened once again. Zhang Fei and Hua Mulan entered it one after another. Only the experts who were observing from afar were left stunned. According to the characteristics of the 9 rotating astrolabe, when Zhang Fei teleported to the 5 directions heaven and earth, the location was random. However, in the outer universe, the treasure would come and go wherever it went. Zhang Fei and Hua Mulan still returned to the manor of Zhu Peter. Ariel was the first to notice Zhang Fei and Hua Mulan who had returned. "How is it?" The girls immediately surrounded Zhang Fei. "Yes." Hua Mulan and Zhang Fei looked at each other and smiled. As for the incident with Feng, the two of them did not tell anyone about it, since Feng did not pose a threat to them in the first place, and Hua Mulan had successfully transcended the tribulation. There was no need for them to say anything about it to make the girls worry for nothing. When the girls saw that Hua Mulan had successfully transcended the tribulation and returned safely, they immediately pulled her along to celebrate. Zhang Fei had nothing better to do, so he went over to join in the fun. Zhu Peter had also returned to his manor. Zhu Peter smiled at Zhang Fei. It seemed that his quest had been completed well. Zhang Fei asked with a smile. Looking at Zhu Peter's smug look, he could guess that this guy must have gained a lot. "Hee, I did not fail you. This time, I successfully helped the Grand Marshal bring back all the energy cores," said Zhu Peter with a smile. After he came out from Karatzi's place, he went to Shuinka's place. Shuinka was the same as Karatzi. At first, he did not intend to give up the energy cores. However, when Zhu Peter carried Zhang Fei out, he immediately gave up. Hence, he obediently handed over all the energy cores he had collected with both hands. When Peter Chu returned to his own manor, Karatzi's men were already waiting for him at the door. The butler of Karatzi held 2 brocade boxes in both hands. One of them was naturally the energy core that Zhang Fei wanted. The other was a gift for Peter Chu. What did he not understand about Karatzi's status today? When Peter Zhu left, he knew that he had offended the emperor. Therefore, when he gave him the energy core, he did not hesitate to give him a treasure that Peter Zhu had been coveting for many years. After all, as the emperor of the empire, and the business empire was even bigger, It was too easy for Peter Zhu to take revenge on Karatzi. Therefore, Karatzi did not dare to bet all his treasures on Peter Zhu's magnanimity, because there's no such thing as magnanimity in the Pygmy dictionary. Therefore, when Jupiter met Jiang Fei, he had already collected the energy cores from the other big shots. Not only that, he had also obtained a treasure that he had admired for a long time, so naturally very happy. Jiang Fei laughed. Jupiter immediately expressed his loyalty. At the same time, he took out 3 energy confinement devices from his storage space and handed them to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei took the 3 energy confinement devices and checked them. There were quite a lot of energy cores in there. Other than Lust 3, Karatzi and Shuenka had 4 each. After getting what he wanted, Jiang Fei chatted with Zhu Peter for a while. Zhu Peter quickly took his leave. After Jiang Fei talked to the girls for a while, he returned to his room. He needed to carefully check the attributes of these energy cores. Among the 11 energy cores that Zhu Peter brought back, there were 2 will cores that Jiang Fei needed. Among the remaining 9 energy cores, there was 1 power core and 1 space core. There were 3 time cores and 4 life cores. Moreover, the 18 energy cores that Jiang Fei had obtained from Giant Scorpion had 1 power core left. Therefore, if they were added together, Jiang Fei still had 2 power cores and 5 will cores. There were 2 space cores, 3 time cores, and 4 life cores. As Jiang Fei and Hua Mulan had already completed 3 stages of fusion, they would need 8 energy cores of the same attribute. Nina had also just completed 2 stages of fusion. 4 space cores would be required for further fusion. Therefore, these remaining energy cores were not enough for them to advance. However, Xavier, who needed the time core, and Bella, who needed the life core, had already fulfilled the conditions. The 2 of them could completely fuse. Chapter 2066. Translator 549690339. After counting the energy cores in his hands, Jiang Fei picked out 2 time cores and 4 life cores. This was what Sylvie and Bella needed to advance. Jiang Fei kept the other energy cores again. When Jiang Fei returned, the girls were still celebrating. However, in order to seize the time, Jiang Fei had to interrupt the girls' celebration. Just now, Zhu Peter came back. He brought back some energy cores. Bella and Xavier, you 2 follow me to the time house, Jiang Fei said to the girls. Bella and Xavier's eyes lit up. They knew very well why Jiang Fei called them. However, compared to Bella and Xavier's excitement, some of the girls were very resentful. After all, not every girl had the opportunity to fuse with energy cores. At first, they did not have the chance because they were too weak. Later on, Jiang Fei had obtained more energy cores. However, the girls who had previously obtained energy cores needed to advance again. Therefore, in order to maximize their combat power, they could only give these energy cores to those who had previously obtained energy cores. However, although these girls were somewhat envious and resentful, at least they understood the meaning of justice. They also knew that if these energy cores were evenly distributed, everyone would be able to obtain some. However, they were unable to increase their combat power to the point that they could help Jiang Fei. If that was the case, they would only be a burden to Jiang Fei. Under the resentful gazes of the girls, Jiang Fei brought Bella and Sylvie into the time house. After that, he began to help the 2 absorb and fuse their energy cores. Very soon, Bella and Sylvie entered a meditative state. Their energy cores had already been absorbed into their bodies. They were currently in the process of fusing. Jiang Fei stood by the side and watched quietly. After all, he could not be of much help at this time. During the long wait, Jiang Fei did not know how much time had passed. Perhaps it was tens of minutes, or perhaps it was a few hours. Finally, Sylvie opened her eyes first. At that moment, Jiang Fei actually saw a mulberry cabin in Sylvie's eyes. He saw the ancient past and saw the changes in the universe. Sylvie's eyes regained their clarity once again. It was as if everything that happened just now was an illusion. Jiang Fei asked. Sylvie shrugged. Jiang Fei frowned. Both of them were 2-stage fusion. Nina, who had the spatial core, had already obtained the ability to walk in phase. There was no reason that Sylphie did not have any ability at all. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Fei reached out his hand to grab Sylphie's wrist. He needed to use his spiritual power to probe into the girl's body to find out the reason. Sylvie raised her hand slightly. Jiang Fei actually missed her. Moreover, Sylvie did not dodge by relying on her speed. In Jiang Fei's eyes, her speed was as slow as a snail. However, she still managed to dodge. How is this possible? Jiang Fei reached back and tried to grab Sylvie's wrist again. However, this time he still missed. After all, Jiang Fei's combat power was above 60 million. Sylphie had only raised his combat power to 18 million after the second stage of fusion. He had not even broken through to the true immortal level. The difference between the two could be said to be like the difference between heaven and earth. However, when Jiang Fei was grabbing Sylphie, he actually missed twice. Moreover, it was when Sylphie had not activated the power of space. Sylphie hugged Jiang Fei's arm and laughed. Jiang Fei asked curiously. If Sylphie had activated the power of time, Jiang Fei could completely understand why she was able to dodge Jiang Fei's big hand. However, when Sylphie had not activated her power, Jiang Fei had missed her easily. Sylvie blinked at Jiang Fei. How could I have guessed that? Your speed is obviously not fast, but you can dodge my hand. It's as if you can predict my movements. Jiang Fei's words were originally an unintentional description. However, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through his mind. You can predict my movements. Jiang Fei asked with his eyes wide open. Sylvie confirmed Jiang Fei's guess. Jiang Fei was shocked. This was an amazing ability. If one could predict the enemy's next move in a battle, even if the opponent was stronger than him, they could still find a chance to counterattack. Sylvie laughed proudly. Although her foresight ability was only for a short period of time, in a battle between experts, she could predict the enemy's next move. Even if this kind of foresight was only for an instant, it was enough to affect the battle situation. Jiang Fei nodded and laughed. After Sylvie woke up, she did not need to undergo the tribulation because she had not reached true immortal level. She just sat beside Jiang Fei and chatted with him. Bella was still not awake. After another hour or two, Bella finally opened her eyes. Jiang Fei let out a long sigh. If Bella did not wake up, he would be really anxious. After Bella woke up, Jiang Fei did not sense too much powerful aura from her body. Bella seemed to only have around 16 to 17 million combat power. This was the unique camouflage ability of a life attribute. Bella did not even need to suppress her own aura. However, to outsiders, her strength had already been hidden. Although the strength of the life attribute was more focused on defense and was less effective in attacking, because of this camouflage ability, the opponent would often have the thought of underestimating the opponent. This gave the life attribute cultivator a chance to defeat the opponent. Bella, take a rest. I will bring you to the tribulation later. Jiang Fei walked over and said to Bella, Husband, I am in good condition now. I don't need a rest. She had a recovery ability and battle endurance that far exceeded the average person's. Although she had just leveled up, she was already at her peak condition. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he took Bella and Sylvie out of the time house without stopping. How is it? Ariel and the other girls came up again. Sylvie rolled her eyes. She had never been on good terms with Bella. This time, Bella was the first to reach the true immortal level. Naturally, Sylvie was unhappy. Chapter 2067, 2067. Translator, 549690339. Bella's tribulation was much smoother than Hua Mulan's. The wood attribute life energy here was very suitable for Bella to absorb. So during the tribulation, Bella could be said to be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Speaking of which, things like transcending the tribulation were indeed more friendly to cultivators of the defensive attribute. Even though cultivators of the offensive attribute possessed powerful martial strength, they couldn't possibly disperse the tribulation clouds, right? Forget about not being able to do it. Even if they were able to do it, even if the tribulation clouds were dispersed, where would they find the 7-color divine light after the tribulation? Therefore, most of the cultivators of the offensive attribute would use their offense against their offense to withstand the heavenly tribulation. However, the cultivators of the defensive attribute were much more comfortable. Their offensive strength, which wasn't considered too strong, couldn't be displayed here anyway. As long as they could survive the heavenly tribulation, everything would be fine. Bella was just like that. With the powerful life shield above her head, the first few bolts of lightning were unable to break through the shield. Although the later bolts of lightning were even more powerful, they not only broke through the shield but also injured Bella. However, the life-type energy in Bella's body instantly healed her injuries. Moreover, as she happened to be in constellation, the life-type spiritual energy around her was very dense. Therefore, Bella was not worried about running out of energy at all. After a few rounds of thunder tribulations, Jiangfei saw that Bella was completely fine. Other than her clothes being damaged by the lightning, Bella was completely unharmed. That's good too. Jiangfei smiled. As Stellar Star was mostly wood attribute cultivators, they were more peaceful by nature. Therefore, it was less common for them to rob the divine light. Moreover, when Bella was transcending the tribulation, there were people guarding her. Therefore, no one came to cause trouble. After more than an hour, Bella successfully transcended the tribulation. When Jiangfei saw Bella's calm expression, he could not help but feel a little sorry for Hua Mulan. It was much worse than Bella, who was a defense type. After Bella completed her tribulation, Jiangfei and Bella left the 5 directions of heaven and earth through the 9 rotating star plate. The teleportation portal opened, and Jiangfei and Bella returned to Jupiter's manor. The girls gathered around. After Bella changed her clothes, there was not a single trace of her passing the tribulation. Although her eyes were filled with the spirit of victory, there was a look of exhaustion on her face. However, when Bella returned, she was in high spirits. Those who did not know better would think that she had thought of a way to deceive the laws of the 5 directions of heaven and earth. She had not transcended the tribulation at all. Of course, Bella said proudly. The girls surrounded Bella. You guys continue to chat. I have something to do. Jiangfei saw that the girls were chatting fervently. He could not interrupt them, so he told the girls to take a leave of absence. The main purpose of Jiangfei's trip this time was to visit Aurelia. This trip to Bethany's was just a side trip. Now that Jiangfei had achieved all of his objectives in Bethany's, he decided to leave. However, before he left, Jiangfei wanted to visit Lust. After all, before Jiangfei had even made a name for himself, Lust had treated him well. Lust had already asked Jiangfei to visit him. Therefore, Jiangfei could not reject this old acquaintance. When it was almost evening, Jiangfei returned to Jupiter's manor from Lust's place. Actually, Jiangfei did not have any specific things to do at Lust's place this time. He just wanted to sit down and catch up with his old acquaintance. Luster was very impressed by Jiangfei's rapid development over the years. It was as if he had witnessed the rise of a genius. Moreover, Luster did not seem to be satisfied with Jiangfei's decision to promote Jupiter to the throne. In Luster's opinion, Jiangfei's personal ascension to the throne was the most beneficial to the development of the empire. A half-puppet emperor would only be a burden to the empire. The reason why Lust said that was partly for the good of the empire. On the other hand, it was also for his old friend Jupiter. Although the puppet emperor looked impressive on the surface, it was extremely dangerous. Lust was worried that one day, Jupiter would be really ambitious and end up like Rivendell. Therefore, he took the opportunity to ask Jiangfei to take back those rights. However, Jiangfei did not listen to Lust's suggestion. It did not matter to Jiangfei whether he became the emperor or not. He did not want to attract the attention of the development team for such an empty title. As for whether or not Jupiter would be ambitious, Jiangfei did not care. After all, he had absolute power. Whether it was his personal power or the Empire's fleet, they were all under Jiangfei's control. Therefore, Jiangfei was not afraid that Jupiter would betray him. After bidding farewell to Lust, Jiangfei returned to Jupiter's manor. That night, everyone rested in Jupiter's manor. The next morning, Jiangfei bade farewell to Jupiter. Jupiter seemed to be urging Jiangfei to stay. In fact, He wanted Jiang Fei to leave as soon as possible. This was not because Zhu Peter had any evil intentions. No one would want the boss to stand behind them. Yes, I still have things to do on this trip. Staying in Pizerns for so long has already exceeded my plan, Jiang Fei said. All right then, you have your own matters to attend to. I have already asked someone to provide sufficient supplies for your scout ship, Zhu Peter said. After bidding farewell to Zhu Peter, Jiang Fei did not meet anyone else. He led the group of girls and boarded the scout ship. Then they left planet Pizerns. As the battleship left planet Pizerns, Jiang Fei and the rest entered the long interstellar journey once again. For a girl like Hua Milan, of course, she was completely immersed in her training, although the reconnaissance ship could not allow her to practice martial arts. Meditating was still possible. Although Bella, Sylvie, and the others did not work as hard as Hua Milan, they still had a fixed time of practice every day. However, girls like Ariel and Sea-Tyne were more bored because their personal strength was lower. They had a very low utilization rate of spirit stones. Even if they meditated, it would not be very effective. After all, the spaceship was in the void of space. Under the circumstances where they could not efficiently refine spirit stones, there was not much spirit energy for them to absorb. Therefore, when they were bored, the girls would pester Jiang Fei to chat with them. After all, Jiang Fei had not been able to spend much time with them recently. Chapter 2068, 2068. Translator 549690339. After almost a month of interstellar travel, Jiang Fei and the others had finally crossed the dominant galaxy and entered the territory of the Vizari army. You guys have fun. I have to go to the cockpit, Jiang Fei said to the girls. As they had already entered the territory of the Vizari army, they could encounter enemies at any time. Therefore, Jiang Fei could no longer rely on autopilot to control the spaceship. Although with Jiang Fei's strength, he could escape unscathed even if he encountered a fleet. The problem was that the scout ship under him was not that tough. Even if Jiang Fei protected the girls, they would still be trapped in the void. One had to know that in the endless space, human strength was too small. Even a top powerhouse would not be able to travel through the interstellar space alone. Moreover, Jiang Fei had a group of girls with him. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to be on high alert. He had to prevent himself from entering the enemy's encirclement. After arriving at the cockpit, Jiang Fei released all of his spiritual power. His divine sense spread out like a tidal wave. Not even the slightest trace of the surroundings could escape Jiang Fei's eyes. In the first few interstellar jumps, Jiang Fei and the others had everything going smoothly. They did not encounter any obstacles at all. This was mainly due to the strength of Aurelia. Aurelia had led the fleet to wreak havoc in the hinterland of the Vasily Empire. Because of the existence of Vinland, Aurelia was able to avoid the main force of the resistance every time and plunder the Vasily Legion. Logically speaking, Aurelia, who was from a regular military academy, would not attack a civilian planet. However, the current situation did not allow her to do so. As they were fighting behind enemy lines, it was impossible for Aurelia to receive supplies from her side. Hence, if she wanted to maintain the combat strength of the fleet, she had to use battle to sustain the battle. Hence, the battle supplies had to be taken care of on the spot. However, using a fleet that could not be replenished to fight on the fortress planet was no different from courting death. Even if they could win once or twice, Aurelia's fleet would suffer heavy losses. Therefore, in the end, Aurelia chose to target those administrative planets. Although these administrative planets had a certain degree of defensive ability, those local garrison fleets would not be able to stop Aurelia's Tiger and Wolf army. The administrative planets there would quickly fall and become a temporary supply point for Aurelia's fleet. In the end, these administrative planets simply did not resist. Since they could not resist anyway, they would just let their garrison fleets die for nothing. The people of this planet would be dissatisfied. They could not retaliate against Aurelia's fleet, but they could impeach the administrative planet's government. Therefore, in order to protect their votes, these administrative planets' governments simply did not resist. Anyway, Aurelia's fleet would not burn, kill, or plunder. As long as they were replenished, they would leave. The administration stars within the territory stopped resisting. This made the Vasily Legion's higher-ups lose face. However, when they blamed the administration stars, they had a very good reason. If the main fleet of the Legion could not stop the intruders, how could the local garrison fleet resist? The Vazari higher-ups, who were rendered speechless by the question, had no choice but to mobilize all the fleets to attack Aurelia. However, because of the existence of Vinolin, the actor, it was impossible for the encirclement to succeed. It was also because Aurelia had caused too much trouble in the hinterland of the Vazari army that the Vazari army had mobilized all the fleets to attack her. Therefore, Jiang Fei was able to slip into the territory of the Vazari army so easily. However, when Jiang Fei passed through a few galaxies and began to get closer to the Vazari army's hinterland, he felt the pressure. In order to prevent Aurelia's fleets from wandering in the hinterland of the army, the Vazari army had arranged local fleets near the Stargate in the hinterland. Although these fleets were unable to repel Aurelia's army, they could at least delay it for a while to buy time for the main fleet to arrive. These fleets were nothing in Aurelia's eyes. However, it was different for Jiang Fei. He was riding a scout ship. Although it had undergone some modifications, it was only a scout ship. It could not withstand a volley of fire from the enemy. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to carefully pass through the Stargate. He had to make use of the scout ship's small target, fast speed, flexible turn, and quick activation of the warp engine to escape the enemy's lock. Jiang Fei piloted the scout ship to and fro in the Vazari army's hinterland. Every time he reached a star system, he would send out a communication signal in an attempt to establish contact with Aurelia. However, 3 days had passed. Jiang Fei still did not have any results. Damn it! When he was about to go to the next galaxy, the radar of the scout ship showed a large group of red dots. Moreover, these red dots were near the Stargate. Bella, you guys stay here for now. Jiang Fei did not dare to get any closer to the scout ship because if he got any closer, his scout ship would appear on the enemy's radar. Okay, Bella replied. Then, she brought Blood Mistress to the cockpit. As Jiang Fei had a powerhouse like Blood Mistress to protect the scout ship, he was able to leave with ease. After he left the scout ship, he flew towards the Stargate. Jiang Fei's speed was much slower. After a few hours, Jiang Fei finally approached the Stargate. The battleships were densely packed near the Stargate. Moreover, they were already in an attacking position. It was obvious that they were preparing to ambush the enemy. Jiang Fei frowned. In the Vazari army's hinterland, their only enemy was Aurelia's fleet. Could it be that these guys were preparing to ambush Aurelia? Time passed by slowly. However, there was no movement from the other side of the Stargate. Instead, the battleships in front of Jiang Fei started to become restless. Sir General, is our information accurate? A commander of a subfleet asked in the communication because it had already exceeded the time described in the information. The information is absolutely accurate. The general of the Vazari Legion comforted. In fact, he was not confident, but this information was given to him by Ano, one of the higher-ups of the Legion, so he still chose to believe it. Chapter 2069, 2069. Translator, 549690339. General Pavlov was very confident about this ambush. The fleet under his command alone was enough to deal a heavy blow to Aurelia. After about half an hour, a star flashed, and a Lone Star unmanned reconnaissance ship appeared in the Stargate. Pavlov's heart skipped a beat. The adjutant reported. With Pavlov's order, more than 10 frigates swarmed forward. A few frigates instantly surrounded the unmanned reconnaissance drone, and with a few tractor beams, the unmanned reconnaissance drone was imprisoned. Another star shone, and another unmanned scout ship entered the Stargate. It was clear that Aurelia was very cautious. She had sent more than one scout ship. However, because Pavlov was prepared, the unmanned scout ship was soon captured. A few minutes later, the third unmanned scout ship passed through the Stargate and was captured by Pavlov's fleet. Pavlov said as he faced the big screen. A blonde beauty appeared on the big screen. If Jiang Fei was on General Pavlov's flagship, he would definitely be able to recognize that this Wudong Yeva was no longer just an AI. She had already begun to evolve into an artificial intelligence. Moreover, her level of evolution was not low. Although she was not as advanced as 0541, she was at least on par with Malachi, who was by Jiang Fei's side. With the existence of an artificial intelligence like Parasol Yeva, it was naturally not difficult to modify the data of the scouting ship's onboard computer. The data of the 3 Lonely Star-class unmanned scouting ships was completely modified by Parasol Yeva. Following Pavlov's order, the 3 unmanned scout ships were thrown into the Stargate. Because of the modified data, the 3 unmanned scout ships had completed their reconnaissance mission in the program. There was no trace of the enemy on this side of the Stargate, so they could return through the Stargate. Not long after the 3 scout ships passed through the Stargate, Aurelia's fleet started moving. Because Lux had let Bella borrow it, there was no artificial intelligence on Aurelia's side. Therefore, when the 3 unmanned scout ships returned, she did not find anything unusual. Furthermore, during the battle for more than a year, Aurelia had already trusted Vinlon very much. Once the enemy ambushed her, Vinlon would definitely inform her in advance. When he passed through the Stargate, he might not even send a scout ship first. However, Aurelia was already cautious enough, but she still fell into the enemy's trap. Under Aurelia's orders, the army started to pass through the Stargate. Along with the specks of starlight, Aurelia's fleet passed through the Stargate and appeared in the encirclement of Pavlov, one after another. With Pavlov's order, the Vasari fleet fired 10,000 cannons at the same time. Boom! 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 In an instant, Aurelia's fleet suffered heavy losses. Because they had just jumped through the Stargate, the shields of the Aurelia fleet had not been raised, even though the skin of the brown bear was thick and tough. Under the circumstances of not being focused on, they had escaped the ending of being dismembered and killed. However, those frigates and even the functional cruisers were in a terrible situation. A large number of warships turned into fireworks. Those crew members did not even have the time to enter the lifeboat before they were buried in the flames. Damn it! Aurelia hammered the armrest of the chair. This time, Vinlon did not warn them in advance. Furthermore, the scout ship had brought back information on the other side of the Stargate. Who would have thought that they would be ambushed here? However, Aurelia was a commander who had been through many battles. She knew that now was not the time to pursue responsibility. The most important thing was to break out of the encirclement first. Then when the second round of attacks arrived, her losses would be even more severe. Order the fleet to activate their shields at full strength. Brown Bear, go forward and block the enemy's artillery fire. Aurelia gave the order while asking her adjutant to report their losses. Although the exact figures had not been calculated yet, Aurelia was very clear in her heart that she had just experienced the biggest loss in more than a year. Reporting, Commander. In the ambush just now, we lost 22 frigates for heavy patrol ships and 7 light patrol ships. The adjutant handed Aurelia the war damage report. Aurelia sighed. The loss of so many battleships was secondary. The key point was that her fleet was different from the player fleet. These spaceships were filled with crew members. There were tens to hundreds of people in a frigate, close to 1,000 in a cruiser, not to mention a heavy patrol. Most of them would die in the void of space. In just a few minutes, Aurelia's fleet had been dispatched. Don't think that a few minutes was too long. To be able to complete Aurelia's request within a few minutes was enough to prove that this fleet was seasoned veterans. At this moment, the Vasari fleet's main cannon was almost fully charged, and their second attack was about to arrive. Charge over. Aurelia was different from normal commanders. When normal commanders saw the enemy surround them from 3 sides, they would definitely turn around and run to the back because there was no one there to stop them. However, the problem was that if you showed your back to the enemy, wouldn't that be asking for a kick? Being chased by the enemy all the way, even if you could run, you wouldn't be able to escape. Just this loss alone could completely destroy the fleet. Therefore, at this crucial moment, Aurelia made a prompt decision. She ordered a charge into the enemy formation and kill a way out from the enemy fleet. After killing a way out, if the enemy wanted to turn around and chase after them, it would be a waste of time. At that time, It would be enough for Aurelia's fleet to start the warp engine. Chapter 2070. Translator 549690339. When they saw the Vizari army's bow glowing white, it was clear that their main cannons had been fully charged. However, at this time, Aurelia's fleet had just adjusted their formation. They would have to take this wave of attacks head-on. Pavlov waved his hand. All the Vizari warships fired 10,000 cannons at the same time. Destructive energy beams shot toward Aurelia's fleet. At that moment, a huge barrier blocked the front of Aurelia's fleet. Jiang Fei had finally arrived. Boom! 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 The main cannons fired continuously. Even a powerhouse like Jiang Fei was forced to retreat. It was quite difficult for Jiang Fei to fend off a fleet's direct attack alone. After all, there were only 2 main ships in the Vizari fleet. Even Jiang Fei would not be able to withstand such an attack. However, it was a coincidence. Pavlov's fleet was very short of main ships. With only 2 main ships, it was impossible for him to break through Jiang Fei's shield. Of course, he had to say the same thing again. If Pavlov wanted to gain the support of a stronger fleet, he would have to ask the Holy Messenger for help. If that happened, Vinlan would definitely warn Aurelia. Aurelia's fleet would not be able to dive into the enemy's encirclement. Therefore, all sorts of coincidences came together. Although Pavlov's fleet was not particularly powerful, it caught Aurelia off guard and caused her the biggest loss since the invasion of Vizari's territory. Of course, it was also because Pavlov's fleet did not have enough firepower that Jiang Fei was able to withstand all the damage. Although Jiang Fei was able to withstand the wave of attacks, he did not feel good. His own power consumption was secondary. Jiang Fei was mainly concerned about the soldiers who had died in battle. The fleet under Aurelia was Jiang Fei's direct line of descent. Those are the most elite officers of the Imperial Army. Their deaths made Jiang Fei's heart ache. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Although Jiang Fei had already rushed to the Stargate at full speed when he discovered that Pavlov's fleet was ready to ambush Aurelia. The problem was that Jiang Fei did not even have a shuttle under him. Flying the universe with only 1 person would be too slow. Even with Jiang Fei's speed, he would still be slow in light seconds. Therefore, Jiang Fei was not able to catch up with Pavlov's first wave of attack. This caused Aurelia's fleet to pay a heavy price. Jiang Fei finally arrived at the battlefield and blocked the attacks for the fleet. What is that? Jiang Fei's shield blocked all the attacks. This scared Pavlov. He had never seen such a powerful defensive weapon. Because a person's size was too small, the fleet's radar would not show his existence. Otherwise, the radar soldiers would be annoyed by the amount of space dust. In fact, other than Pavlov, all the commanders of the Aurelia fleet were also stunned. These attacks did not even reach them. Could this be the God-blessed empire? Yeah, such a miracle actually happened. It seems like God has really blessed our universe empire. Just as Jiang Fei was in a state of shock twice, he picked up the call from the Aurora flagship. Jiang Fei's profile picture suddenly appeared on the big screen in front of Aurora. The female general was stunned. Although she was the most outstanding female fleet commander in the entire universe, Aurora was still a woman. She had led the fleet to battle alone for a year. There was no logistical support and no allies to support her. The only thing that supported Aurelia in such a difficult environment was her feelings for Jiang Fei. Therefore, when the fleet was in a desperate situation, Jiang Fei's sudden appearance made Aurelia find it hard to believe that everything in front of her was real. Aurelia asked in a trembling voice, "Thank you for your hard work," Jiang Fei said. Once Jiang Fei said the word, Aurelia could no longer hold back her tears. Home was a safe haven for a woman. Aurelia had been alone out there for so long. Moreover, the battle environment was still so difficult. She had wanted to retreat from the Vizari army's hinterland more than once. However, as she could not contact the rear, she did not know how Jiang Fei was doing. If Jiang Fei had not done his job well, once she withdrew, Jiang Fei would be in trouble. Therefore, Aurelia gritted her teeth and persevered. She knew that today, Jiang Fei's return had completely shattered her defenses. Aurelia knew that she could finally put down the burden on her shoulders. she could finally snuggle by Jiang Fei's side and be a little woman for once. All right, don't cry. I know that you have suffered. All right, let the fleet rest for a while. Jiang Fei promised Aurelia. But Aurelia was not a powerhouse who focused on training. Therefore, she did not have much of a concept of Jiang Fei's strength. She could only rely on the stronger fleet. I don't need a fleet. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then, he did not cut off the communication. He directly rushed toward the Visari army's fleet. The Chungying sword shot out from between Jiang Fei's brows. Jiang Fei then grabbed it in his hand. When he was close to the Visari army's battleship, Jiang Fei casually swung his sword. Then, he used his sword to cleave through the mountains and slashed toward the Visari army's fleet in the distance. Jiang Fei's full-powered sword carried a sword aura that was more than 10,000 meters long. The terrifying energy aura caused the Visari army's battleships to sound the alarm in unison. Warning, warning, we have detected a superpower reaction on the port side. Warning, warning, we have detected a superpower reaction 500 meters ahead. What? One had to know that Jiang Fei's size was so small that the battleship's radar could not notice him at all. His sudden outburst made all the battleship commanders dumbfounded. What did the superpower reaction alarm mean? It meant that the main battleship had a terrifying attack that was at the level of a superweapon. Moreover, the source of the attack was so close that it was impossible for the huge battleship to turn around and dodge in time. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. All right, let's continue. Chapter 2071. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei's sword slashed across the middle of one of the Visari Legion's main ships. The invincible sword was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It did not encounter any resistance at all. Swish, swish. After the sword slashed across, Jiang Fei brandished the Chungying sword in his hand and charged recklessly into the Visari Legion's fleet. It was not until he was far away that the main ship exploded with blazing flames. Jiang Fei's sword hit the main ship's engine compartment. The violent explosion caused the battleship to explode into 7 or 8 pieces. Every part of the battleship was on fire. What? Pavlov widened his eyes. This was one of the only 2 main ships in his fleet. While Pavlov was in a daze, Jiang Fei was slashing at the center of the fleet. One by one, the battleships turned into fireballs under the light of his sword. Damn it, the Marines are on the move. Pavlov shouted. Although Jiang Fei's size was not enough to attract the attention of the battleship's radar, his 10,000-meter-long sword light was too eye-catching. Therefore, the radar quickly increased its scanning accuracy and locked onto Jiang Fei's position. When he saw that it was only a person who attacked his fleet, Pavlov was almost driven mad. However, as he was a rare commander-type high-level general in the Visari army, his own strength was not strong. Therefore, Pavlov did not realize how powerful Jiang Fei was. Therefore, in Pavlov's eyes, since the other party had sent a Marine team to destroy the fleet, he should send a Marine team to block it. Moreover, the Visari army had used the powerful Marine team to make the entire universe afraid. Therefore, he immediately ordered the Marine team to stop Jiang Fei's destruction. However, at that moment, Pavlov was indeed confused. The loss of main ship had thrown him into a panic. Otherwise, even if he was not a practitioner, he would have thought of someone who could destroy a main ship by himself. How could an ordinary Marine stop him? Regardless, as the commander of the fleet, Pavlov had given his orders. Even if the Marines were unwilling, they had to carry out their orders. Disobeying orders on the battlefield was a capital offense. Not only would they die, but they would also implicate their families. Therefore, even though these Marines knew that they were sending themselves to their deaths, they still had to die at Jiang Fei's hands. After all, they could still be considered martyrs. Their families could still receive compensation. However, if they died at the hands of the supervising team, not only would their families not have any money, they would also be punished. Therefore, a large number of Marines were quickly released from the cabin. Many of them only had a combat power of around 100,000. There were even recruits with tens of thousands of combat power. These people were not even cannon fodder in front of Jiang Fei. Actually, before Jiang Fei introduced the experts from the 5 directions into the main universe, these Marines from the Vizari Corps were already considered quite powerful. After all, in the entire universe, most civilizations were not suitable for cultivation. Take the Earthlings, for example. Even if they trained their entire lives, it would be very difficult for them to break through 10,000 combat power. Therefore, these Marines with tens of thousands of combat power were exceptionally valiant in a galactic war. However, the times were different now. These tens of thousands of valiant Marines were like ants in front of Jiang Fei. Even if Jiang Fei did not fight back, they would not be able to break through Jiang Fei's own defense. Jiang Fei continued to swing his sword. His sword aura was directed at the Vizari Corps battleships. As for the Marines that were moving out, Jiang Fei had indeed noticed them, but he did not bother with them at all. Jiang Fei swept his sword across. A few frigates and a heavy patrol ship were destroyed by the sword aura. Even the hundreds of thousands of Marines that were charging forward were destroyed by the sword aura. When Jiang Fei's sword aura attacked the main ship, it was as easy as crushing a dead tree. The defense of the main ship was equivalent to the defense of a true immortal powerhouse when he used his full strength to activate his shield. Even so, he could not block Jiang Fei's sword aura. These Marines who only had tens of thousands of combat power were not even worth mentioning. As long as the sword aura passed by them, they would be destroyed by the sword aura on the spot. Tens of thousands of Marines tried to get close to Jiang Fei, but it was impossible. At that moment, Jiang Fei brandished his long sword. The sword aura swept out for more than 10,000 meters. No one could get close to him, seeing that the Marines had launched a desperate charge, but there was no effect at all. The fleet under his command was constantly being attacked. General Pavlov finally could not stand it anymore. After saying that, Pavlov slumped into his chair as if all his strength had been taken away. It was originally an ambush full of confidence, and this ambush had been rather smooth from the start. After the first attack, Pavlov was certain that even if they could not completely destroy Aurelia's fleet, they could still completely destroy it, making it impossible for them to pose a threat to the Vasily Legion. But now, just because of one person, the entire battle had been reversed. Pavlov's fleet, which had the absolute advantage, had suffered heavy losses, and they had no choice but to flee. Pavlov muttered to himself. Pavlov looked down on the warriors of the Vasily Legion. In Pavlov's eyes, no matter how strong they were, what could they do? Could they still fight against heavy patrol? When a main ship appeared, Pavlov was even more certain of this. He firmly believed that the fleet was the living space of the universe. These martial artists would only be eliminated by the River of Time. However, Jiang Fei's appearance today had completely overturned Pavlov's understanding. Because Jiang Fei had relied on his own strength to beat his fleet to the point that they could not retaliate at all, those powerful battleships could not even withstand a single blow from Jiang Fei. Therefore, under Pavlov's orders, the Vasari army's fleet immediately gave up resisting. They immediately shut down their engines and shields and activated their warp engines. Meanwhile, the Marines who had not died in battle also returned to their own spaceships. Although giving up their shields and power and directly activating their warp engines would allow the battleships to be completely exposed to the enemy's firepower, this was no longer a problem for Pavlov. After all, they would not be able to escape Jiang Fei's attack range in a short period of time with their engines on. As for their shields, it would not make any difference. They might as well make the best use of their time to escape. If they could escape, they would take their chances. Chapter 2072. Translator 549690339. When Jiang Fei saw that the Vasari army's fleet was about to escape, he swung his sword and stopped attacking. This was not because Jiang Fei was merciful. He could not bear to kill the entire fleet. In his heart, these people had killed tens of thousands of Jiang Fei soldiers in the ambush just now. Jiang Fei wished that he could kill them all. However, for the sake of the long-term plan, he had to leave some seeds for the Vizari army. At this time, it had been more than a year since Aurelia had invaded the Vizari army's hinterland. During this time, the Vizari army could be said to have suffered a lot, because most of the players were grinding on the battlefield at the Sallow Cloister. The rewards were much better than PvP. A small number of players who did not like PvP did not cooperate with the Vizari army. They all listened to Vinalin's command. After all, only Vinalin could give him quests. The Vizari army's own fleet was almost wiped out by Aurelia. Otherwise, how could the mighty Vizari army only gather 2 main ships? If Jiang Fei wiped out the Vizari army's fleet again, the Vizari army would be greatly weakened for a long time. Eventually, the balance of the universe would be destroyed. This was exactly what Jiang Fei hoped to see. They both hoped that the universe could continue to operate smoothly within a controllable range. Jiang Fei needed to buy time to find a way to enter the gamma space. The development team hoped that the game would run longer so that they could earn more money. Regardless of whether it was Jiang Fei or the development team, they did not want the universe to collapse in a short period of time. Therefore, although Jiang Fei wanted to kill all of the Vasily fleets, he could only let them live. As the Vasily fleets jumped into the phase space, the entire Stargate became quiet once again. Aurelia had been watching Jiang Fei's live broadcast of the battle. At this moment, her eyes were filled with shock. Jiang Fei smiled faintly. Aurelia was not an orthodox practitioner. Her ability to have 10 million combat power was entirely due to her race's talent. Therefore, when she saw that her sweetheart was like a god that had descended from heaven, she was shocked but also proud. All right, Bella and the others are here too. They're not far away. Let's go over and meet up. Then, we can go home, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Aurelia ordered someone to release the flagship's shield so that Jiang Fei could be teleported indirectly. Then, the fleet set off to meet up with Bella and the others. As they were in the same galaxy, Jiang Fei quickly established a connection with Bella and the others in Aurelia's flagship. Bella asked happily. Yes, Jiang Fei replied. That's great. Bella asked. We'll come and meet up with you immediately, Jiang Fei said. The distance of a few hundred light seconds was neither too long nor too short. Previously, Jiang Fei had taken a few hours to cross the distance by himself. However, this speed was already very exaggerated. If it was not for a master like Jiang Fei, he would not even dare to think about it. However, it was different now that he had a battleship. A short distance warp could greatly reduce the travel time. In just half an hour, the fleet of Aurelia saw Bella and the others on the scout ship. After the fleet had gathered, Bella and the rest boarded the landing ship and arrived on Aurelia's flagship. Jiang Fei and all of his girls were finally reunited. Jiang Fei said with a smile. Yay! Ariel cried out happily. The other girls were also very happy. Of course, the happiest one was Aurelia. After all, no one knew more about the hardships of the past year than she did. No one knew more about the meaning of home than she did. Just as Jiang Fei and the others were happily beginning their journey home, the Vizari army was in a state of mourning. After all, Pavlov's ambush could be said to have pulled the last remaining fleet of the Vizari army together. Initially, they thought that they would achieve an unprecedented victory in this battle. Jiang Fei's appearance completely changed the outcome of the battle. As such, although Pavlov's fleet was not completely wiped out, they had suffered heavy casualties. They had lost nearly 50% of their frigates, more than 30% of their cruisers, and more importantly, one of their main ships had been sunk. This loss was too great. It could be described as a bone-breaking injury. Most importantly, the Vizari's army did not know that Aurelia had withdrawn her army. In their opinion, Aurelia's fleet had such a destructive powerhouse. Would she not be able to wreak even more havoc in the Vizari's army's hinterland? What? The one who destroyed your fleet is a powerhouse? In the Vizari Legion's council, Ano's brows were tightly furrowed. Although more than 10 days had passed since the last battle, the memory of it was still fresh in Pavlov's mind. Ano said with a frown. A big shot asked. That's true, Ano said. Then, let's invite the elders to the Hermit Alliance to sue him. A big shot shouted. The Vizari army had been established for so many years. It was not that there were no hermit-level powerhouses. However, due to the rules of the Alliance, these people had basically retired. However, this time, Zhang Fei was the one who did not abide by the rules first. Therefore, they had been bullied. Of course, they had to go home and seek help from the adults. Yes, that's right. Very quickly, the Supreme Council made a decision. This matter involved hidden masters. They could no longer handle it themselves. They had to report it to the elders. They had to see what the elders would decide in the end. Should they report it to the Hidden Alliance or find the hidden master to settle it in private? This was not something that an ordinary person could handle. On the other hand, Zhang Fei had no idea that his actions would bring about so much trouble. However, even if he knew, Zhang Fei would still make a move to save Aurelia. He might not necessarily be afraid of them. Chapter 2073, 2073. Translator 549690339. When Zhang Fei and the rest of the fleet returned to Skodastar, it had already been more than 4 months since their departure. Although everything was going smoothly, the interstellar journey was a waste of time. After returning to Skodastar, Zhang Fei did not have to worry about the compensation of the soldiers who died in battle. The staff below would handle it. However, he had to take charge of the reception of the new battleships. In these 4 months, the new batch of main ships that Bella had chosen had been completed. As it was a new type of battleship, it required a completely different production line. This resulted in the production of the new battleships being more time-consuming. In these 4 months, only one battleship was launched from each production line. However, because the production line had been expanded, the production of the next battleships would be much faster. The new main ships were lined up in a row. They were all parked in the large military port outside the orbit of Skodastar, waiting for Zhang Fei to inspect them. Among these warships, the Coal-class battleship was the most ferocious. It was like a giant beast with cannon barrels all over its body. Zhang Fei did not even need to listen to the engineers to explain its abilities. He could already guess its terrifying firepower. In comparison, the Dunab battlecruiser was much more elegant. This functional main ship, that was modified from an old-fashioned cargo ship, did not have many firepower points. Its ability was to support friendly ships and weaken the enemy's main ship. Therefore, its slender body could ensure that it had the smallest area of impact when facing the enemy head-on. There was nothing much to say about the Sova-class aircraft carrier. It was in a normal shape. On both sides of the slender hull were hatches for drones to enter and exit. The only difference was that it was different from other heavy aircraft carriers. The Sova-class aircraft carrier was also equipped with a missile platform launcher. Because it had a large number of drone production lines, the Sova-class heavy aircraft carrier could start production lines to produce some simple missile platforms when it did not need to produce drones. These missile platforms were simple in structure. It would not last long before it collapsed on its own. However, during this period of time, it could completely release all the missiles it carried to provide firepower support to its allies. The Martha-class dreadnought ship behind it was unusually arrogant. It was different from the Coal-class battleship that was covered in cannons. The most eye-catching part of the Martha-class dreadnought ship was the vast number of missile launchers. Zhang Fei could almost imagine how Martha-class dreadnought would look like in battle. The last main ship that was waiting for acceptance was the Vasif-class battlecruiser. At first glance, no one thought of this ship as a main ship because of its appearance alone. It was no different from an ordinary strategic transport ship. On the Vasif, one could not see any weapon devices. The few small cannons were only at the level of heavy patrol. They were not worthy of the title of main ship. However, this ship was equipped with the most advanced teleportation device. It could send special forces to any corner of the battlefield. It could even ignore the shield and send special forces to the enemy's battleship. A main ship like Krasov would be useless in the previous era of the Merchant Alliance. The Vizari Army's Marines were the strongest in the universe. However, it was different now. Zhang Fei had a group of experts from the 5 directions. These people were able to completely crush the Vizari Army's Marines. It would be a piece of cake for Zhang Fei's fleet to seize the enemy's battleship. After Zhang Fei finished inspecting these new main ships, he first bowed to the engineers. When Zhang Fei bowed, the engineers around him all moved away. No one dared to accept his bow. After all, Jiang Fei was the Grand Marshal of the Empire, the actual ruler of Star. Some of the more well-informed people even heard that Jiang Fei had abolished Rivendell to become a new ruler. Who would dare to accept a bow from such a big shot? An elderly engineer said. He was clearly the leader of these engineers. No matter what, thank you all. With these new battleships, our fleet will be even stronger. Only when the fleet is strong will our losses in the war be reduced to the minimum. Jiang Fei said from the bottom of his heart. In essence, Jiang Fei was not a person who liked to fight. This was especially true for war. This was the last thing that Jiang Fei wanted to happen. However, there was no other way. The world was like this. It would not change for one person. One could only adapt to this world. Therefore, war could not be avoided. Only by expanding one's strength could one reduce one's losses in the war. Of course, it would be the enemy. After inspecting the warships, Jiang Fei ordered all the military factories on Star to start operating at full capacity. Other than replenishing a large number of main ships, the other warships had to be produced at full capacity. Jiang Fei had a nagging feeling that trouble was coming. Jiang Fei had no reason to have such a premonition. Moreover, based on the current situation, it was impossible for any faction to threaten the safety of the empire. However, Jiang Fei was very confident in his sixth sense. Therefore, he planned to meet Vinolin again. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to leave. After all, he had just brought Aurelia back. Moreover, he had only been reunited with the girls for a few days. If he left right away, it would not make sense. Therefore, Jiang Fei stayed on Star for more than a month. During this period of time, Jiang Fei did not do anything else. He stayed by the girls' side all day long. Everyone was chatting and sharing their feelings. During this period of time, although Jiang Fei and the rest had lived a peaceful life, Star had been operating at full speed. A large number of battleships sailed out of the space dock. Batch after batch of battleships sailed towards the temporary military port. This was because the previous military port could no longer accommodate so many battleships. Previously, when Jiang Fei and the rest had left, the main reason why the construction of the main battleships had been so slow was because all of the production of Star had been placed in the construction of the dock. There were battleship factories everywhere. There were space shipyards everywhere. During this 1 month, a large number of transport ships came from all corners of the empire to Star every day. A large number of raw materials were transported here. Under the full operation of Star, a large number of battleships were launched into the sea. This allowed Jiang Fei's fleet to be greatly expanded. After a month, Jiang Fei finally decided to leave because the sense of danger in his heart was becoming more and more clear. Chapter 2074. Translator 549690339. As Jiang Fei had already told Bella and the other girls about his plans, Jiang Fei's departure this time was not too sudden. The girls were all mentally prepared. Moreover, Jiang Fei would not be leaving for too long this time. He was only going to Pizerns to meet Vinolin. Although Star was very far from Star, there were many stargates within the Empire. It would not take too long to travel through the galactic jump. Jiang Fei would be back in 2 to 3 weeks. Therefore, after talking to the girls for a while, Jiang Fei set off on his journey alone. This time, as Jiang Fei was setting off alone, he did not drive a battleship. Instead, he used his own shuttle. However, it was small, fast, and agile. It was very suitable for traveling alone. After Jiang Fei's shuttle left the spaceport of Star, it headed in the direction of Pizerns. Jiang Fei turned on the autopilot function and returned to the 5 directions through the 9-turn astrolabe. As it would take almost a week to travel to Star, Jiang Fei did not want to waste this time. Therefore, he planned to return to the 5 directions to take a look. After all, it had been almost a year and a half since he last left. For the 5 directions, it had been 15 to 16 years. With a flash of white light, Jiang Fei appeared on a vast expanse of white snow. As he felt the dense and cold water element spiritual energy around him, Jiang Fei knew that he had arrived at the year star again. Zhang Fei muttered to himself. When he returned to the 5 directions through the 9 rotating star plate, the teleportation point was random. However, Zhang Fei was often sent to the year star. It had to be said that he did have some fate with this place. Zhang Fei made a decision in his mind. He had to go to the town star first to contact Liu Bingyuan. After all, he had left for 15 to 16 years. Liu Bingyuan was the only one left to contact the 4 great families. He did not know how his special envoy was doing now. After making up his mind, Zhang Fei identified the direction for a while. Then, he flew in the direction of the time star teleportation formation. On the way, Zhang Fei suddenly felt that the atmosphere around him was not right. He slightly released his divine sense to scan the surroundings. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly because it was not too far ahead. Many cultivators had set up a pocket formation as if they were waiting for someone to take the bait. Of course, Zhang Fei knew in his heart that these people were definitely not lying in wait for him. Because he had just arrived on Time Star, no one in the entire world of 5 directions would know. Moreover, Zhang Fei had not appeared in the world of 5 directions for 15 to 16 years. Many people had even forgotten about his existence. The most important thing was Zhang Fei's strength. With his combat power of over 60 million, these cultivators lying in wait for him were simply not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Zhang Fei muttered to himself. At the same time, the people in front of him had also noticed Zhang Fei. As Zhang Fei was only using his sword to travel, he did not deliberately hide himself. Therefore, it was not difficult for them to find him. As Zhang Fei continued to get closer, the people who were waiting to ambush him became anxious. From their point of view, Zhang Fei had clearly not noticed their ambush. Wouldn't that expose their formation in advance? However, it was already too late to stop Zhang Fei now. The person they were waiting for was already not far behind Zhang Fei. It would also alert the person they were waiting for. Just when the group of people were at a loss as to what to do, Zhang Fei took the initiative to stop. He was not afraid of these people. He just felt that there was no need to get involved in this kind of thing. It had nothing to do with Zhang Fei at all. Not long after Zhang Fei stopped, someone caught up to him from behind. Actually, Zhang Fei had already noticed this guy, but he did not pay attention to it. At first, Zhang Fei only thought that this person was someone from the same path, so he did not pay attention to it. Moreover, this person's speed was not as fast as Zhang Fei's, so he was able to pull away from Zhang Fei. However, now that Zhang Fei had stopped, this guy naturally caught up to him. When this person passed by Zhang Fei did not pay too much attention to him. After all, this person was not very strong. He had only just entered the true immortal level, so Zhang Fei did not pay much attention to him. However, when this person caught up to Zhang Fei, he was suddenly stunned. Then he stopped in front of Zhang Fei. The person looked at Zhang Fei and asked. Zhang Fei also felt that this guy was a little familiar. Moreover, its aura seemed to be familiar. That's right, it was it, because this guy was not human at all. Moreover, it was a ferocious beast that had taken form. Sir, have you forgotten me? The person said excitedly. Python Slayer? Zhang Fei immediately remembered. This guy was the guy who wanted to elope with the 9-headed Python clan. He had even helped Zhang Fei infiltrate the 9-headed Python clan. However, in the end, the girl he loved chose to marry into the Myriad Beasts mountain in order to protect her parents' safety. In the end, Python Slayer left dejectedly. To be honest, Zhang Fei did not expect to meet Python Slayer here. Back then, Zhang Fei had wanted to break into the Dragon Clan to save him. As he was afraid of implicating Python Slayer, he had given him some spirit stones so that he could leave early. Butcher Mang had a large amount of spirit stones. He should have left Time Star. After all, this was the nest of the 9-headed Python race. As a traitor of the 9-headed Python race, it was almost impossible for him to survive here. However, he did not expect that not only did Butcher Mang not leave Time Star, but he had also advanced here. Now, that Butcher Mang was an adult. He had the strength of a true immortal. In addition, it was because of the ancient mutants. Therefore, his power could be considered to have a foothold in the true immortal realm. Jiang Fei asked curiously. "I." Butcher Mang hesitated for a moment and then knelt in front of Jiang Fei in the air. "Get up quickly," Jiang Fei asked. "Sir, I have nowhere else to go," Butcher Mang said as he took out an item from his pocket. Then he raised it above his head and said to Jiang Fei, "If my lord is willing to take me in, I am willing to give this treasure to you first." Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows and looked at the item in Butcher Mang's hand. It was a jade ring. It was light yellow in color and had a gap in the shape of a ring. The jade ring looked ordinary. However, when Jiang Fei used his spiritual power to probe it, the item was like a black hole. It devoured all the spiritual power that Jiang Fei had probed into it. There was no feedback at all. Chapter 2075, 2075. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow. "Yes, my lord. Although I am not very talented, I have known for many years that a man with a treasure is guilty of having a treasure. This treasure is not something that I can have. Moreover, because of it, I have been hunted down by people. Therefore, I am willing to give it to you, my lord, so that you can protect me," said the python with its head lowered. Jiang Fei asked. "Although I had managed to escape death a few times, I did not know if I would be able to escape the next time. Previously, because I could not bear to part with this treasure, even though I was being hunted down, I could not bear to hand it over," said Butcher Mang. Actually, there was a reason why he had given this treasure to Jiang Fei. Although he had already obtained this treasure for a year, he had yet to find a way to crack this treasure. Therefore, this treasure was basically useless in his hands. Even so, Butcher Mang had never thought of giving this treasure to anyone else. Firstly, he felt that he had a chance to crack this treasure. Secondly, Butcher Mang did not trust anyone. If he handed over the treasure, they would not let him off. What if they wanted to kill him to silence him? However, after seeing Jiang Fei, Butcher Mang immediately made a decision. As he had dealt with Jiang Fei before, he knew how powerful Jiang Fei was. At the same time, he also understood Jiang Fei's character. Jiang Fei would already protect his own safety. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. Then, he said to Butcher Mang, "All right, in that case, you can stay by my side." After seeing the jade ring under Jiang Fei, Python heaved a sigh of relief. After all, ever since he obtained the treasure, he had been in a panic for the past year. He had been busy like a fish that had escaped the net. Not a single day could pass peacefully. However, things are good now. With Jiang Fei's protection, Python no longer had to worry about being hunted down. After Butcher Mang, Jiang Fei raised his head and looked ahead. There was still a group of people lying in ambush there. Initially, Jiang Fei did not want to bother with these people. However, it was no longer possible now. These people were lying in ambush for Butcher Mang. Since Butcher Mang had followed him again, Jiang Fei could not ignore this matter. "Let's go. There is still a bunch of your friends waiting for you up ahead," Jiang Fei said to Butcher Mang with a smile. Butcher Mang was stunned. He had been wandering around alone all these years. How could he have any friends? "Follow me," Jiang Fei said and continued to fly forward. Although Butcher Mang did not know what was going on, since he had submitted to Jiang Fei, he would follow Jiang Fei. "He's coming," the guy who was lying in ambush muttered to himself. Someone asked curiously. It was obvious that Jiang Fei was acquainted with Butcher Mang. As they were too far away, they could sense Jiang Fei and Butcher Mang's aura just now. They knew that the two had stopped talking for a while. However, they did not see that Butcher Mang had already offered the jade ring to Jiang Fei. "Who cares?" the young man who was leading the group said. "That's right, young master. You're right. We can just kill them all." The young masters never lacked sycophants. As Jiang Fei and the young master got closer and closer, these guys kept their mouths shut. Then they quietly laid in ambush at the bottom of a mountain. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei and the young master flew through the air as if nothing had happened. Jiang Fei knew that there was an ambush down there. However, because of his skill and courage, he did not care about it all. On the other hand, the Snake Slayer had just advanced to the true immortal level. Therefore, he really did not know that there was an ambush down there. Just as Jiang Fei and the Snake Slayer passed by the bottom of the mountain, a sword light shot into the sky. Its target was the Snake Slayer. After all, he was the main target of these people's ambush. Jiang Fei was just a side character. If they knew that the Jade Ring was already on Jiang Fei's body, it would be a different story. Python Slayer really did not know that there was an ambush here. Therefore, this sudden attack really gave him a shock. Moreover, the person who ambushed him was even stronger than him. Therefore, when Python Slayer realized the danger and wanted to dodge, it was already too late. Butcher Mang cried out in his heart. Although he had already given the Jade Ring to Jiang Fei and found himself a backer, Butcher Mang did not expect that he would still lose his life today. The sharp sword light stopped in front of Butcher Mang. Butcher Mang looked closely and saw that there was already an air shield that was as thin as a cicada's wings standing in front of him. Although this spiritual shield was thin, it was extremely despicable. No matter how hard the terrifying sword light tried, it was unable to break through the air shield's defense. Kid, a group of people charged out from the call and surrounded Jiang Fei and Tu Mang. The young man in the lead sneered at Tu Mang. Clearly, he thought that this was Tu Mang's own trick. Tu Mang was stunned. He did not know these people at all. Haha, you do not need to know who I am, the young man said coldly. Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. Only then did he know the name of the Jade Ring. Actually, he only knew the real name of the treasure today. Butcher Mang did not say anything. He secretly glanced at Jiang Fei. After all, the All-Spirits ring was already in Jiang Fei's hands. I'll handle this. Jiang Fei smiled at Butcher Mang and said, Kid, who are you? The young man clearly did not take Jiang Fei seriously. Because Jiang Fei was too young, he looked about the same age as him. However, in this time star, no one was more powerful than their family. My name is Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not hide anything. I've never heard of you, the young man said coldly. As Jiang Fei had already left the world of 5 directions for more than 10 years, his legend had long been forgotten. Jiang Fei. Although the young man did not know who Jiang Fei was, an old man behind him seemed to be deep in thought. However, he did not remember for a moment. All right then. Jiang Fei smiled. Since these guys were looking for trouble, Jiang Fei did not mind bullying them. Sir, they have the advantage in numbers. Why don't I take care of the rear? Butcher Mang was a person who was quite loyal. Don't worry, Jiang Fei said calmly. Chapter 2076. Translator 549690339. After Jiang Fei finished speaking, he took a step forward and said to those people, This 10,000 spirit ring is in my hands. Don't make things difficult for him. Jiang Fei's words immediately attracted the attention of those people on the opposite side. Why did they ambush the Python Slayer? Was it not for the 10,000 spirit ring? If it was not for the 10,000 spirit ring, a mere Python Slayer would not be worthy of their attention. The young man walked up and said, I'm not really standing up for myself. I just can't bear to see my little brother being bullied. Jiang Fei said with a faint smile. Phoenix. The young man was clearly used to being spoiled. No one had ever dared to talk to him like that. Therefore, Jiang Fei's indifferent attitude instantly infuriated him. Young master. Just as the young man was about to flare up, the old man behind him stopped him. The young man was still very respectful to the old man. I'm afraid this person is not simple. Young Master Chao Yin, it's better for us to be more cautious, Elder Wei said as he stared at Jiang Fei. Although in his eyes, Jiang Fei was only at the beginning stage of true immortal. However, deep in the old man's heart, there was a sense of unreality. Moreover, there was a faint sense of unease. Elder Wei, although you say that you are cautious, aren't you being a little too cautious this time? The young man laughed. That's right, this kid wasn't human either. His clan was the Ginseng Water Ape Clan from the Myriad Beast Mountain. The Ginseng Water Ape Clan wasn't a native of the Time Star. They originally lived on planet Tai Bai, but after the Myriad Beast Mountain rose, they joined the Myriad Beast Mountain. More than 10 years ago, the 9-headed Python clan suddenly declined. Their leader, Emo Li Shang, was missing. In order to survive, the 9-headed Python clan chose to form a marriage alliance with the Ginseng Water Ape Clan from the Myriad Beast Mountain. Unexpectedly, the Ginseng Water Ape clan had used the marriage alliance as a pretext to take over Sui-Shing City. They had become a powerful clan here, while the Nine-Headed Python clan had become the Ginseng Water Ape's vassal. After more than 10 years of development, the Ginseng Water Ape clan had become the local emperor of Sui-Shing City. Even the nominal owner of Sui-Shing City, the Shao family, had no choice but to give them some face and tell the local human forces not to provoke them. That was why, as the eldest young master of the Ginseng Water Ape clan, Chao Yin dared to be so arrogant. Although Elder Wei felt that Jiang Fei was not simple, he could tell from his aura that he had just become a true immortal. Moreover, young Master Chao Yin was right. There was no one more powerful than the Water Ape race on the Year Star. Could there be someone more powerful than the Water Ape race? All right, Elder Wei, don't worry too much. Chao Yin smiled and said to Jiang Fei, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over the 1,000-spirit ring yourself so that you won't have to suffer." That's true. It's been too long since I've been active in the 5 realms. Jiang Fei laughed self-deprecatingly. Now, he was not only the guardian of the valiant Martial Hall, he was also the dragon race's sage lord. Chao Yin was the first person in a million years to dare to threaten the dragon race's sage lord in front of him. Threaten you? Chao Yin saw that Jiang Fei was even more arrogant than he was. Chao Yin was furious on the spot. Ever since he left the Myriad Beast Mountain and came to Sui-Shing, no one had dared to speak to him like that. Attack! As Chao Yin gave order, the goons of the Ginseng Water Ape clan swarmed forward and pounced on Jiang Fei. Butchermang was a loyal fellow. He was a true immortal who had just entered the true immortal realm. However, these goons of the Ginseng Water Ape clan were all stronger than him. It was no different from sending himself to his death. Jiang Fei reached out and pulled Butchermang behind him. Then, he took a deep breath and suddenly raised his head. An overwhelming draconic aura spread out and instantly engulfed the entire Year Star. The moment Jiang Fei unleashed his draconic aura, the water ape thugs that rushed in front of him fell from the sky like dumplings. The water apes did not even have the time to scream. They all curled up on the ground and trembled. There was nothing that could be done. First of all, the difference in level was too big. What kind of strength did Jiang Fei have? That was a strength that was comparable to the Dragon Emperor level. These water apes had only just reached adulthood. They were just beginning to become true immortals. The difference between the two was like the difference between the clouds and the mud. Secondly, Jiang Fei's body was currently flowing with the pure dragon bloodline. The green-eyed white dragon race was the overlord of the world in ancient times. This was especially true for the ferocious beast race. Their identities were all the same: food for the dragon race. Moreover, ancient mutants like the water apes had the power of inheritance in their bloodlines. They could inherit some scattered memories. This included their fear of the dragon race. Therefore, when Jiang Fei unleashed his dragon's might, the Ginseng water apes instantly trembled in fear. Some of them were so timid that they even wet their pants. This did not mean that the Ginseng water apes were weak and could become true immortals. It meant that they had some ability. However, the fear that came from their bones was not something that could be resisted by an individual's will. Chao Yin could not say a word. If it was not for Elder Wei's trembling support, he might have fallen into the clouds. What is going on? This is Dragon's Might? The dragon race has descended? Oh my God, the green-eyed white dragon is returning? As Jiang Fei's dragons might had engulfed the entire time star, no matter which corner of the time star. As long as one was a true immortal or above, they would be able to feel the terrifying dragon's might, especially those old fellows from the ferocious beast race. They felt the same way. It's over. It's over. The Grand Elder of the Water Ape race muttered to himself in an ice cave. Then, his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the clan leader. The clan leader of the Water Ape clan hurriedly bowed and asked, "Stop talking nonsense. The Dragon Clan has appeared," the Grand Elder said. Huh? The clan leader was shocked. Although he had also felt Jiang Fei's dragon's might and was thinking of a countermeasure, he had not thought of welcoming them. My ass. But his grandfather had survived from which era? He had learned from his grandfather how fierce the dragon clan was, so he did not dare to waste any time at this time. Chapter 2077. Translator 549690339 is, after hearing the ancestors' words, the leader of the Ginseng Water Ape Clan was shocked. The ancestor of the Ginseng Water Ape Clan pulled the leader's shoulder. It could be said that he was half pulling and half pulling as he led the leader in the direction of Jiang Fei. Light flashed across the entire year star. These people were all rushing to where Jiang Fei was. Moreover, they did not dare to use teleportation skills. They were all flying. They were afraid of angering the dragon god. These powerhouses who were rushing to Jiang Fei were all from the ferocious beast race. Moreover, they were all ancient races that had been passed down from ancient times. This was because they were the only ones who remembered how powerful the dragon race was. Only they knew how terrifying the dragon race was. These people rushed towards Jiang Fei's direction. Even if they bumped into each other along the way, they would only nod their heads. No one spoke. However, in the eyes of these people, there were two distinct expressions. The first was confusion. This kind of expression most likely appeared in the eyes of the relatively young leaders of the beast race. After all, they had not experienced that dark era. However, those who were younger than 100,000 years old had never seen the dragon race because the dragon race had already retired at that time. However, those old fellows were different. Even if they had not experienced the most terrifying era, they had seen the power of the dragon race with their own eyes. Therefore, their eyes were filled with awe and fear. This was because no one knew what was going to happen. No one knew what it meant for the dragon race to appear in the world. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, all of them were unknown. Of course, other than these ancient beasts, there were also some people who were looking at Jiang Fei's location. They did not rush over personally because Jiang Fei's powerful aura made them feel uneasy. However, these people wanted to know what was going on with the sudden appearance of the draconic aura. Therefore, these human-based powerhouses opened their divine senses at the same time, wanting to find out what was going on over here. In the time it took to brew a pot of tea, streams of light had arrived several hundred meters away from Jiang Fei. These people did not dare to fly directly in front of Jiang Fei. Those old fellows knelt down at a place very far away from Jiang Fei. The slightly younger clan leaders had no idea what was going on. However, their ancestors had already knelt down, then they would kneel down as well. As the Ginseng Water apes were quite far away, their ancestors and clan leaders were not the first wave to arrive. However, their arrival emboldened Chao Yan. As the eldest young master of the Ginseng Water apes, Chao Yan was deeply loved by the clan leader's grandfather. The reason why he had been so arrogant and domineering all this time was because he had the support of the clan leader's grandfather. Just now, when Jiang Fei raised his imposing manner, his thugs were so frightened that they fell to the ground and trembled. This had really frightened Chao Yan. However, now that the clan leader's grandfather had come, Chao Yan's back stiffened. His chest also straightened up. His head was also raised up. He had returned to his previous stance as the eldest young master. Chao Yan pointed at Jiang Fei's nose and said. At that moment, Elder Wei felt his vision darken. Although the clan leader and the ancestors had come, the situation before his eyes could not be compared to the past. The clan leader could solve it as soon as he came. However, it was different today. Didn't you see that the big shots of the ancient races did not dare to come near Jiang Fei? Instead, they knelt down and crawled around? Although these races were not as powerful as the Ginseng Water Ape race, they were not much weaker. Their clan leader would also call their clan leader as a brother. It was impossible for them to be like this. They would kneel on the ground from 100 meters away and still call him their master. Just as Chao Yan finished shouting, his clan leader's grandfather and a stranger rushed over. Because the ancestor of the Ginseng Water Ape race had been in seclusion for too long, Chao Yan did not know him at all. Just as Chao Yan was about to ask his grandpa chief to back him up, he was completely dumbfounded by what happened next. Chao Yun of the Water Ape Tribe and our chief, Chao Yi, pay our respects to you, my lord. The ancestral master of the Water Ape Tribe said, while kneeling on the ground. Behind him, the chief of the Water Ape Tribe was also kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise his head. Grandpa! Chao Yun was completely dumbfounded. His mind was a complete blank. There was a time when his grandpa, the chief of the tribe, was so heroic that he could be said to have stomped his feet and trembled all over Sui Xing. But today he was prostrating in front of someone else, not even qualified to speak. For a moment, Chao Yan's worldview collapsed. His grandfather, who had been like an emperor on the year star, was now prostrating himself before someone else's feet. The eldest young master of the Ginseng Water Ape clan couldn't accept such a huge difference. It's over. Elder Wei was covered in cold sweat. Although he had guessed it after seeing the actions of those big shots from various clans, as a member of the Ginseng Water Ape clan, he still had some hope in his heart. But now that last bit of hope was gone. Elder Wei did not know what to say at this time. However, he knew that he would not be able to escape death today. His mission was to look after the young master. However, he did not expect that the young master had caused such a huge mess right under his nose. Therefore, no matter what the final outcome was for Chao Yan, he could not escape responsibility. At that moment, Chao Yan was completely dumbfounded. His mind was completely blank. He did not even remember being afraid. He just stood there in a daze not far from Zhang Fei and stared straight at his grandfather, the clan leader. In fact, other than Chao Yan, there was another person who was completely dumbfounded. That was Butcher Mang. Among everyone present, he could be said to be the person who understood Zhang Fei the best. When Zhang Fei went to the Dragon Clan to seek revenge, he was still with him. It was only when he was about to reach the dragon race that Zhang Fei let him leave in order to avoid implicating him. At that time, although Zhang Fei had a little dragon bloodline, the purity was far from that. Moreover, Zhang Fei's strength at that time was far from being as exaggerated as it was now. Other than these two people who were completely dumbfounded, the beast race leaders present also had their own thoughts. They had long seen Chao Yan standing in front of Zhang Fei. They also knew that this young master was a direct descendant of the Ginseng Water Ape race. However, they still did not know whether Chao Yan had received the favor of this dragon god, or whether he had angered this god by standing in front of Zhang Fei. Chapter 2078, 2078. Translator 549690339. After waiting for a while, Zhang Fei realized that there were no more experts within the range of his perception. Then he said to the big shots of the beast race, "Everyone, what do you mean by coming here?" Zhang Fei's indifferent words caused the big shots of the beast race to be stunned. The big shots of the beast race looked at each other. They did not know what Zhang Fei was up to. Moreover, they were afraid of the dragon race's might. These guys did not dare to express their opinions casually. Everyone looked at each other. In the end, they all turned their eyes to Chao Haiyuan. After all, the Ginseng Water Ape race was the strongest race on this year's star. Now that the dragon god had spoken, he naturally had to answer. Chao Haiyuan saw that everyone's eyes were focused on him. He knew that he could not hide anymore. He had to take the lead. At this thought, Chao Haiyuan took half a step forward and knelt down. Then he said, "My lord has arrived on the year's star. We should be here to receive you. May I know what your orders are?" Zhang Fei nodded slowly. To be honest, he did not expect that his display of dragons would lead to such a result. At the beginning, he really just wanted to intimidate Chao Yan and his thugs. He also wanted to see how wide his dragons could cover. In the end, he did not expect that his draconic aura could cover the entire planet. Moreover, it had even alarmed the big shots of the beast race. However, as a veteran who pretended to be 13, Zhang Fei's greatest ability was to remain calm. He would take his time whenever he encountered something. This way, the other party would not be able to figure out his background. Zhang Fei also took the opportunity to figure out what was going on. After listening to Chao Haiyuan's words, Zhang Fei had a rough idea of what was going on. When he recalled the information he had read in the Dragon Clan, Zhang Fei could more or less understand why these guys were so afraid. It was true that the green-eyed white dragon clan was powerful. However, their reputation was not very good in the ancient times. This was proven by the dragon clan's recipe that Jiang Fei had read before. They were a perverted race that treated the intelligent creatures of other races as food. It was no wonder that these people were afraid of them. After understanding the situation, Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He had a plan in mind. "I am the dragon race's sage lord," Jiang Fei said in a slightly divine tone. He was already an expert at pretending to be 13. Moreover, this time, he was really awesome. Therefore, his words and actions were even more intimidating. "We will listen to the Sage Lord's teachings," the beast race leaders said in unison. Because Jiang Fei's presence was there, none of the beast race leaders doubted Jiang Fei's identity. "The dragon race will be returning soon. If you have any intention of submitting, I can take you in on behalf of the dragon race. If you are not willing to be with the dragon race, I will not force you," Jiang Fei said in a very dignified tone. "The dragon race is returning?" The orcs present were all breaking out in cold sweat. Although they had guessed this possibility after sensing Jiang Fei's aura, they were still shocked when they heard Jiang Fei say it out loud. That was the darkest period of history for the other races. These big shots of the beast race sneaked a glance at Jiang Fei and then turned to look at the others around them. For a moment, no one knew how to answer. The dragon race had never treated the races that had joined them as humans. Those races that had joined them had to offer up boys and girls for them to eat. However, none of the old fellows present dared to say that they did not submit. This was because there was only one result for disobeying the dragon race: extermination. The cruelty of the dragon race was still fresh in these old fellows' minds. They had lived under that shadow during their childhood. One had to know that at that time, the third-generation sage emperor of the dragon race was still in power. The dragon race had already begun to decline, but they had never treated the other races as human beings. Now that the dragon race had come back, they must have accumulated even more power. Would the other races still have a chance to survive? At that moment, Chao, the Grand Elder of the Ginseng Water Ape race, suddenly said. In fact, Chao Yuan was not willing to join the dragon race so rashly. After all, he was well aware of the cruelty of the dragon race. However, the Ginseng Water Apes were at a critical moment of life and death. If he did not take the initiative to accommodate Jiang Fei, the entire Ginseng Water Ape race would definitely be exterminated. It turned out that Elder Wei had told Chao Fei everything that had happened through telepathy just now. Once Chao Fei heard that his grandson had caused such a huge disaster, he did not dare to take responsibility for it himself. Therefore, he quickly told Chao Yuan through mental telepathy. As a result, Chao Yuan had no other choice. He had never expected such a useless junior to appear in his Ginseng Water Ape clan. He had practically forced the Ginseng Water Ape clan into a dead end. Don't even think about taking that grandson. Chao Yuan glared at Chao Yi fiercely. He hated Chao Yin to death in his heart. If he wanted to mess with the heavens, he would have directly dragged the Ginseng Water Apes into this mess. Chao Yi Sigit. What else could he say at this time? The old ancestor was already angry. Moreover, Chao Yan's trouble this time was indeed unforgivable. Even if he wanted to save him, he could not. Good, Jiang Fei said. Chao Yuan quickly kowtowed to express his gratitude. At this time, as long as Jiang Fei did not implicate the entire Ginseng Water Ape clan because of Chao Yan's incident, he would accept any conditions. Just as Chao Yan was expressing his gratitude, Tu Meng, who was standing beside him, suddenly spoke up. Jiang Fei asked. Although Tu Meng had been driven out of the clan, he was still a nine-headed python after all. Although he was very resentful toward his own clan, however, he could not bear to see others enslaving their own kind, especially the old monkey who was kneeling beside Chao Yan. Butcher Meng gnashed his teeth in hatred because Xiang Ling, who was his childhood friend, had married Chao Fei as a concubine. Jiang Fei was stunned. He really did not expect the nine-headed python race to be in such a dire state. Chao Yuan felt his vision go black. The incident with Chao Yan had already frightened him. However, One of Jiang Fei's trusted aides was actually a nine-headed python. This was even worse. Although he had been in seclusion for a long time, he knew how his clansmen oppressed the nine-headed python clan. Therefore, if Jiang Fei stood up for his trusted aide, the Water Ape clan would not be able to escape the fate of eternal damnation. Chapter 2079. 2079. Translator 549690339 said Chao Huiyuan before Jiang Fei could say anything. Chao Huiyuan's words could be said to be giving away the business of the Water Ape clan for more than 10 years. However, there was no other way. Then, the Ginseng Water Apes would not only lose their financial land, it would be another matter whether their race could survive or not. Therefore, Chao Huiyuan could be considered a ruthless person. He knew that if he made a decision, it would lead to chaos. Therefore, without waiting for Jiang Fei to open his mouth, he took the initiative to give up this huge benefit in exchange for the lives of the Ginseng Water Apes. Jiang Fei turned around and looked at Butcher Mang, who was behind him. Butcher Mang did not want to let the Water Apes off so easily. After all, the benefits that they spat out were all taken away from the nine-headed giant python. However, Butcher Mang also did not want to leave a greedy impression in Jiang Fei's heart. After all, he had already joined Jiang Fei's side. If his boss left a bad impression on him, it would be very bad for his future. After thinking for a moment, Butcher Mang left the decision to Jiang Fei. However, he was a little unwilling to accept it. Therefore, he said to Jiang Fei, "However, they have taken over the women of our nine-headed giant python clan. They have to stay." Jiang Fei looked at Chao Huiyuan again. Actually, to Jiang Fei, it was not a big deal to deal with the Ginseng Water Ape or support Butcher Mang, as long as they felt that it was okay. After all, Jiang Fei did not have any deep hatred towards the Ginseng Water Ape clan. Moreover, he was not that close to Python. Although he had taken him in, it was not to the extent that he could satisfy all of his requirements. The Sage Lord has instructed. Chao Huiyuan nodded. He could give up so many benefits. As for the nine-headed Python clan's women, they were nothing to him. Jiang Fei nodded. Butcher Mang was very happy. Although he did not punish the Ginseng Water Ape race harshly, he had taken back the land and wealth of his race. He had helped the women of his race regain their freedom. He had become the savior of the nine-headed Python race. When he returned to his race, he would definitely be glorious. In addition, Python Slayer was currently Jiang Fei, the Dragon Sage's follower. When he returned to the nine-headed Python clan, his position would no longer be that of the traitor who had been expelled from the clan. Instead, he would be the nine-headed Python clan's greatest backer. Therefore, when he thought of this, Python Slayer's heart was filled with longing for his return home. Moreover, he had another thought in his heart. After Jiang Fei finished dealing with Python Slayer, he saw Chao Yin still trembling by the side. Actually, Jiang Fei was not very angry with Chao Yin. Although this kid was very good for nothing and spoke very arrogantly, what kind of status did Jiang Fei have now? Would he be angry with such a person? Therefore, since the leader of the Water Ape clan was here, he would just let them take him back and teach him a lesson. Jiang Fei had no intention of killing such an insignificant person. Sage Lord, don't worry. Chao Huiyuan glanced at Chao Yi beside him. Chao Yi Sikit. However, he had no choice because he knew that his ancestor had already made up his mind. Therefore, Chao Yi could only point at Chao Yin and say, "Evil creature, hurry up and get over here." Chao Yin answered. When his grandfather called him, he thought he was saved. After all, his grandfather had always doted on him since he was a child. So when he heard Chao Yi calling him, he ran over happily. Sigh. Chao Yin ran to Chao Ye's side in a daze. But Elder Wei behind him was no fool. How could he not know what kind of ending Chao Yin was about to face? However, Elder Wei's sigh was not for the spoiled young master, but for himself. He knew very well how much Chao Yi loved his grandson. Today, Chao Yin was going to be executed. How could his bodyguard get away with it? After all, Chao Yin had caused such a huge disaster right under his nose. Hey, clan leader, ancestor, it's my fault for not taking good care of the young master. With that, Elder Wei slammed his palm on the top of his head, shattering his body and his true spirit. Huh. Elder Wei's suicide sent Chow Yin into a panic, but he clearly had not realized what he was about to face. Child, it's Grandpa who let you down. Chow Yi looked at Chow Yin with tears streaming down his face. Seeing the clan leader's grandpa crying, Chow Yin felt rather sad. From now on, at this moment, Chow Foi's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. However, he could only harden his heart and say to Chow Yin, "Good grandson, close your eyes." Although Chow Yin did not understand his grandpa's words, he still closed his eyes obediently. As Chow Foi's palm rose and fell, Chow Yin's brain was smashed into pieces. His corpse fell to the ground and died along with his true spirit. Chow Yin kneeled in front of Jiang Fei and said. Jiang Fei frowned. To be honest, he did not like Chow Yun because he was too ruthless. Not only was he ruthless to others, but he was also ruthless to himself. Not only did Jiang Fei not like this kind of person, but he was also very wary of him. However, things had already come to this point. He had already killed his direct descendant's grandson. It was not good for Jiang Fei to pursue any further. Jiang Fei waved his hand. Previously, he had only released his draconic aura to intimidate Chow Yin. He did not expect the matter to blow up. Therefore, Jiang Fei took this opportunity to spread the news of the return of the dragon race. As for the punishment of the ginseng water ape race, it was just a trivial matter. Yes, the big bosses of the beast race felt as if they had been granted amnesty. After all, the dragon race's cruelty was still fresh in their minds. Therefore, when they saw that Jiang Fei did not really kill anyone this time, they quickly thanked him and ran away. They did not want to change their minds for the sage, Lord Later. After the people had left, Butcher Mang asked, "Me? I want to go to the town star," Jiang Fei said. Butcher Mang asked tentatively. Jiang Fei asked, as the time difference between the world of the 5 directions and the outside world was 12 times, he was not in a hurry to go to the town star. "I want to go back to the Black Demon Pool to take a look," said Butcher Mang. He had been through a lot. There was a saying that if one did not return to one's hometown, it would be like walking in the night. How could he not want to go back and show off? Chapter 2080. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei was slightly stunned. However, he instantly understood what Butcher Mang was thinking. After understanding Butcher Mang's thoughts, Jiang Fei nodded in agreement. This was because he also wanted to go to the 9-headed Python clan to take a look. When he went there later, he could also tell Mo Li Sang about the situation of the 9-headed Python clan. After all, compared to Butcher Mang, Mo Li Sang was the one who was most concerned about the 9-headed Python clan. Although the Black Demon Pool was also above the age star, it was not close to the place because it was near the remote age mark. Moreover, with the Python Slayer as a burden, Jiang Fei could not run at full speed. Therefore, it took them 5 to 6 hours to reach the Black Demon Pool. The current Black Demon Pool was no longer as quiet and solemn as it was when Jiang Fei came. Now, what appeared in front of Jiang Fei was a chaotic scene. There were women and children crying everywhere. Occasionally, he could hear men shouting and urging him, "Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up and pack up. Bring only the necessities. Give up all those belongings. Mom, I want Mom. Your mom is from the 9-headed Python tribe. She can't come with us. Please, take me with you. Don't let me leave the child. I want to take you with me too." However, the tribe leader has given the order. "You must stay. This is all of our family's property. I only brought some food. The rest is for you." "What's going on? I don't know either." The patriarch said that we must leave today and that we can't take any of the 9-headed giant python tribe's plants. He said that the 9-headed giant python tribe is now prosperous and we can't afford to offend them. We must get lost immediately. "That's great. Huh, you finally got rid of the hateful guy. I wonder who's so capable to actually scare the ginseng water apes into fleeing. Do you think clan leader Mo Li Shang has returned? Perhaps. Only clan leader Mo Li Shang has the strength to do so. That's great. With clan leader Mo Li Shang back, our 9-headed python clan will be able to revive. Unlike the ginseng water apes who were in a hurry and fearful state, the majority of the 9-headed python clan were elated. Only a few people appeared to be so helpless. Most of them were women from the nine-headed python clan. Furthermore, they were all pretty women. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been chosen by the nine-headed python tribe. After all, it had been more than 10 years since these women had married the nine-headed python tribe and given birth to children. Some of them even got along well with their men and had a good relationship with them. They had no choice but to part with their husbands and children. Of course, other than these unlucky women, there were also some people who appeared to be panicking. They were the cowards of the nine-headed python tribe. Because they had pledged allegiance to the nine-headed python tribe, they had become the lackeys of the nine-headed python tribe. They had been acting arrogantly in the nine-headed python clan all day long. In fact, their persecution of their compatriots was even more brutal than the ginseng water ape clans. Today, the ginseng water ape had been chased away. These lackeys who had lost their backers were all terrified. At this moment, they wanted to leave with the ginseng water ape, but the other party did not dare to take them in, nor did they want to. These people did not need to look like they knew that they would definitely be torn to pieces by the enraged clansmen. Looking at the mess before him, Jiang Fei sighed. He had never expected that the once prosperous nine-headed python clan would be reduced to such a state after Mo Li Sang had only left for more than 10 years. At that moment, Chow Foil, who was in charge of the evacuation, saw Jiang Fei and quickly came up to pay his respects. Although they did not know what was going on, when the clan leader knelt down, the other water apes also knelt down. Jiang Fei waved his hand. Chow Foil bowed and stood in front of Jiang Fei. He did not even dare to breathe loudly. "All right, you don't have to accompany me." When Jiang Fei saw Chow Foil's nervous look, he waved his hand, indicating that he did not need to care about him. Chow Foil felt as if he had been pardoned. Even his ancestor was prostrating on the ground in front of the dragon sage. Although he was the leader of the ginseng water apes, he was still terrified when he faced Jiang Fei. Damn, who is that guy? So arrogant? Those ginseng water apes actually look like grandsons when they see him. Why do I feel that this person looks familiar? I think I've seen him somewhere before. The kid behind him looks very familiar too. F***CK. I remember now. That kid's name is Jiang Fei. He came here before. It was because of him that clan leader Mo Li Shang removed his reverse scale to atone for his sins. What? I'll fight him to the death. Stop talking nonsense. Don't you see how scared those water apes are of him? I reckon that these water apes are related to him when they scram. Moreover, even clan leader Mo Li Shang was not his match back then. With just you, don't bring disaster to the clan. After seeing the water apes kneeling before Jiang Fei, the nine-headed pythons began to discuss among themselves. Although these fellows did not know that Jiang Fei was the dragon race's sage lord, they still remembered the incident when he had barged into the black demon pool. Now that you mention it, I remember too. The kid behind him is a bastard. As Butcher Mang was an orphan, he was always bullied by children of the same age. No one called him by his real name. Everyone called him a bastard. This was also the reason why he later changed his name to Butcher Mang. It's him. Yes. Hearing what you said, it does look like him. It really is that little bastard. It seems that this kid has hooked up with someone. Emen. Could the kid that the ginseng water ape mentioned be him? It's very possible. Those ginseng water apes said that a nine-headed python has hooked up with someone, so they have to get lost. F***CK. If that little bastard gains power, wouldn't we be in deep trouble? These people who had once bullied Python Butcher were panicking. Although they could not remember the details of how they had bullied Python Butcher, they knew that as the victim, Python Butcher would not forget all of this. Now that he had gained power, would they still be okay? Greetings, Sage Lord. We have come late to welcome you. At this moment, a large group of nine-headed pythons came forward. They had also heard of Jiang Fei's identity, so they quickly came over to thank him. Everyone, please get up, Jiang Fei said as he looked at the old men in front of him. Back then, these elders could do nothing but drag down Mo Li Shang. The elders of the nine-headed python clan scrambled to their feet and saw Butcher Python behind Jiang Fei. "Cheng, are you Cheng?" said the great elder sincerely. If Jiang Fei had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that this was the old man who had insisted on breaking up Butcher Python and Xiangling. He had even wanted to execute Butcher Python. Chapter 2081. Translator 549690339. You've been looking for me for a long time? The Python said coldly. It wasn't that he hadn't returned to the Black Demon Pool in the past 10 years. However, at that time, not only did he not feel the warmth of his clansmen, he had almost died here. Speaking of which, the Python had indeed had a tough time in the past 10 years. When he had left the Black Demon Pool, he hadn't fully matured and his strength wasn't very strong. He would definitely not be doing well on his own. No matter what, the nine-headed Python was still considered a ferocious beast. It was impossible for Python Slayer to enter the human society. Moreover, it was impossible for him to blend in with the other ferocious beast races. This was because the ostracism between different ferocious beast races was quite obvious. Therefore, Python Slayer could be said to have been drifting around in the past. It was common for him to be hunted down because of various conflicts. Later on, he really could not survive anymore. At that time, not only was he hungry, but he was also covered in wounds. Therefore, Butcher Mang had no choice but to return to the Black Demon Pool. However, at that time, everyone, including the Great Elder, viewed Butcher Mang as a traitor. It was because he had lured Jiang Fei over that caused the nine-headed Python clan to fall into such dire straits. Therefore, not only did Butcher Mang not receive any help in the Black Demon Pool, he was even despised by everyone. He was even besieged. He was lucky to be able to escape in the end. Otherwise, Tu Meng might have died in the Black Devil Pool back then. With this kind of experience, how could Tu Meng easily let go of the past when he saw the first elder's face full of joy? Child, there might be some misunderstanding between us, but no matter what, we have the same bloodline in our bodies. We are all nine-headed pythons. The first elder's face was full of a kind smile. He knew very well that the current Butcher Python was completely different from the kid from before. This kid now had the Dragon Race's Sage Lord. This was the thickest and thickest leg in the entire 5 directions. Therefore, the entire nine-headed Python race had to build a good relationship with him. Even if they, the old fellows, had to throw away their old faces, they would not hesitate to do so. Butcher Python laughed coldly and did not say anything more. After all, he still wanted to return to his own clan. Therefore, he could not completely fall out with these elders. Although Butcher Mang was now Jiang Fei's man, and the elders of the nine-headed Python clan had to curry favor with him, Butcher Mang had been wandering outside for so long. He was much more mature than before. He knew that he could use Jiang Fei's reputation to humiliate these elders. He could even kill 1 or 2 of them. However, that would make the elders hate him and ostracize him. He would never be able to assimilate into the nine-headed Python clan. This was something that Butcher Mang did not want to see. This time, he had another reason for returning. For this reason, he did not want to cause trouble for the elders. He also did not want to cause trouble for those who had once bullied him. Just as Butcher Mang was meeting with the elders and Jiang Fei was watching the show, the Ginseng Water Ape Clan had almost finished cleaning up. "Sage Lord, we have finished cleaning up," asked Chow Foil as he came to Jiang Fei's side. Jiang Fei asked casually. Actually, he did not care about that. Chow Foil did not dare to hide anything. Back then, they had taken the opportunity to enter the Black Demon Pool. Now that they could not stay here, they could only return to where they came from. That's good too. I plan to visit the Myriad Beast Mountain in a while, Jiang Fei said casually. Chow Foil said quickly. Jiang Fei nodded. Chow Foil was eager to leave as soon as possible. His favorite grandson had died because of Jiang Fei. Therefore, he really did not want to see Jiang Fei for another second. Jiang Fei nodded. After receiving Jiang Fei's approval, the Ginseng Water Apes began to leave one after another. They were divided into families. They all brought their families, their young and old, as well as some of their personal belongings. All of them were left to the nine-headed Python clan. However, at that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Butcher Mang blurted out. He had called this name countless times in his heart. If it was not for this name supporting him from the depths of his heart, he would not have been able to endure until today. Jiang Fei turned his head to look. A young woman was quietly walking past the cheering, nine-headed giant python tribe members with her head lowered. She was following a family of ginseng water apes from afar as she quietly walked forward. The woman did not raise her head or respond to Python Butcher. She just walked forward silently. Python Butcher leaped forward and blocked the entrance of the ginseng water ape family. "What's wrong?" Chow Foy quickly ran forward because it was his family that was blocked by Python Butcher. "Why didn't you follow the rules?" Python Butcher questioned loudly. "No, I gave them my own orders." Chow Foy looked puzzled. No one in the clan dared to disobey his orders, let alone his family. The python pointed at Xiangling, who was following behind him from a distance. Chow Foy was taken aback. He then turned around and walked up to a middle-aged ginseng water ape. Chow Foy slapped the ape across the face, then said angrily, "You bastard! How dare you disobey my orders?" The middle-aged ginseng water ape fell to its knees in front of Chow Foy. Then it said with an aggrieved expression, "Dad, I told her, but she wouldn't listen. What can I do if she insists on following me? Do you think I can hit her?" Chow Foy was also in a difficult position. He knew Xiangling. She was one of his second son's concubines. To his family, Xiangling's status was not important at all. It was not a big deal to abandon her. However, now that she insisted on following him, it was difficult for Chow Foy. After all, the nine-headed python clan had found a backer. They could not use force anymore. If that woman insisted on following them, there was nothing they could do. Chow Fu, who was at a loss, could only look at Jiang Fei. Without waiting for Jiang Fei to speak, Butcher Meng walked up to Xiangling in a few steps. Xiangling lowered her head and did not say anything. Butcher Meng saw that Xiangling was ignoring him, so he complained to Jiang Fei angrily. In his opinion, this must have been caused by Chow Fu and the others. Jiang Fei snorted softly. However, Chow Foy was scared out of his wits. He knew that if he did not handle this matter properly, he would be in big trouble. Chapter 2082. Translator 549690339. Seeing his father in a difficult position, Chow Foy's second son crawled to his knees and came to Xiangling. "Xiangling, I know I've let you down over the years. Now that you're free, you can stay here and never follow me again." Chow Foy's second son said to Xiangling, "Now that I'm married to you, I'm part of your family. Now that you're leaving, I naturally have to follow you," Xiangling said expressionlessly. Chow Foy's second son was on the verge of tears. If Xiangling insisted on going with him now, their family would be in big trouble. Xiangling remained silent. "I'm begging you, okay? I know I haven't been good to you all these years. It was my fault," Chow Foy's second son pleaded. Xiangling remained silent. At that moment, Chow Foy's second son found himself in a difficult position. He had indeed not been very good to Xiangling all these years, because his marriage to her was a political marriage. The water apes just wanted an excuse to take over the Black Devil Pond. That was why he had no feelings for Xiangling as a concubine. Although he did not go so far as to beat or scold her, she was merely a tool to vent his desires. There was nothing romantic about her. But now, the second son was afraid. If Xiangling insisted on following him because she wanted revenge, he and his family would be in deep trouble. Having said that, the second son steeled his heart and continued, "In order to make you forgive me, I will die right in front of you. Please stop making things difficult for my family." With that, the second son raised his right hand and poured his spiritual essence into it, ready to slap his head. Xiangling finally spoke. "Please let us go. I'll let you down." The second son began to play the emotional card, hoping that Xiangling would soften her heart. Xiangling said quietly. There was no expression on her face. No one knew what she was thinking. "Thank you." Chow Foy's second son kowtowed 3 times to Xiangling before he stood up and left. Chow Foy looked at Jiang Fei and asked. Jiang Fei nodded. Since Xiangling had also stayed, he naturally had no reason to stop her. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not want to interfere in such matters. After obtaining Jiang Fei's approval, Chow Foy took the ginseng water apes and left as if they were flying. He was afraid that something would happen again. Xiangling looked at her man's back as he left. There was neither joy nor sorrow on her face. However, there was a trace of tears at the corner of her eyes. Butcherman came to Xiangling's side and held her hand. Xiangling didn't say anything, but she subconsciously pulled her hand back. Butcherman was stunned. They were so close back then, but now, he clearly felt a gap between them. After a long time, Xiangling opened her mouth with difficulty, as if calling him Big Brother had used up all her strength. But even so, calling him Big Brother seemed so awkward. Hearing this long-lost Big Brother, Tu Meng's heart was rekindled with hope. Big Brother. Xiangling's tears fell. The memories of her childhood were still vivid in her mind, as if it was just yesterday, but now things had changed. No, Xiangling, I don't mind your past. Tu Meng held Xiangling's hand again. Brother, please have some self-respect. Xiangling pulled her hand back forcefully. Tu Meng looked at Xiangling in a daze. He doesn't want me anymore, but I won't be with anyone else either. Brother, forget about me. There are many girls who are better than me. Xiangling turned around after saying that. As she walked out of the black devil pool, 2 streams of hot tears flowed down her cheeks. However, the girls did not wipe them away. They just let them slide across their cheeks and drip down. Xiangling, the python butcher shouted. Xiangling replied in her heart. This was because she knew that there was no place for her to stay in the 9-headed python clan. She also believed that Brother Ah Cheng would treat her the same as before. However, Xiangling knew that Brother Ah Cheng's identity was different from before. Her existence would only drag him down. If she continued to stay in the 9-headed python clan, she would definitely be criticized by others. Even if Brother Ah Cheng protected her, it was inevitable that others would gossip about her and make her parents look bad. Therefore, the best way was for her to leave. Only if she disappeared in the 9-headed python clan would Brother Ah Cheng not be tied down and be free to do whatever he wanted. Only then would her parents not be criticized by others. Moreover, she also believed that Brother Ah Cheng would take good care of her parents' lives. Looking at Xiangling's receding figure, Tu Meng's emotions were very complicated. If they were still that unworldly couple in the past, Tu Meng would definitely chase after them without hesitation. He was no longer the same person as he was in the past, and she was no longer the same person as she was in the past. Therefore, Butcher Meng just stood there, watching Xiangling leave with mixed feelings in his heart until she completely disappeared. When Zhang Fei saw that the former couple did not manage to get together in the end, he could not help but feel a little sad. However, this kind of thing had nothing to do with him, so he just wanted to be a spectator. All right, you can stay here and deal with your own matters first. When you are done, come to the valiant martial hall of the Town Star and look for me, Zhang Fei said to Butcher Meng. Butcher Meng bowed to Zhang Fei. I will stay in Town Star for about 2 months. Zhang Fei gave Butcher Meng a deadline. After all, his time in the 5 Directions world was limited, although the time difference between the 5 Directions and the outside world was 12 times. The shuttle had only arrived in Pizerns for more than a week. Therefore, he would not stay in the Town Star for too long. Butcher Python promised. After leaving the Black Demon Pool, Zhang Fei went straight to the teleportation portal. Then, he left the Year Star through the teleportation portal. With a flash of light, Zhang Fei returned to the old star that he had not seen for more than 10 years. The first thing Zhang Fei did when he arrived at the old star was to contact Liu Bingyuan. My lord, is that you? A moment later, Liu Bingyuan answered the call. His voice sounded extremely excited. Liu Bingyuan had not been having an easy time during this period of time. Although the 3 major families in the Moon Goddess sect had treated him warmly, Zhang Fei had left without any news for more than 10 years. Liu Bingyuan had also been under pressure from the 3 major families and the Moon Goddess sect. After all, Zhang Fei had taken away their most elite disciple for so many years. There was no news at all. Liu Bingyuan was also anxious. Chapter 2083. Translator 549690339. Yes, I'm back, Zhang Fei said with a smile. Master, where are you? I'm coming to pick you up right now, Liu Bingyuan asked. I just arrived at the Town Star. I'm at the teleportation formation now, Jiang Fei said. Master, please wait a moment. I'm not far from you. I'll be there soon, Lu Bingyuan said. Jiang Fei replied and then cut off the communication. After about half an hour, Lu Bingyuan arrived in front of Jiang Fei on his sword. Lu Bingyuan came before Jiang Fei and bowed. No need to be so polite. Jiang Fei laughed. Thanks to you, sir. I have been living much better than before. Lu Bingyuan laughed. He was not complimenting Jiang Fei, but the truth. In the past, when Lu Bingyuan was on planet Taibai, he was just a small deacon of a small sect. Although his status was not low, it was not something that could be put on the table. He went to places like the Four Great Families or the Moon Goddess sect. Those who came and went were all true immortal-level powerhouses or the leaders of powerful sections. This was something that Lu Bingyuan did not even dare to think about in the past. Moreover, Lu Bingyuan knew very well in his heart who had given him everything that he had today. If it was not for Jiang Fei, with his status, he would never have been able to obtain the blood alchemy pill. He would definitely not be able to reach the tribulation stage. Therefore, his strength could be said to be entirely thanks to Jiang Fei. As for his status, it was all thanks to Jiang Fei. After all, in the entire planet, it was not like the other 4 planets. There were many masters here. It was not uncommon for a mere crossing calamity stage master to be here. With such strength, he was treated so politely by the 4 Great Families and the Moon Goddess sect. There was only one reason. They were doing it for Jiang Fei's sake. Therefore, Lu Bingyuan knew very well how he got what he had today. He was also very loyal to Jiang Fei. It's been so many years. Jiang Fei asked with a smile. After all, he had taken away the young elites of the 3 Great Families and the Moon Goddess sect. Moreover, he had not heard from them for more than 10 years. He would be anxious too. Lu Bingyuan smiled. Although the families often came to him to ask about the situation, their tone and attitude were very polite. However, Lu Bingyuan had also cut off contact with Jiang Fei. Therefore, he did not know how the disciples of the families were doing. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he said to Lu Bingyuan, Later, you will go and do something for me. Lu Bingyuan replied, Yes, go and contact the Wang and Shao families and the Moon Goddess sect. Tell them that I'm back. I want to meet them. Jiang Fei said, Okay, sir, do you have any other instructions? I'll do it together later, Lu Bingyuan asked. After you meet the Wang and Shao families and the Moon Goddess sect, tell them that I'll wait for them at the sacred Wuji Mountain. Then, go and find the Xie family members. If possible, gather them together, Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. All right, Lu Bingyuan nodded and turned around to ride his sword and left. After Lu Bingyuan left, Jiang Fei did not stay any longer. He stepped on the inherited shadow sword and flew straight towards the sacred Wuji Mountain. After receiving the order, Lu Bingyuan went straight to his first stop, the Shao family. He wanted to pass on Jiang Fei's words to them. At the same time, Lu Bingyuan had also guessed something from Jiang Fei's words. This time, Jiang Fei did not let the Yuan family know. This meant that Jiang Fei had given up on the family. Jiang Fei went on a sightseeing trip. It took him 3 days to arrive at Sacred Wuji Mountain. As it was not the time for the immortal feast, Sacred Wuji Mountain seemed a little deserted. On the 2nd day after Jiang Fei arrived at Sacred Wuji Mountain, the Shao family arrived first. Jiang Fei saw that the Shao family was personally led by Shao Tingsu. Ha, Mr. Jiang, it has been more than 10 years since we last met. Shao Tingsu greeted him. Jiang Fei was still very polite to these older people. Mr. Shao Changyan looked around but did not find any trace of Shao Yuhan. So he asked, Master Shao, there's no need to look. Yuhan did not come back with me, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Oh, Shao Changyan nodded. Although his daughter did not come back this time, from Jiang Fei's tone, he knew that his daughter was safe and sound. This time, I came back at the last minute, so I did not have the time to bring them back to visit their families, Jiang Fei explained slightly. It's all right. They're young people after all. Shao Tingsu waved his hand and said, Yes. Since the old man had said so, Shao Changyan naturally could not say anything else. About those disciples, Let's talk about it together when everyone is here. Jiang Fei saw that Xiao Changyin still wanted to ask more questions, so he spoke first. The two members of the Xiao family nodded. They knew that the other families would arrive soon. It would be too troublesome if Jiang Fei had to explain everything to them every time. After Jiang Fei and the others chatted for a long time, the other families arrived one after another. The person from the Wang family was Wang Shifang, while the leader of the Moon Goddess sect was Yu Wuhan. All right, everyone is here. When Jiang Fei saw that the people from the Wang family, Xiao family, and the Moon Goddess sect were all here, he stood up and said, "Huh?" The people from the three families looked at each other. Back then, Jiang Fei had taken away the three families and the four forces of the Moon Goddess sect. Now, he had only gathered three families. There must be something wrong with the remaining Yuan family. Everyone, you are right. Something has happened to the Yuan family, Jiang Fei said. Everyone was stunned. They did not know what Jiang Fei meant by something had happened. There are no living people in the Yuan family outside the 5 directions of heaven and earth, Jiang Fei said calmly. What? The people present were shocked again. Although they had thought that the Yuan family might have suffered heavy losses, they did not expect that the elites sent by the Yuan family had been wiped out. Wang Shifang asked. There were some losses. 2 disciples were sacrificed, Jiang Fei said. Wang Shifang sighed. At the same time, she was relieved. After all, they were out training. It was not a big deal to lose 1 or 2 disciples. Moreover, judging from Jiang Fei's appearance, his daughter should be fine. The Xiao family and the Moon Goddess sect are similar. They both lost 2 or 3 disciples, Jiang Fei said when he saw that the other 2 families were about to speak. Chapter 2084. Translator 549690339. The 3 families present were confused. Since their losses were all within the acceptable range, how could the Yuan family be wiped out? Jiang Fei asked. Yes, Mr. Wang Shifang had a bad premonition. Because they betrayed us, they were surrounded and killed by my people and your 3 families. Jiang Fei said. What? Although the people from the 3 families had already vaguely guessed this possibility, no one really thought about it. Moreover, the disciples that you lost were also killed by the Yuan family, Jiang Fei added. Xiao Changyin said angrily as he swung his sleeves. Mr. Yu Wuheng asked slowly. Jiang Fei did not hide anything. He said directly, I have enemies in the outside world. I have mentioned it to you before. 15 years ago, I brought your young disciples out of the world of the 5 directions and came to my territory. After that, my people warmly welcomed your disciples. When your people return, you can ask them about this. However, the Yuan family seemed to think that I was easy to bully. They wanted to take my territory as their own. Naturally, I could not agree to that. However, since we were acquaintances, I did not make things difficult for them. Jiang Fei paused for a moment. Then he continued, However, when I was fighting with the enemy, the Yuan family had already surrendered to my enemy. Therefore, they ambushed your disciples and caused some losses. However, with the help of my men, the elite disciples that you sent out finally won, and all of them were annihilated. Yu Wuhan nodded. Although Jiang Fei's words were short, he could roughly guess what had happened. Other than Jiang Fei's subjective opinion, the Yuan family members were not willing to become Jiang Fei's fighters. Instead, they had submitted to others. Therefore, it was reasonable for them to fight against the disciples of the other 3 families. It was common for the disciples of large families to go out to gain experience. It was common for them to fight against each other. This was common in the world of the 5 directions. Generally speaking, this was considered as an individual act. It would not cause a war between families. However, Yu Wuhan noticed another meaning in Jiang Fei's words and actions. This Yuan family is too outrageous. Since we have left the world of the 5 directions, we are fellow countrymen. Yu Wuhan rolled his eyes and put on a righteous and indignant expression. Huh? Wang Shifang stared at Yu Wuhan for 2 seconds and then looked at Jiang Fei. Xiao Changyin asked. Wang Shifang said as he pondered. He began to weigh the pros and cons in his heart. As the head of a family, What he had to consider was definitely not the morality and etiquette, but the interests of the family. Changyan, this Yuan family is too much of a bully. I think we should talk about this properly, Xiao Tinxis said from the side. Xiao Changyan was stunned. As the head of the Xiao family, he was usually the one who made the decisions in the family matters. Although Xiao Tingsu was his grandfather, he rarely meddled in government affairs. But today, the old man actually spoke. Xiao Tingsu's eyes closed slightly, but his tone was completely unquestionable. Since the old man spoke, Xiao Changyan naturally did not dare to disobey. At this moment, the cunning Wang Shifeng also nodded and said, the situation was very clear. Jiang Fei was also punishing the Yuan family. Meanwhile, the Heart Moon sect had long wanted to expand their strength. However, they had always had no excuse. If they attacked other forces, it might cause a righteous group to retaliate. However, things were better now. Jiang Fei had provided them with the perfect excuse. The Yuan family had betrayed the world. This was no longer a fight between the good and evil. Instead, it was to eliminate the rebels. Therefore, it was justified for them to use force this time. The Xiao family practiced water-type martial arts, while the Yuan family practiced fire-type martial arts. Water and fire were incompatible. The two families were already at loggerheads. One of Xiao Tingsu's sons had died at the hands of the Yuan family. Therefore, this was a rare opportunity. How could he not want to take revenge? On the other hand, the Wang family's thoughts were much simpler. Although they did not have any grudges with the Yuan family, everyone would push them down. If they were to stay out of it, they would only become estranged from the Xiao family and the Moon Goddess sect. Moreover, those two forces were enough to destroy the weakest of the four families, the Yuan family. If the Wang family did not participate, they would not have a share in the spoils of war. Mr. Yu Wuhan looked at Jiang Fei. I am an outsider. Jiang Fei waved his hand. His goal had been achieved. Then, he would not share the spoils of war with them. After all, if he wanted the horses to run, he had to feed the horses. There was always a faint sense of unease in his heart. Jiang Fei knew that something big was about to happen. Therefore, he would not allow any problems to arise within his own faction. However, their young elites had all died at the hands of Jiang Fei and the other three factions. It was difficult to guarantee that they would not betray him at the critical moment. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to cut off any future trouble in advance just in case. The Xiao and Wang families and the Moon Goddess sect had formed an alliance. Jiang Fei did not have to worry about how they were going to attack the Yuan family. If the three forces joined forces, their strength could completely crush the Yuan family. Victory was only a matter of time. Therefore, after giving a few more instructions to these people, Jiang Fei left the sacred mountain of Wuji and headed to the Valiant Martial Hall. It had been a long time since he last came. It was time for him to go back and visit his two masters and the disciple of the Saintess. After traveling for a day, Jiang Fei arrived outside the Valiant Martial Hall. After activating his guardian token, two disciples on duty appeared from the teleportation door. The two disciples were stunned when they saw Jiang Fei. The guardian token was real, but Jiang Fei and the others did not know him. After all, Jiang Fei had left the Five Directions world for more than 10 years. Moreover, he had not been staying in the Valiant Martial Hall for long. Therefore, it was normal for many of the new disciples not to know him. My name is Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei introduced himself. The two disciples looked at each other. Although they did not know Jiang Fei, the legend of Jiang Fei had always been circulating in the Valiant Martial Hall. Chapter 2085. Translator 549690339. After confirming Jiang Fei's identity, the two disciples on duty quickly brought him into the Valiant Martial Hall. After that, the news of Jiang Fei's return spread like wildfire. The entire Valiant Martial Hall instantly became lively. Where's my disciple? Su Tianhua was the first to rush over. He had always regarded Jiang Fei as his successor. Unlike ordinary cultivators, Su Tianhua, who was proficient in the art of crafting, was more like a craftsman. Therefore, he placed more importance on the inheritance. Over the past 10 years, he had always missed his precious disciple. All right, Isn't Lil Fei back? Ji Chunhong said from the side. However, his eyes were filled with excitement. It was obvious that he missed Jiang Fei very much. When Jiang Fei saw that the two masters had taken the initiative to come out to see him, he was extremely excited. He rushed to the front of the two masters. Then, with a plop, he knelt down in front of the two masters and said, "Masters, please accept my bow." Su Tianhua helped Jiang Fei up. "Master, it's my fault for being unfilial." As Jiang Fei spoke, the corners of his eyes were filled with tears. Other than missing the two masters, Jiang Fei also thought of his parents. From the perspective of Jiang Fei's parents, his son had only left home for 2 to 3 years. However, from Jiang Fei's perspective, it was different. There was a time difference of 12 times in the 5 directions. The time difference in the time house used for training was even 30 times. From Jiang Fei's perspective, he had left his parents for decades. Jiang Fei was always busy. Danger was always pressing on his shoulders, so he did not have much time to think about his parents. The longing that Jiang Fei could read in their eyes instantly ignited the feelings that were still buried in his heart. At this moment, Jiang Fei made up his mind. He had to bring his parents to Skoda Star. In the past, because Jiang Fei was living a precarious life, he could not even guarantee his own safety. Therefore, he did not dare to bring his parents over. However, it was different now. Jiang Fei was now the dragon race's sage lord. Regardless of whether it was his strength or his influence, there were very few people in the entire universe who could be on par with him. Therefore, it was a matter of course for him to bring his parents over. On the other hand, after Jiang Fei chatted with his two masters for a while, he followed Ji Chunhong back to his cave abode. "Disciple, you have not been around all these years." Su Tianhua valued the inheritance of his craft very much. Therefore, the first thing he asked after he sat down was this: "How could I?" "Second master, you don't know. I have been refining a lot of magical artifacts over the years." Jiang Fei laughed. Su Tianhua raised his eyebrows. Jiang Fei's words had provoked the master craftsman. As Jiang Fei spoke, he took out the divine lamp that he had obtained from Rivendell's treasure vault. Although the base of Lamu's residence had been crushed by Jiang Fei, the upper part of the oil lamp was still there. When Jiang Fei put Lamu into the inheritance space, he also threw this thing in. Therefore, this thing became Lamu's temporary residence. Su Tianhua glanced at it. In the eyes of a master blacksmith like him, this oil lamp was simply a toy for primary school students. He could not even be bothered to look at it. "Hee, second master, I'm not showing you the finished product." Jiang Fei laughed. "Material?" Su Tianhua looked at it again. The material of this oil lamp was quite ordinary. After all, Ram had once lived in the Heart Crystal. Although the oil lamp outside was gorgeous, it was just some ordinary gold, silver, and jewelry. In Su Tianhua's eyes, these things were just like mud. They were no different from mud. Jiang Fei smiled slightly and began to rub the oil lamp. Following a puff of blue smoke, Ram was summoned out. Ram was used to saying his opening words. However, he suddenly remembered that he was no longer the same as before. He had seen Jiang Fei's ferocity with his own eyes, so he quickly changed the topic. He smiled sheepishly at Jiang Fei and said, "Master, why are you looking for me?" "Huh? A true immortal's primordial spirit?" Su Tianhua was stunned. It was not easy to find such a thing. One had to know that those who could become true immortals used a lot of willpower. Even if they fought until their primordial spirits were shattered, it was impossible for them to be captured and used as weapon spirits. Only some evil sect martial arts techniques had methods to forcefully capture an expert's primordial spirit. However, those were extremely cruel and heartless moves. A righteous person like Su Tianhua would definitely not use them. But today, when Su Tianhua saw Ram, he immediately recognized that it was the primordial spirit of a true immortal. But it seemed that this guy didn't have any backbone at all. He actually became the tool spirit of such a broken thing so subserviently. This was really beyond Su Tianhua's understanding. In fact, this was also because Su Tianhua didn't know much about the outside universe. In the outside universe, cultivators mainly relied on their extraordinary talent, and they didn't need to go through tribulations to advance to the hermit level. Naturally, they could not be as determined as the masters of the 5 directions. Therefore, even among the hermit-level masters who were equivalent to true immortals, there were quite a number of weaklings. How is it? Zhang Fei smiled and said, Sutianwa Nadif. Although there were people in the 5 directions who captured primordial spirits and refined them into artifact spirits, none of them cooperated. Freedom was far more important than life. Therefore, when they were refined into weapon spirits, most of their minds had been wiped out. Naturally, their power had been greatly reduced. My second master is going to give you a new home. Zhang Fei glanced at Ram. Cooperate. Cooperate. Ram quickly nodded. Previously, when he was in Zhang Fei's inheritance space, because time had stopped, his energy had almost not been drained. However, when he came out now, Ram felt that his power was constantly weakening. With the nourishment of the heart crystal, he would disappear very soon. Therefore, in order to survive, what reason did he have to not cooperate? Sutianwa Saif. Although this kind of true immortal primordial spirit was very rare, he really looked down on this kind of weakling who did not even want his freedom in order to survive. Chapter 2086. Translator 549690339. Second Master, what do you think? I'll give this to you as a gift. Zhang Fei smiled and said to Su Tianhua. Su Tianhua pondered for a moment. He did not want to accept it, but this material was too rare. His hands were really itchy. All right, I'll do it. Su Tianhua nodded in the end. Zhang Fei asked, Why? Are you looking down on your second master? Su Tianhua rolled his eyes at Zhang Fei. He was the chief blacksmith of the Valiant Martial Hall. He could mobilize all the resources in the Valiant Martial Hall. What materials could he not get? Then I'll have to trouble second master, Zhang Fei said with a smile. On the other side, Su Tianhua was busy turning on the oil lamp. The blue fatty llama had already retreated into the oil lamp. Anyway, he had no room to resist. Moreover, in order to survive, he did not intend to resist. Therefore, he was very cooperative with Su Tianhua's actions. On the other side, Su Tianhua was busy preparing for the weaponsmithing. Zhang Fei started chatting with Ji Chunhong. Unlike Su Tianhua, who was most concerned about Zhang Fei's progress in crafting, Ji Chunhong did not mention anything about training, because he had clearly sensed the powerful aura from Zhang Fei's body. This powerful aura had even surpassed him. Not bad. My luck is not bad. Zhang Fei smiled. What opportunity? Ji Chunhong asked. Master, look at what you're saying. Zhang Fei smiled and continued. I'll keep you in suspense for now. I'll only tell you the results. Ye Nong Smilid. Zhang Fei said with a smile. Dragon race. Ji Chunhong was stunned. It was obvious that he did not react for a moment. After all, humans did not have to inherit the long-established fierce beast race. Moreover, because humans had a short lifespan, their memories of the dragon race were indeed not as deep as the fierce beasts. Zhang Fei replied, What? Ji Chunhong was so excited that he broke the armrest of the chair. Su Tianhua, who was working hard, looked at Ji Chunhong with dissatisfaction. Little Fei, is what you said true? At this time, Ji Chunhong was not in the mood to bother with Su Tianhua. His eyes were fixed on Zhang Fei as if he did not recognize him. Zhang Fei laughed. Good Chunhong forced himself to calm down and asked. Zhang Fei gave a rough description of what had happened. He did not hide much from Ji Chunhong. However, he did not mention some things in the outer universe. This, up until now, Ji Chunhong still could not believe what he had just heard. After all, it was a little too illusory. Zhang Fei laughed foolishly. Looking at his master's shocked gaze, he indeed felt a sense of satisfaction. Su Tianhua was trying to let Zhang Fei choose the type of magical artifact, but he was interrupted by Ji Chunhong. What are you looking at? Old man, didn't you hear? Ji Chunhong roared. Due to his excitement, his voice was very loud. If it was not for the fact that his cave was relatively quiet, this matter would probably have spread out. What dragon race's sage lord? Su Tianhua was also at a loss. At this moment, His mind was focused on refining artifacts. He could not react at all. Ye shu nong huoted. Huh? Su Tianhua immediately ran in front of Jiang Fei. Then, he held Jiang Fei's hand and asked, "Disciple, have you really become the dragon race's sage lord?" Jiang Fei nodded. Su Tianhua asked, This kid didn't have it first, but he's really ruthless." Ye Xunhong explained. After all, Jiang Fei had just said that. Su Tianhua was overjoyed. Then he pulled Jiang Fei and said, Come, put some dragon's blood on me. This is a treasure." Jiang Fei never expected that his second master, who was obsessed with crafting, did not care about his identity as the dragon's sage. Instead, he cared about the dragon's blood on his body. However, since Su Tianhua had brought it up, Jiang Fei naturally could not refute him. Therefore, he forced out a small ball of blood from his fingers and then gave it to Su Tianhua in a porcelain bottle. Haha, dragon's blood. After Su Tianhua said that, he looked at Jiang Fei. Clearly, this precious disciple of his had become his mobile blood bank. In the future, when he needed dragon's blood for crafting, he would not have to worry about it anymore. Don't bother with him. Ji Chunhong knew his junior brother too well. It was not that Su Tianhua had not heard about Jiang Fei becoming a sage lord. However, matters related to crafting were too important to him. That was the first thing that came to his mind. When he was done, he would remember about the sage lord and then be happy for Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei knew his second master very well, so he did not mind. Just as Jiang Fei and Gu Chunhong were chatting, the news of the dragon race's return and the sage lord's arrival spread around the old star and the town star. When Jiang Fei arrived at the Four Seasons, he did not keep it a secret. Moreover, he had specially announced it. Therefore, it was normal for the news to spread to the Four Seasons. On the other hand, the news about the Four Seasons was not caused by Ji Chunhong's shout. It was because the ginseng water apes had returned to the Mountain of Beasts. Because of Jiang Fei, the ginseng water apes had been destroyed and abandoned the Black Demon Pool. After losing their new home, they could only choose to return to their old nest. Therefore, the group of people returned to the Mountain of Beasts. Then, the news of the arrival of the dragon sage spread from the Mountain of Beasts. At first, the news was only spread among the ferocious beasts. However, it gradually became known to the human society. Soon, it spread to the entire world of the Five Directions from Suixing and Jinxing. The return of the Dragon Clan was not a small matter to the entire world of the Five Directions. Back then, the Dragon Clan had dominated the world. The entire world of the Five Directions had submitted to them. Now that the Dragon Clan had returned, would they be willing to cower in a corner? If the Dragon race still wanted to rule the entire world of the Five Directions, then what should the other races do? Whether they were willing to submit or unite and resist, this had become the focus of debate among the various races. With the strength of the Dragon race, it was actually not a big deal for the various races to submit to the Dragon race. However, the cruelty of the Dragon race had left a deep impression in the hearts of the various races. They might be used to this kind of exploitation and oppression, but after experiencing tens of thousands of years of freedom, it would be a little too difficult for them to accept if they were to return to that dark era. Chapter 2087, 2087. Translator, 549690339 Jiang Fei stayed with his two masters for 2 to 3 days. During this period of time, Su Tianhua had been busy preparing for the crafting. He thought that a true immortal's primordial spirit was too rare. Su Tianhua did not want to waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to start the crafting. Instead, he gathered all the good materials that he could possibly use. As Ji Chunhong was not very proficient in crafting, he could not help Jiang Fei. He would only chat with Jiang Fei occasionally. He had given Jiang Fei all of his trump cards. Therefore, whenever he had the time, he would explain to Jiang Fei the experience that he had accumulated over the years in crafting. However, today a valiant Martial Hall disciple came to Gu Chunhong's cave abode. His appearance had broken the silence. Ji Chunhong asked, because this disciple, named Yin Hui, was the Hall Master's trusted aide, He must have come here with the Hall Master's order. In reply to Chief Worship's words, I am under the orders of the Hall Master to invite you to the main hall to discuss an important matter, Yin Hui replied. Ji Chunhong asked. The Hall Master did not say. However, I reckon that it has something to do with the appearance of the dragon race, Yin Hui said. Ji Chunhong glanced at Jiang Fei, who was helping Su Tianhua. Then he said to Yin Hui, You go back first and tell the Hall Master that I will be there soon after I pack up. Yes. Yin Hui bowed and left. After Yin Hui left, Gu Chunhong returned to his cave abode. Then he shouted at Jiang Fei, who was selecting materials with Su Tianhua. Kid, don't be so busy. Come over and I'll talk to you. Senior brother, can't you see that we're busy here? Before Jiang Fei could say anything, Su Tianhua was already displeased. He hated people disturbing his work the most. Ji Chunhong shook his head. Su Tianhua Saif. However, he knew that his senior brother would not interrupt him for no reason. Jiang Fei ran to Ji Chunhong. The Hall Master wants me to go over. It seems to be related to the dragon race, Ji Chunhong said. Jiang Fei nodded. There were only so many people who knew that he was the dragon race's sage lord. First of all, the dragon race would not spread the news. The Python Slayer and the nine-headed Python race would not dare to spread the news. Although they knew that Jiang Fei was the dragon race's sage lord, they did not know Jiang Fei's name. When Jiang Fei told them his name, only Elder Wei and Chao Yan heard it. However, one of them committed suicide and the other was killed. Neither of them had the time to tell others Jiang Fei's name. Therefore, although the Ginseng Water Ape clan had spread the news about the appearance of the dragon race and the arrival of the dragon sage, no one knew that the dragon sage was Jiang Fei. Ye Xunong knew that. He was one of the few people who knew Jiang Fei's identity. All right, I haven't asked you. What are you thinking? Ji Chunhong looked into Jiang Fei's eyes and asked, to be honest, if Jiang Fei really intended to do that. Ji Chunhong did not know what to do. He did not want the human race to be enslaved by the dragon race, nor did he want to be Jiang Fei's enemy. Therefore, if Jiang Fei really intended to let the dragon race dominate the 5 directions of the world, he would be in a very difficult position. Master, you are overthinking it. Although I have changed the dragon's blood, I still consider myself a human, Jiang Fei said with certainty. Ji Chunhong asked. Jiang Fei said matter-of-factly. Ye Xunong knew that. He had heard from Jiang Fei that the 3 major families and the Moon Goddess sect had been kidnapped by Jiang Fei. Now he was targeting the ferocious beasts and the dragon race. This was not unexpected. Master, don't worry. I will not let the 5 directions return to the ancient dark ages, Jiang Fei promised again. That's good. Let's go. Don't let the temple master wait for us for too long, Ji Chunhong said. Jiang Fei muttered. With his status as the dragon race's sage lord, it would not be too much to let the temple master wait for a while. Even if he had to take a bath, change his clothes, burn incense, and pray in advance, it would not be too much. Yifu Nong Sayit. For a moment, he could not get used to Jiang Fei's new identity. On the other hand, Jiang Fei and Gu Chunhong left the cave together to meet the valiant martial hall master. On the way, Ji Chunhong was a little worried because he knew the valiant martial hall master's personality too well. This person was jealous of talents. Moreover, he placed a special importance on the chair under his butt. If he were to malign Jiang Fei because of something, the consequences would be unimaginable. If it was in the past, Ji Chunhong would be worried about Jiang Fei. After all, even he was not a match for the hall master. If the hall master insisted on dealing with Jiang Fei, he would not be able to stop him. However, it was different now. Jiang Fei was the dragon race's sage lord, although he had never displayed his power in front of Ji Chunhong. Ji Chunhong could roughly guess it. If the martial hero hall master had any ill intentions towards Jiang Fei at this time, he would be the one to die. The 2 of them did not say anything throughout the journey. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the entrance of the main hall. After a disciple informed them, Jiang Fei and Ji Chunhong walked up to the main hall together. The valiant martial hall master asked with a smile. Actually, he had already known that Jiang Fei had returned. However, because he did not like Jiang Fei very much, he had pretended not to know. However, now that Jiang Fei had taken the initiative to come over, it would not be right if he did not greet him. Jiang Fei bowed slightly. He was only bowing to the valiant Marshal Hall's palace master to give good Chunhong face. Otherwise, with Jiang Fei's current status, the one who should be bowing would be the valiant Marshal Hall's palace master who is sitting on the high seat. The valiant Marshal Hall's palace master waved his hand. Naturally, Ji Chunhong was the first to sit with his hands hanging down. As Jiang Fei was the valiant Marshal Hall's newest consecrator, he could only sit at the end. After the two of them took their seats, the valiant Marshal Hall master was ready to get down to business. Before they arrived, the other guardian and elders had already arrived. I believe everyone has already heard that the dragon race has appeared. The valiant Marshal Hall master sighed. That's right. The dragon race has been dormant for tens of thousands of years. An elder with a higher status also sighed. Everyone, don't be in a hurry to sigh. Let's share our thoughts. The valiant Marshal Hall master asked. An elder who was of the warring faction said. Chapter 2088. Translator, 549690339. Another elder stood up and said. The valiant Marshal Hall master raised his eyebrows. Hall master, the strength of the dragon race is not to be underestimated. Although they have been dormant for tens of thousands of years, they will definitely be more powerful this time. The elder said, What do you mean by that? Another elder stood up. It was obvious that he was also from the warring faction. You. The elder from before was so angry that he was panting. Humph. Don't boost the morale of others and destroy the prestige of your own people. The dragon clan has been dormant for tens of thousands of years and has long lost contact with the outside world. The elder from the warring faction said. Obviously, among these elders, the battle sect was the majority. Except for the elder who was in charge of the logistics of the valiant Marshal Hall, almost everyone else was in charge of the battle. Seeing that the battle sect was the majority of the elders, the valiant Marshal Hall master showed a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Then, he turned his head to look at the honorable elders sitting here. I think we might as well wait and see. Let those ferocious beasts take the lead. When it comes to their hatred towards the dragon race, they are much deeper than us humans, said one of the temple masters. Yes, I also think that it's better to be more cautious. I have read some records. The dragon race's talent is far beyond that of us humans, said another temple master. Hall master, I think that we should first join forces with other human forces. It's best to be fully prepared. However, when we're fighting against the dragon race, there's no need for us to rush to the front line and become cannon fodder for others, said one of the guardian beside Jiang Fei. Clearly, compared to the elders, these guardian were much more cautious. The reason for this was very simple. If they were to really fight, these guardian would have to rush to the front line. Being a consecrator in the Hall of Martial Meritocrats was more like a soldier protecting his country. They were very powerful. When they were fighting against the outside world, they were all at the front line. As for those elders, they were more in charge of internal affairs and managing the operation of the Hall of Martial Meritocrats. Therefore, when it came to war, these people were the most radical, because they did not need to rush into the war, and the ones who died in the war were not them. Therefore, they could be at ease and shout loudly to participate in the war. However, those consecrators were different. They really wanted to go to war, so they had to consider whether they could win the war or not. If they couldn't win the war, they had to think of ways to find an additional advantage outside the battlefield. The entire valiant Marshal Hall would also fall into a disaster because of this. The valiant Marshal Hall master pondered for a moment, but no one said anything. He wanted to participate in the war, but most of the consecrators didn't support it. Therefore, although he was the hall master, he couldn't say anything. At this time, an elder stood up. He was the hall master's trusted aide and was very good at guessing his master's thoughts. Now, Hall Master Wu Ying couldn't say anything. Then he had to speak. What did you say? The consecrators couldn't keep their faces straight. Whether it was the consecrators or the elders, they were all true immortal level experts. No one could stand being called cowardly in front of others. If the elders aren't cowardly, then why are they so timid? Are those dragons really that powerful? The rumors of the ancient times may not be reliable. You have to know that the times are improving. Our martial skills are no longer comparable to those of the past. Calling them dragons is just a compliment, said the elder trusted by the hall master. Yes, yes. I think what Elder Wong said makes sense. Yes, today is not like the past, and those dragon clans might not be as terrifying as the rumors say. Some of these elders were the hall master's trusted aides, so they naturally had to follow their boss idea when speaking. Others were purely arrogant. After all, the history of mankind was too short. Their records of the Dark Ages were not as detailed as those of the dire beasts. A bunch of idiots. Zhang Fei laughed in his heart. This group of elders actually thought that they could challenge the dragon race. This was truly an ignorant and fearless person. Hall Master, this is definitely not the time to act rashly. When the deacons saw that they could not convince the elders, they had no choice but to turn to the valiant Marshall Hall's Hall Master. However, they did not know that these elders were so eager to participate in the battle. They had received the Palace Master's orders. The valiant Marshall Hall's Palace Master looked at Ji Chunhong. After all, Ji Chunhong was the valiant Marshall Hall's second strongest expert. It was impossible for the Palace Master to be the one to personally lead the external battle. Therefore, it was almost always Ji Chunhong who led the team. Of course, he had to seek Ji Chunhong's opinion on this matter. Ji Chunhong was stunned. When he came, he was only thinking about how to persuade Zhang Fei to stop using his weapons. He did not expect the valiant Marshall Hall to take the initiative to fight. Now that the Palace Master had asked him, he really did not know how to answer. At this time, Zhang Fei sent a voice transmission to Ji Chunhong. Moreover, when he sent the voice transmission, he used his mental strength to set up a barrier. With Zhang Fei's mental strength, even the valiant Marshall Hall's Temple Master could not eavesdrop. Ji Chunhong said, as if it was a matter of course. He was the valiant Marshall Hall's guardian, not the Temple Master's fighter. He had a sense of belonging to the valiant Marshall Hall, but he was definitely not loyal to the Temple Master. Then let's fight, Zhang Fei said calmly. However, this sentence made Ji Chunhong break out in a cold sweat because he knew that his disciple had the intention to kill the Hall Master who sat on the throne. Ji Chunhong asked. Although Zhang Fei was his disciple, Zhang Fei was also the dragon race's sage lord. Therefore, sometimes when Zhang Fei made a decision, he could not interfere. Yes, our Hall Master does great things, but cherishes his own life. He forgets his own life for small benefits. Moreover, he is narrow-minded and opinionated. Zhang Fei nodded and said, Yisrunong Sayid. Zhang Fei's words left him with no room to refute. He had been in the valiant Marshall Hall for so many years. He knew very well what kind of person the Hall Master was. Master, it's better to let the pain go by itself. Don't worry, I will pass down the order. Other than him and his henchmen, the valiant Marshall Hall will not suffer too much damage, Zhang Fei said. Ji Chunhong hardened his heart. Zhang Fei had already said so much. He had no choice but to agree. Otherwise, if the Hall Master really provoked Zhang Fei, the entire valiant Marshall Hall would be finished. Chapter 2089-2089. Translator 549690339. After Zhang Fei made a promise that he would not cause too much damage to the valiant Marshall Hall, Ji Chunhong sighed. Although he did not have any personal grudges against the Hall Master, his personality would sooner or later bring disaster to the valiant Marshall Hall. Therefore, he had no choice but to be ruthless and make a decision. In fact, the valiant Marshall Hall Master's self-opinionated personality was very common among those in power. After all, these people heard the flattery of the people below them all day long. It did not matter if it was just one or two sentences. As time passed, it was inevitable that they would become complacent. All day long, they were the only ones who thought that they were the most powerful, and only they were the smartest. The others were not worth mentioning at all. Under normal circumstances, this kind of situation did not matter because they did indeed sit at a certain high position. Even if they were headstrong and opinionated, no one could shake their position, let alone challenge their power. But now was different. The sudden appearance of the Dragon Clan had caused the entire 5 directions of the world to change. Originally, they were almost invincible in human society. Even the martial Valiant Hall, which was on equal footing with the Thousand Beast Mountain, was no longer as invincible as before. Therefore, Ji Chunhong had to consider the sect. Although the dragon race's sage lord was Jiang Fei, he would not do anything to the martial Valiant Hall due to the master-disciple relationship. However, Ji Chunhong was also a person of high status. He knew that it was one thing for Jiang Fei to give him face. Then, it would be useless even if he were to speak up for him. Therefore, Ji Chunhong finally sighed. Then, he calmed his mind and said to the valiant martial hall master, "Hall master, I am only a consecrator. Whether or not I will participate in the war is not something that I need to consider. My duty is to charge into the battle when the valiant martial hall needs me. What I need to consider is how to defeat the enemy." Hearing Gu Chunhong's words, Hall Master Wing's eyes lit up. This chief consecrator's words had clearly set the tone, which was that the consecrators would not participate in political affairs. When the time came, they would only need to carry out the attack order. The other consecrators all stared blankly at Ji Chunhong. They did not expect him to make such a decision. After all, Ji Chunhong was the chief consecrator. The other guardians couldn't argue with the elders anymore. Ji Chunhong gave the guardians a reassuring look. But who could be at ease at this time? After all, they were about to face the Dragon Clan. Hall Master Wing pretended to look at the other guardians. The other honorable elders looked at each other, not knowing what to say. As the chief honorable elders, Ji Chunhong's words had silenced everyone. All right, since everyone has no objections, then it's decided. Elder Qin, you immediately go and contact the 4 great clans. Elder Wang, you go and contact the myriad Beast Mountain. The valiant martial hall master said with a high-spirited expression. Yes, Hall Master. Yes, Hall Master. The 2 elders left after receiving the order. After all, no one had a specific time frame for when the Dragon Clan would be born, so the matter of forming an alliance naturally had to be done as soon as possible. After the meeting ended, everyone dispersed. Only the valiant martial hall master and a few of his trusted aides were left in the hall. The valiant martial hall master asked his most trusted military advisor. Luo Bin asked in return. Both, the valiant martial hall master said. Luo Bin fell silent at this point. The valiant martial hall master asked. Luo Bin said as he carefully observed the hall master's expression. He knew this hall master too well. However, if the palace master turned hostile, his head could fall at any time. Tell me your reason, the valiant martial palace master said expressionlessly. The 4 great clans have a long history, even longer than our valiant martial palace. Their records of the Dragon Clan should be more detailed, so they know how cruel the Dragon Clan is, so there's a high chance that they will choose to resist. The Fierce Beast Clan is even more so. In the Dark Era, humans are still relatively weak and rarely enter the Dragon Clan's field of vision. Therefore, the Fierce Beast Clan is the most oppressed, so their desire to resist should be stronger. Luo Bin first analyzed the problem of the alliance. The valiant martial temple master nodded, then gestured for Luo Bin to continue. As for the matter of resisting the dragons, I don't think the success rate is very high. According to the records, the dragons are so powerful that we can't even imagine them. As long as they are adults, they have the power of a supreme human true immortal. A small leader can fight against the female beast empress. Luo Bin saw that the temple master's face didn't change at all. Only then did he continue speaking. That's right. The valiant martial palace master actually revealed a smile. An elder beside him asked, "Sai." The valiant martial palace master shook his head, then said to Luo Bin, "You explain it to them." "I don't know what you mean, Hall Master." Of course, Luo Bin didn't dare to say that he understood Hall Master's thoughts. After all, this kind of thing was quite heart-wrenching. Hall Master Wuing nodded. First of all, when the dragon race descends into the world, it is unavoidable for them to inform the 5 directions of the world again. However, if they surrender directly, it will inevitably let the dragon race see clearly about humans. This is because when they ruled the 5 directions of the world previously, humans were the weakest race. To put it bluntly, when they asked the other races for food ingredients, they couldn't think of humans. Luo Bin said until here. He stole a glance at the palace master's expression before continuing his topic. That's why we must have some say in the Alliance army. When the time comes, we only need to attack once and cause a little loss to the Dragon Clan before we surrender. This way, we can show our strength and obtain a good position after surrendering to the Dragon Clan. Moreover, it will also look better on our face, Luo Bin said. An elder asked worriedly. Then we'll hand over those consecrators. In any case, these guys are getting more and more disobedient, Luo Bin said coldly. Chapter 2090. Translator 549690339. Great. A few sycophantic elders praised the valiant Martial Hall Master one after another. Speaking of which, the valiant Martial Hall Master's trick was indeed insidious. In the battle against the Dragon Clan, those consecrators had to charge into the battle. Facing such a powerful Dragon Clan, they would suffer great casualties. The valiant Martial Hall once again handed over the revered elders who fought bravely. The valiant Martial Hall Master once again achieved his goal of eliminating the dissidents. However, the valiant Martial Hall Master had calculated everything. He did not expect Jiang Fei to be the Dragon Sage Lord. His perfect plan was nothing but a joke in front of Jiang Fei. While the valiant Martial Hall Master was discussing with his trusted aides, Ji Chenhong's cave abode was unusually lively. The revered elders who opposed the war were all gathered at Ji Chenhong's place. They hoped that he could give them a reason. Senior Brother Go, why did you start off like this? One of the deacons said with a bitter expression. That's right, Senior Brother Ji. Our brothers know that you're powerful. In the past battles, you've led your brothers to victory. However, it's different this time. We're facing the Dragon Clan. Those guys aren't easy to deal with. Another deaconess also said, Everyone, don't be anxious. This time, I can assure everyone that nothing will happen to the valiant Martial Hall. Ji Chunhong said. A guardian asked. They all knew Ji Chunhong's character. If he was not really confident, he would not force everyone into a dead end. Someone suddenly asked, Huh? Everyone was stunned. If that was the case, then it made sense that Ji Chunhong had agreed to participate in the battle so decisively. Ji Chunhong poured cold water on everyone. All of a sudden, the consecrators at the scene all raised their hearts again. Although the descent of the dragon race is true, I can assure everyone that the valiant Martial Hall will not be destroyed. As long as everyone does not do it themselves, they will not die, Ji Chunhong said. Senior Ji, what exactly do you know? Tell everyone. Otherwise, everyone will really be uncertain, the worshipper shouted. How could they believe it so easily? I really can't say much about this. Ji Chunhong glanced at Jiang Fei. In the end, he did not tell them the truth. Because Ji Chunhong refused to tell them, the guardians had no choice but to leave resentfully. Although they were somewhat dissatisfied, Ji Chunhong's reputation in the valiant Martial Hall was very high. Therefore, his words gave these people some confidence. After the people had left, Ji Chunhong looked at Jiang Fei with a serious face and asked, Little Fei, tell me, what exactly are you thinking? In the beginning, I did not have many thoughts about the 5 directions of heaven and earth. Jiang Fei said. Uneasy, Ji Chunhong said with a frown. Indeed, he can't threaten me. When Jiang Fei said this, he had unknowingly treated the 5 directions world as his backyard. Yifrunhong Sahit. Although he did not want to see this kind of situation, he could more or less understand Jiang Fei's ambition. After all, his strength and influence had already reached such a level. If he did not have any thoughts about the entire 5 directions world, that would be a problem. However, Master, don't worry. I will not unify the 5 directions world, nor will I change the overall situation. I will at most remove those dangerous factors. I will definitely not let the Five Directions world return to the darkest era, Zhang Fei promised. Sigh. All right, I can't care about such things anymore. Yeshu nong sayit. For Zhang Fei to make such a promise, it was already a very big concession. If it was another person with Zhang Fei's power, who would not want to rule the entire Five Directions. Just as Zhang Fei and Gu Chunhong were chatting, the elders sent by the valiant Martial Hall Master were also making preparations to form an alliance as soon as possible. In the next few days, Zhang Fei did not have much to do. He stayed by Su Tianhua's side all day long, accompanying him to choose various materials for crafting. Finally, on the seventh day, Su Tianhua was ready to start the furnace. Disciple, melt this piece of blazing gold essence. Before crafting, Su Tianhua wanted to take Zhang Fei's test while he was still in the initial stages of refining the materials. Zhang Fei took a small piece of crimson metal from Su Tianhua's hand and held it in his palm. Su Tianhua asked. Most people would still use a magical tool when they were in the initial stages of refining the metal. This was because not only would it increase the temperature of the flame, but it would also save a lot of effort. Zhang Fei smiled confidently. Then he closed his eyes slightly, and a white-hot flame appeared in his palm. Ever since he had mastered the flame of will, Zhang Fei had become more and more fond of using this flame to forge weapons or pills. This was because this flame itself had spirituality. It was better than other flames, and it was faster. Moreover, it could give the materials being refined a unique spirituality. What kind of flame is this? Su Tianhua looked at the flame in Zhang Fei's hand and was stunned. As far as he knew, the highest level of crafting was the flame of the heart. Anyone who could use this flame was already a top-notch craftsman. This was because under this kind of flame, there was no need for any external assistance. A top-grade magical item could be crafted in the palm of one's hand. However, the flame that Zhang Fei was using right now was something Su Tianhua had never seen before. This was because the speed at which the flame was melting the blazing gold essence was too fast. In just a few breaths' time, the blazing gold essence was completely melted. I call it the flame of the will, Zhang Fei replied. What surprised Su Tianhua even more was that Zhang Fei was actually able to divert his attention to answer his question. This is a flame that is catalyzed by highly condensed spiritual power, Zhang Fei explained. Su Tianhua nodded. Although he understood the origin of this flame, he was even more shocked. An expert who could condense spiritual power into a physical form was already a rare occurrence in 10,000 years. There was no need to even talk about catalyzing this kind of near-physical spiritual power into a flame. Disciple, you'll be in charge of the smithing this time. After his shock, Su Tianhua decisively gave up on the idea of personally refining the weapon. He was ready to guide Zhang Fei to complete the smithing this time. He also wanted to see what kind of magical effect Zhang Fei's magical flame would produce in the smithing process. Chapter 2091. Translator 549690339. Zhang Fei saw that Su Tianhua had given him the heavy responsibility of crafting. He did not reject it immediately. After all, it was a rare opportunity for him to personally craft an artifact under Su Tianhua's guidance. After Su Tianhua made his decision, he no longer held the furnace in his hands. Instead, he handed the materials in his hands to Zhang Fei one by one. Wait a moment. If there are too many flame crystals, quickly remove some of them. Su Tianhua had a very accurate grasp of these materials. Although Zhang Fei was the one who started the crafting process, he was still able to keenly capture the subtle differences in the amount of each material. This was the experience gained from hundreds of years of specializing in one thing. Zhang Fei did as he was told, while secretly memorizing Su Tianhua's experience. Fuse the blood essence stone. Refine all the impurities. Don't leave these things behind. Su Tianhua's eyes were fixed on the materials in Zhang Fei's palm. Under the flame of will, these materials melted and fused very quickly. This was something that even an expert like Su Tianhua could not do. However, his disciple had managed to do it. This made Su Tianhua sigh in his heart, but more than that, he was proud. Under Su Tianhua's guidance, the first step of Jiang Fei's smithing process was very smooth. Very soon, the basic materials were almost completely melted. Su Tianhua asked, "I want to forge a weapon," Jiang Fei said. Su Tianhua subconsciously thought of a flying sword. After all, this kind of weapon was the most commonly used among cultivators. "No, I want to forge a long spear," Jiang Fei said. Naturally, he had prepared this long spear for Hua Mulan. At that moment, Hua Mulan was not only the second most powerful expert in Jiang Fei's faction, but she was also the one who valued weapons the most. Although Bella in Jiang Fei's faction had successfully transcended the tribulation and reached the true immortal level, she only believed in her own fists. She did not need any weapons at all. Therefore, even if Jiang Fei had crafted a long spear for her, it would only be a decoration. However, Hua Mulan was different. Not only was her spearmanship excellent, but she also valued the long spear in her hand very much. She had even reached the level of being one with the spear. This was unique among the people around Jiang Fei. Especially Hua Mulan's love for the spear, it was beyond Jiang Fei's imagination. After all, when Hua Mulan was undergoing her tribulation, the scene where she would rather be injured than damage her weapon was still fresh in Jiang Fei's mind. It was precisely because of these reasons that Jiang Fei decided to forge a new spear for Hua Mulan this time. After all, although the previous spear was also made by the Flame of Will, that was only Jiang Fei's first try. This time, not only did Jiang Fei obtain the best materials, but he also had Su Tianhua to guide him. He believed that he would definitely be able to forge a top-grade magical weapon this time. Su Tianhua pondered for a moment. This kind of weapon was more common among ordinary martial artists. However, it was rarer among cultivators. After all, although this thing was powerful, it was far less flexible than a flying sword, therefore, it was not liked by most cultivators. After a moment, Su Tianhua stood up and walked to his room. Jiang Fei waited for about 10 minutes before Su Tianhua came out of his room. This thing has been treasured for many years. Su Tianhua held a small brocade box in his hand. The entire box was only the size of a fist. Jiang Fei asked curiously, "For Su Tianhua to have such a treasure, it must not be an ordinary item." Su Tianhua said with a serious face. Jiang Fei was stunned. "Yes." Su Tianhua then explained the origin of this treasure to Jiang Fei. It turned out that the Heart of Whiteness was one of the supreme treasures of the 5 directions. It was a rare treasure that was produced by the Whiteness Star. It could be said to be the pinnacle of gold. Therefore, it was also known as the Supreme Gold. Jiang Fei was stunned after listening to it. Yes, according to the legends, this treasure was formed from the star core of the Whiteness Star. Su Tianhua nodded and said. Jiang Fei asked, "These 10 directions clear artifacts were all innate supreme treasures. They were not man-made. They were formed from the star core of the planet they belonged to after 10,000 years of evolution. The White Heart was the remnant of their evolution," Su Tianhua said. Jiang Fei nodded. "Since you want to refine a long spear, this treasure can indeed help you. The Heart of Whiteness is the strongest gold," Su Tianhua said. Jiang Fei took the Heart of Whiteness with both hands. "All right, this thing is not easy to melt." Su Tianhua smiled. Actually, Su Tianhua had obtained the Heart of Extreme Whiteness for many years. During this period of time, it was not that he did not want to refine it into other magical artifacts. However, the Flame of Will could not melt it, so he could only put it aside. Therefore, although this thing was precious, there was no way to use it. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he held the Heart of Extreme Whiteness with both hands and catalyzed the Flame of Will in his palms. Under the burning of the Flame of Will, the Heart of Whiteness did not change at all. This made Jiang Fei's forehead sweat. Could it be that the Heart of Whiteness could not be artificially refined? As time passed, the Heart of Whiteness was burned red by Jiang Fei's Flame of Will. However, there was no sign of melting at all. Damn it! Jiang Fei finally made up his mind. Then, he began to draw the energy from the will's core. As this energy was injected into the will's flame, the white flame became even more transparent. If one did not look carefully, Zhang Fei's palm seemed to have nothing at all. Moreover, Su Tianhua, who was so close to him, could not even feel the hot temperature. Su Tianhua was stunned. He thought that something had happened to Zhang Fei's will's flame. However, at that moment, the white heart in Zhang Fei's palm finally began to melt. That's great. Su Tianhua prompted. Zhang Fei nodded. Then, he began to change the shape of the melted white heart through his spiritual power. Because the entire white heart was only the size of a human pinky finger, it was unrealistic to use it to make the entire spear tip. Therefore, Zhang Fei only planned to use this indestructible treasure to make the outer shell of the spear tip. The inner part would be filled with the metal that had just been fused with the blazing gold essence and other precious materials. This was because this metal had excellent spiritual power transmission. It could maximize the power of the user. Chapter 2092. Translator 549690339. With the activation of Zhang Fei's spiritual power, the white heart was quickly formed into the shape of a spearhead. Moreover, the spearhead was wrapped in an alloy that was mainly made of blazing gold essence. Su Tianhua prompted. Zhang Fei was really not very good at this. He had omitted this step when he was refining it previously. Su Tianhua waved his hand and displayed the glyphs of the two formation diagrams. Zhang Fei glanced at the two formation diagrams that Su Tianhua had displayed and memorized them. Although these formation diagrams were complicated, Zhang Fei's memory was still able to record them down accurately. Following that, Zhang Fei began to use his mind power to carve the two formations on the core of the blazing flame essence gold in the spearhead. This was because if it was carved on the outside, it would easily be destroyed during the battle. However, if he encountered a strong enemy, the energy that erupted during the intense battle would be quite terrifying. After about an hour, the two formations were completely imprinted on the core, made of blazing gold essence. After that, Zhang Fei used his mind power to guide the outer shell of the spearhead formed by the heart of Great White to close. Finally, it completely fused into one. After the spearhead was completed, Zhang Fei began to refine the spear shaft again. The materials here could no longer be used with the hard and violent nature. Instead, they needed to be made with extremely tough materials. Fortunately, Su Tianhua had already prepared the materials beforehand. Zhang Fei could immediately take it over and refine it. This time, Zhang Fei spent the longest time refining the weapon ever since he came into contact with it. After more than 10 hours, he finally completed the fusion of the spearhead and the shaft. Moreover, it was an inscription. The inscription on the shaft of the spear did not need to increase the power of the weapon. Instead, it needed to make the energy flow more smoothly. When Zhang Fei finished drawing the last inscription, a 7-colored light flashed across the body of the spear. Following that, a sharp aura rushed towards him. Su Tianhua's eyes lit up. Although the long spear had not been completed, the power it emitted was not weaker than some top-tier magical equipment. Zhang Fei took a spiritual crystal from Su Tianhua. This spiritual crystal was much stronger than the ones that Ram used to live in. Whether it was the transparency or the purity, it was of a few grades. Finally, Zhang Fei placed the spiritual crystal cup on the position of the spear and protected it with a very strong metal. Zhang Fei waved his hand and pulled Ram out of the inheritance space. Then he used his immense spiritual power to seal Ram into the spiritual crystal. As he was going to refine Ram into a tool spirit, Zhang Fei did not need to show himself to fight anymore. He only needed to increase the power of the tool and the magic tool. The flame of will under Zhang Fei's control began to burn fiercely. As the flame of will burned, Ram's screams echoed throughout Ji Chunhong's cave. Although the flame of will was the best weapon-making flame and had the effect of improving the weapon spirit, under the flame of will, if the weapon spirit wanted to increase its power, it would have to endure unimaginable pain. It was a pain that would burn one's soul directly. Even if one wanted to faint, it would be impossible. Only under such cruel torture would the weapon's spirit's strength increase significantly. When Zhang Fei was finally refining the long spear, Zhang Fei's flame had directly fused Lamu with the heart crystal. The heart crystal had also fused with the entire long spear. Therefore, the current Lamu was this long spear. This spear was the incarnation of Lamu. Just as Zhang Fei finished refining, a seven-colored light descended from the sky and instantly enveloped the spear. "Quickly bring it out!" Su Tianhua shouted loudly. At the same time, he was very excited because only top-grade magical equipment could trigger the apocalypse. This kind of apocalypse with the seven-color divine light as a precursor was even more powerful. The magical equipment that Zhang Fei had crafted this time was extremely powerful. After Zhang Fei extinguished the flame of his will, he did not care about his physical and mental fatigue. He picked up the long spear and immediately teleported outside the valiant martial hall. Just as Zhang Fei was teleported outside the valiant martial hall, a strong wind blew around him. Dark clouds gathered from all directions. In the blink of an eye, they covered the blue sky above Zhang Fei's head. During the tribulation, it was a personal matter. Outsiders could not help at all. It was the same with divine equipment. Therefore, Zhang Fei gave an order and left the range of the tribulation clouds. Ram perked up. Although he had just suffered the pain of having his soul burned by the flame of will, he knew that his real test had come. Although after he successfully transcended the tribulation, he could only be someone else's magical equipment. However, if he failed to transcend the tribulation, he would face the end of eternal damnation. A moment later, the tribulation clouds above Lamu's head had already accumulated to a critical point. Following that, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. The heavenly tribulation had begun. Seeing that the first heavenly tribulation had fallen, Lamu stood up and used the tip of his spear to meet the lightning tribulation head-on. The lightning tribulation and the tip of the spear collided. A bright light burst out. When the light dissipated, Zhang Fei found that the tip of the spear, made of the heart of Great White, was intact. Although the entire body of the spear was surrounded by electric currents, it was not damaged at all. The second thunderbolt fell. Ram attacked again. Crack, 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 crack. One thunderbolt after another rolled down. The long spear did not show any signs of weakness. Every time it met the attack head-on, it was not at a disadvantage. There were 9 tribulations in each group. After a total of 6 groups fell, the clouds in the sky finally dispersed. However, the long spear stood proudly in the air. Under the infusion of the seven-colored light, its power once again improved. At the same time, the long spear gave off a wild aura. Zhang Fei could even feel it from afar. Zhang Fei's heart skipped a beat. It was obvious that Lamu was feeling a little uneasy after obtaining new power. Thinking of this, Zhang Fei's spiritual power turned into a large hand and grabbed the long spear that had completed the tribulations. Lamu controlled the long spear and used a divine dragon tail swing. At the same time that he shook off Zhang Fei's large hand, he actually dared to fight back. Zhang Fei's face darkened. Immediately after, his spiritual power had increased by several levels. Before Lamu could react, he was enveloped by Zhang Fei's vast spiritual power wave. Ram's miserable cry was heard. Although the spearhead made from the heart of Great White was invincible and the entire magical equipment had passed the 69 heavenly tribulations, there was almost no one who could match up to Zhang Fei in terms of spiritual power, not to mention a mere Ram. Chapter 2093, 2093. Translator 549,690,339 A. It hurts. My lord, please spare me. I beg you, I know I'm wrong. Please spare me. Lamu was begging for mercy in the air. Although this guy was once a hermit-level master, he had never experienced the heavenly tribulation. He had never worked as hard as the cultivators of the 5 directions of heaven and earth. He would not be as strong as a true immortal. I'm warning you. Your life is in my hands at all times. Jiang Fei said coldly. Lamu kept begging for mercy. Jiang Fei nodded. However, he was still worried. Although Lamu was scared to death of him, he was prepared to give the spear to Hua Mulan. Hua Mulan, who had just become a true immortal, might not be able to control him. With that thought in mind, Jiang Fei grabbed the spear. At the same time, the will of the audience began to burn again. This time, Jiang Fei did not try to refine the entire spear because the magic weapon was already quite perfect. Jiang Fei only refined the heart crystal that Lamu was residing in and added an additional formation on it. This formation did not increase the power of the weapon. It was only a function similar to the binding curse. As long as the blood was used to bind the weapon, Hua Mulan could use this formation to punish Ram at any time. It could make Ram wish he was dead, or even kill his immortal soul. As Ram screamed in pain, the additional refining was completed. There was an additional formation on the spiritual crystal, which also gave Ram an additional restriction. Jiang Fei smiled faintly and kept the spear into the inheritance space. After everything was done, Jiang Fei turned around and returned to the Valiant Martial Hall. At this time, Ji Chunhong and Su Tianhua were chatting idly. To good Chunhong, he did not know much about refining equipment. This magical equipment must not be wrong. Su Tianhua had personally seen the long spear being forged. With his eyesight, he naturally knew the power of this long spear. Therefore, he was not worried about the tribulation at all. When Jiang Fei returned, he saw that the two teachers were talking about other things. They did not mention anything about the long spear at all. Instead, he was very surprised. When Jiang Fei returned, he saw that the two teachers did not pay attention to him. Therefore, he licked his lips and took the initiative to ask. He wanted to show off, didn't he? Do you even need to ask? Looking at your smug face, I can guess that you have already gotten married. Ji Chunhong scolded with a smile. Jiang Fei smiled embarrassedly. Then, he told his two masters about the magical artifact's tribulation. Su Tianhua sighed again after hearing it. He had never seen such a spineless, true, immortal essence soul. Ji Chunhong asked. Not yet. Jiang Fei flattered him a little. Look for your second master for this matter. Yi Shunhong Smi Lid. Although he was not proficient in the art of artifact making, he was a senior and junior to Su Tianhua. Therefore, he more or less understood some of the rules in the circle. The naming of this magical artifact was not a small matter. Therefore, as an amateur, he did not get involved blindly. This spear is made from the heart of whiteness. Moreover, it has been added with a lot of fire-type materials. Therefore, it is invincible in terms of attack. Su Tianhua said. Void shattering. Jiang Fei was slightly stunned. He did not expect Su Tianhua to give such a high evaluation of this spear. After all, in the hearts of cultivators, void shattering was the highest realm. He was able to use void shattering to name the spear. From this, it could be seen how high Su Tianhua's expectations of the spear were. Why? Su Tianhua asked. Yes. Jiang Fei bowed to Su Tianhua. After that, the three of them had 2 days of peace. However, trouble soon followed. One of the Hall Master's trusted disciples came to Gu Chunhong's cave. Ji Chunhong looked at Jiang Fei and said. He thought to himself that the Hall Master had finished contacting Jiang Fei and was ready to challenge the dragon race. Jiang Fei smiled faintly. Since the valiant martial arts Hall Master was courting death, if he did not fulfill the request, wouldn't he be letting down the Hall Master's efforts? Soon, Jiang Fei and his disciple followed the disciple to the main hall. By then, the main hall was already filled to the brim. After Jiang Fei and the disciple sat down, the valiant martial hall master stood up and began to announce the official business. At this time, there was no lack of requests from the valiant martial hall master. Therefore, one of the valiant martial hall master's trusted elders took the initiative to ask. The valiant martial temple master announced loudly. That's great. With the myriad beast mountain united, we will have a lot of hope in our fight against the dragon clan. The temple master's trusted aides immediately cheered. At this moment, if they did not support their leader, wouldn't they be too lacking in judgment? A deacon asked. The valiant Marshal Hall's Hall Master was originally excited, but at this moment, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. This was because the Xie family of the four great clans could not be contacted at all. The Wang and Xiao families did not pay any attention to the valiant Marshal Hall's emissary. Only the Yuan family had decided to form an alliance. Therefore, only one of the four great families agreed to form an alliance. This result was a bit of a slap to the valiant Marshal Hall's chief's face. The four great families did not really care about the valiant Marshal Hall to begin with. Although the valiant Marshal Hall was known as the leader of the righteous path, the four great families' attitudes toward the righteous and evil paths were actually very ambiguous. There were also people from the Heart Moon God sect. Although the four great families were on the valiant Marshal Hall side on the surface for the sake of their reputation, the actual situation where they stood on the side had always been based on profit, regardless of whether they were righteous or evil. This time, when a valiant Marshal Hall master sent an elder to contact the three great clans, although they were initially very tempted, they were used to living a free life after all. No one wanted to be overpowered by the dragon race and become someone else's slave. However, the three great clans were different from before. At this time, the Wang and Xiao families and the Moon Goddess sect had formed a strong alliance because of Jiang Fei. They were even prepared to join forces to attack the Yuan family. Therefore, the valiant Marshal Hall's emissary had asked Jiang Fei for his opinion. They asked Jiang Fei about it first. Although Jiang Fei had never left the valiant Marshal Hall, he did not turn off his communicator. Therefore, when the Wang and Xiao families asked him about it, he gave them some information. Then, who would still rush to die together with the valiant Marshal Hall's master? Chapter 2094. Translator 549690339. The Yuan clan of the four great clans has already agreed to form an alliance. As for the other three clans, the Xie clan isn't easy to contact. Feeling helpless, the valiant Marshal Hall master could only use some vague words to try and deceive them. What do you mean by almost done? The deacon asked stubbornly. The more he pressed on, the more embarrassed the valiant Marshal Hall master became. The more he resented these disobedient high officials. All right, High Official Qian, since the Hall Master has said that we are almost done talking, then it should be about time. Jiang Fei took the initiative to mediate the situation. Now, the valiant Marshal Hall Master was rushing to his death. Moreover, he could even bring the Yuan family along. How could Jiang Fei go against his enthusiasm? What do you mean by not asking? What if the other three families do not agree? Deacon Qian seemed to be a little stubborn. He continued to ask relentlessly. At this moment, Ji Chunhong could only speak. He felt that if he did not speak, Deacon Qian might anger the temple master. When that happened, he would inevitably suffer a loss. Guardian Qian asked, whether it is feasible or not, we can only do our best. Ji Chunhong said, all right. Guardian Qian nodded. To the others, Ji Chunhong's words seemed to be a symbol of loyalty. It was as if he was sworn to protect the Marshal Meritocrat's palace and the other deacon. However, what Ji Chunhong really meant was that he was Jiang Fei's master. As long as he was still alive, Jiang Fei had to give him some face. He would not kill the Marshal Meritocrats. Jiang Fei looked at Ji Chunhong and smiled. Of course, he knew that his master's words were meant for him to hear. Therefore, he quickly nodded at Ji Chunhong. Once again, he promised that he would not harm the lives of the deacon. After Ji Chunhong said those words, the other sinecures gave him face and did not pursue the matter further. When a valiant Marshal Hall master saw that everyone was silent, not only did he not thank Ji Chunhong for speaking up for him, but he also became even more resentful towards Ji Chunhong. On the contrary, he became even more resentful towards Ji Chunhong. In the valiant Marshal Hall master's heart, he did not feel that he should be grateful for Ji Chunhong's words. He felt that Ji Chunhong and the other sinecures should work for the valiant Marshal Hall. As long as his orders came, those sinecures would be willing to die. Even if they had to be willing to do so. And just now, those consecrators were making things difficult for him. But with a single word from Ji Chunhong, these people all shut up. This was not a pleasant feeling in the heart of Hall Master Wuing. It was as if Ji Chunhong's words were more effective than his. It made him feel that Ji Chunhong was a threat to him. Actually, Ji Chunhong's status in the Hall of Martial Heroes was far lower than the Hallmaster's. The reason why his words were effective was because he had to sacrifice his life to protect these consecrators. But the Hallmaster let those consecrators die. This was a big difference. Everyone's choice of Ji Chunhong was within reason. However, the Hallmaster of Martial Meritocrats, who was always worried about the chair under his butt, did not think so. He felt that Ji Chunhong posed a threat to him, and those consecrators were also disobedient. Hence, the best way was to get rid of them. The Hallmaster of Martial Meritocrats said to everyone, "Although there are still a few negotiations that have not been completed, time waits for no man. We cannot afford to delay any longer. Hence, I have discussed it with the female Beast Empress of the Thousand Beast Mountain and decided to form an alliance army to go against the Dragon Clan." Ah! All the Guardians were stunned. Didn't they say that they were going to resist the Dragon Race's counterattack at the beginning? How did it become taking the initiative to go against the Dragon Race? Moreover, do you know where the Dragon Race is now? Regarding the location of the Dragon Race, the female Beast Empress has already sent people to investigate. I heard that there are already some clues, the valiant Martial Hallmaster said. Hallmaster, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Zhang Fei took the initiative to step forward. If he waited for the myriad beasts mountain to gather information, how long would he have to wait? Zhang Fei would only stay in the 5 directions for another 40 to 50 days at most. He did not want to wait any longer. You know, the valiant martial temple master was stunned. Yes, when I was training in the past, I accidentally found their teleportation formation, Zhang Fei said casually. All right, then I will immediately inform the Thousand Beast Mountain. The valiant martial temple master said. He could not wait for these sinecures to die, so that his position in the valiant martial temple would be unshakable. Following that, Zhang Fei sent a set of coordinates to the valiant martial hallmaster. The coordinates were not the entrance to the dragon's territory, but a place near the year mark. However, if Zhang Fei said that there were dragons there, how could there not be dragons there? After getting the coordinates from Zhang Fei, the valiant martial hallmaster could not wait to set off. After all, he was discussing an important matter with a female beast empress. He could not just send an envoy. He had to talk about this matter himself. After returning to his cave, Ji Chunhong reminded him again and again. The dragon race was too powerful. The entire valiant martial hall would be destroyed. Zhang Fei promised Ji Chunhong again, and then said goodbye to his 2 teachers. After all, he had to go back to the dragon race to explain. At the appointed place, after coming out of the valiant martial hall, Zhang Fei flew straight up into the sky. Then, he continued flying until he left the planet's atmosphere and entered outer space. Then, Zhang Fei directly summoned his own shuttle and drove the shuttle to the satellite of the dragon race's territory. Under the high speed of the shuttle, Zhang Fei quickly arrived at the entrance of the dragon race's territory. When he activated his identity token, a patrol general immediately came out to pick him up. The dragon general greeted Zhang Fei. Okay, Zhang Fei had been gone for more than 10 years. It was actually not bad for the dragon race. After all, they had been trapped on this satellite for tens of thousands of years. More than 10 years was not too bad for them. In the Dragon Emperor's palace, Zhang Fei sat high on the dragon throne. The dragon race's higher-ups were gathered below. Zhang Fei waved his hand and gestured for the higher-ups of the dragon race to stand up. After the higher-ups of the dragon race stood up, they all looked at Zhang Fei. The last time Zhang Fei had suddenly left, he had left them hanging for more than 10 years. They did not know what Zhang Fei was up to. Chapter 2095. Translator 549690339. I have only one thing to announce for my return, Zhang Fei said directly. The Great Elder asked on behalf of everyone. The dragon race has been cooped up here for tens of thousands of years. Zhang Fei said loudly. What? Sage, can we finally leave this place? Great. We finally don't have to stay here anymore. Tens of thousands of years have passed. Those inferior races have probably forgotten about the dignity of the dragon race, right? As Jiang Fei spoke, the dragon race members below immediately became excited. In fact, after Jiang Fei's identity as the Sage Lord was confirmed, these people had been looking forward to this day. However, because there was no hope, these dragons could only settle down in a corner. However, with the appearance of the sage, the ancient prophecy was awakened from the bottom of the hearts of these dragons. Every day, they looked forward to Jiang Fei's return. Every day, they looked forward to being able to return to the five corners of the world. After all, there had been such a scene where the emperor ruled the world. No one wanted to live on such a small satellite anymore. Jiang Fei waved his hand, and the people below immediately quieted down. Although the dragon race was arrogant, they were a race with strict levels. The people below immediately became silent. This time, I have a detailed battle plan for my return to the human world. Jiang Fei first drew a big picture for the dragon race. All the dragons were stunned. Although they were powerful, their ancestors had been confined to this world that was almost isolated from them. The world of five directions was the entire universe. Jiang Fei said passionately. That's great. The prophecy has come true. Yes, the new Sage Lord is really going to lead us to unprecedented glory. For a moment, the dragon race's higher-ups were all excited. They were not confident in Jiang Fei himself. Instead, they were filled with confidence in the ancient prophecy. The third Sage Lord would lead the dragon race to unprecedented glory. In the hearts of the dragon race, Jiang Fei would definitely be able to do it. In order for my plan to be carried out smoothly, I hope that you will strictly follow my orders. Jiang Fei's face darkened as he said, Yes, Sage Lord. The dragon race was a race with strict levels. They were very disciplined. Even the most powerful people like the Great Elder and the Dragon Queen would not easily challenge the Sage Lord's authority. This was because offending their superiors was a death sentence for the dragon race since ancient times. Jiang Fei had sentenced them to death with this crime. Even an old pervert like Yu Ting had no reason to stop him. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he told the dragon race's higher-ups the time and place of the dragon race's appearance. At the same time, he told the dragon race's higher-ups that when they brought their troops back to the human world, they were not allowed to casually kill or injure anyone. Everything was at his command. The higher-ups of the dragon race accepted his orders one after another. To them, being able to return to the human world was already a joyous event. As for slaughtering the various races, the dragon race was actually not particularly concerned about it. In the eyes of the other races in the five directions of the world, the dragon race was incomparably brutal. They killed innocents indiscriminately and even treated the people of the various races as food. However, in the eyes of the dragon race, the other races were all inferior races. They were no different from pigs. They did not even bother to slaughter the other races. They would only think of them when they were hungry. It could be said that the dragon race did not deliberately bully the other races. It was just that they did not treat the other races as intelligent creatures of the same level as them. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not allow them to kill as they pleased. The dragon race did not find anything strange about it. It was just like how the factory manager of the pig farm told the butchers not to kill pigs today. The butchers would only think that the pigs were not fat enough or that the factory manager was ready to sell them. They would not think too much about it. After Jiang Fei had explained everything to them, he left the dragon's territory. After all, he had to return to the valiant Martial Hall to deal with other matters. After leaving the dragon's territory, Jiang Fei took the shuttle back to Jinxing very quickly. He had just reached the entrance of the valiant Martial Hall when he saw a group of people staring at each other. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. The kid who confronted the gatekeeper was none other than Tu Meng, who had rushed over from Suixing to join him. All right, Jiang Fei said to the gatekeeper of the valiant Martial Hall. The gatekeeper asked, Yes, he is one of my people, said Jiang Fei as he nodded. Then he beckoned to Python Slayer and said, Let's go in. The disciple who was guarding the door actually blocked Jiang Fei's way. Jiang Fei looked at the disciple carefully. He seemed to have some impression of this face. This kid seemed to be one of the temple master's personal disciples. He did not expect that it would be his turn to be on duty today. Since the hall master has given the order, bring me the written order, Jiang Fei said. At this moment, he was already feeling a little unhappy. Although this disciple was carrying out orders on the surface, he was just doing his job. However, people always had tempers. Jiang Fei had never considered himself a saint. Therefore, when he saw the hall master's disciple being so disrespectful, his face immediately turned ugly. The hall master's disciple did not give in. He was one of the hall master's confidants. Therefore, he naturally knew that the hall master was planning to get rid of these sinecures. Therefore, he naturally did not put Jiang Fei and the others, who were about to die, in his eyes. Jiang Fei's face was gloomy. He was already slightly angry. I'm only a low-level disciple. Naturally, I cannot stop you. However, if you insist on bringing people in and the temple master investigates, don't blame me for not warning you, said the temple master's disciple in a sarcastic manner. All right, then, you can let the temple master come and find me to punish you. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Then, he said to Butcher Mang, follow me in. I'll see who dares to stop me. Butcher Mang followed behind Jiang Fei and swaggered into the valiant martial hall. The temple master's disciple's face was red. However, he did not dare to stop Jiang Fei, although he had the temple master's support. If Jiang Fei killed him in a rage, his master would not be able to resurrect him. Chapter 2096. Translator 549690339. After Jiang Fei brought Python Slayer back to the Valiant Martial Temple, he stayed in Ji Chuanhong's cave. 2 days later, the Valiant Martial Temple master returned. However, he did not mention anything about Jiang Fei disobeying his orders. At this moment, in the Valiant Martial Temple master's heart, Jiang Fei and the other revered elders were all people who were about to die. As long as they went to ambush the dragon race, no matter what the outcome was, these people would die without a doubt. Therefore, the Valiant Martial Temple Master did not want to cause any more trouble at this time. Because once he wanted to deal with Jiang Fei, it was very likely that Ji Chunhong would retaliate. If this chief high-ranking official refused to fight, then the other high-ranking officials would definitely respond accordingly. By then, the Valiant Martial Temple Master's plans would all be ruined. Therefore, for the sake of the overall situation, the Valiant Martial Temple Master gave up on the idea of dealing with Jiang Fei. After another 2 days, the troops from a Myriad Beast Mountain arrived. Once the troops from a Myriad Beast Mountain arrived, the Valiant Martial Hall Master sounded the war drums and gathered all the sinecures to head to the main hall to prepare for the expedition. On the other hand, Ji Chunhong and Jiang Fei had also brought Python Slayer to the main hall. Logically speaking, Python Slayer did not have a position in the Valiant Martial Hall, so he was not qualified to go to the main hall. However, the Valiant Martial Hall Master could not wait for Jiang Fei and the others to send themselves to their deaths. Therefore, he did not care about these details anymore. Everyone, the great army of the Myriad Beast Mountain has arrived. This time, we will join forces. The Valiant Martial Hall Master passionately encouraged the morale of the troops. However, the consecrators below were a little listless. Facing the powerful dragon race, these consecrators were all uncertain. Each and every one of them felt like the wind was blowing and the water was freezing. Therefore, they were naturally not in high spirits. The Hall Master of Valiant Martial Hall spoke with confidence in a high hall. Since he was not the one who was going to die, what he said only gave people the feeling that it was easy for him to speak, although this Hall Master also felt the dissatisfaction in the hearts of those consecrators. He did not care at all. After the Hall Master of Valiant Martial Hall finished his speech, this army of consecrators of Valiant Martial Hall was handed over to Ji Chunhong. After all, he was the one who commanded every expedition. The Valiant Martial Hall Master said hypocritically, "Don't worry, Hall Master." Ji Chunhong's words were true. With Jiang Fei watching from the side, the dragon race would definitely not do anything to these consecrators. When a valiant martial hall master heard Ji Chunhong's words, he felt a little disgusted. However, he could not say anything. Could it be that he could say to Ji Chunhong, "No, all of you must die in battle"? "All right, junior brother, go. There's no time to lose." Having nothing else to say, the valiant martial hall master could only urge Ji Chunhong and the others to set off. All right, Ji Chunhong couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on this hypocritical fellow. He directly turned around and said to the consecrators in front of him, "Junior brothers, I will still say the same thing. As long as I'm still alive, I will bring all of you back safely." The sinecures gritted their teeth. As the saying goes, a sad soldier will always win. They were already prepared to die, so there was nothing to be afraid of. With Ji Chunhong's order, more than 100 sinecures from the valiant martial hall swarmed out. The morale of the people who were prepared to face death began to rebound. After coming out of the valiant martial hall, Ji Chunhong led his people to meet up with the people from the Thousand Beast Mountain. This time, among the people from the Thousand Beast Mountain, the leader was a guy that Jiang Fei did not know. 5 meters tall and had a big waist. Jiang Fei did not know what his real body was. After seeing the experts of the Thousand Beast Mountain, Jiang Fei quietly took a few steps back and hid himself among the experts of the valiant martial hall. It would be difficult for others to find him in the crowd. The reason why Jiang Fei wanted to hide his whereabouts was that he was afraid that there were people from the Shunshui apes among the experts of the Thousand Beast Mountain. After all, these people had seen him before. Wouldn't this scene be exposed in advance? "I am Ji Chunhong, the chief guardian of the valiant martial hall." Ji Chunhong stepped forward and cupped his fist at the burly man. "Oh, it is Mr. Ji Chunhong. I have heard a lot about you. I am the commander of the Imperial Guards under the Empress of the Mountain of Beasts. My name is Bao Wei." The burly man replied politely. "Didn't you say that the 3 families are allied?" Ji Chunhong looked around. There were only over 1 million experts of the Mountain of Beasts here, but there was no sign of the members of the Yuan family. They said that they would arrive soon. "I think they will arrive soon," Bao Wei said. Ye Xunong nodded. He actually did not really want the members of the Yuan family to rush over. Previously, Jiang Fei had told him that he wanted to get rid of the Yuan family. After all, they were a big family that had been passed down for 10,000 years in the 5 directions. It would be really sad if they were wiped out just like that. However, things did not go as planned. The members of the Yuan family seemed to be overconfident. Not only did they want to fight against the combined forces of the Wang and Shao families and the Moon Goddess sect on their own in the outer universe, but they also wanted to challenge the dragon race's authority. Moreover, the members of the Yuan family in the 5 directions were even more exaggerated. They even wanted to challenge the dragon race's authority. Therefore, after the time it took for a meal, a stream of light appeared in the distance. Soon after, the auras of those powerhouses rushed toward them. Jiang Fei counted to himself. This time, the Yuan family had sent over 30 true immortal-level powerhouses. After all, the Yuan family could not be compared to behemoths like the myriad Beast Mountain or the valiant Martial Hall. They probably had 30 to 40 true immortal-level powerhouses. From the looks of it, the Yuan family was going all out. A moment later, the Yuan family's powerhouses arrived in front of everyone. This time, the Yuan family was personally led by the Grand Elder, Yuan Shikuei. This old man was the ancestor of the Yuan family, the final decision-maker of the Yuan family. "Hee, Senior Yuan is too polite. We have just arrived," Ji Chunhong said with a smile. Although he was stronger than Yuan Shikuei, he was much younger than this old man. It was not common for humans to live like Yuan Shikuei. Bao Wei was not a human. As a fierce beast, he only recognized strength. Moreover, in terms of age, he had lived much longer than Yuan Shikuei. Therefore, Bao Wei was very polite to the powerful Ji Chunhong. However, he did not say anything to the slightly older Yuan Shikuei. Ji Chunhong and Yuan Shikuei nodded one after another. Then, the 3 groups of people rushed towards the teleportation array together. Chapter 2097. 2097. Translator 549690339. The Alliance Army's journey to Sui-Shing was very smooth. After all, regardless of whether it was the valiant Marshall Hall or the Thousand Beast Mountain, they were all giants in the 5 directions. No one dared to go against them, not even the relatively weak Yuan family. That was also one of the 4 great families, so when they wanted to use the teleportation formation, the guards there were very cooperative. After arriving at Sui-Shing, Ji Chunhong took a look at Bao Wei and said, "There are still 5 days before the Dragon Clan will appear in the world. Should we go over to ambush them now?" "Yes. The earlier the better. If the Dragon Clan moves ahead, we will be very passive," Bao Wei said. Ye Shunong nodded. Yuan Shikui asked Ji Chunhong in an elder's tone. Before Ji Chunhong could say anything, Bao Wei snorted first. As a fierce beast, he looked down on people like Yuan Shikui. What kind of ability didn't he have? He felt that he had always regarded himself as a senior when he was old. Ji Chunhong was still very polite. After all, as a human, he couldn't be as unscrupulous as Bao Wei. About that, Yuan Shikui spoke shamelessly. He said a lot of things, but in the end, it was just one sentence. He wanted to get the command of the operation. However, Yuan Shikui knew that Bao Wei, as a ferocious beast, would not buy it. So, he could only use his seniority to convince Ji Chunhong. If Ji Chunhong was willing to listen to his command, then everything would be easy. The strength of the valiant Marshall Hall was not weaker than the troops of the Thousand Beast Mountain to begin with. With the addition of the Yuan family, their strength would be superior. This way, they would be able to form a dominant position in the Alliance Army. Ji Chunhong listened to Yuan Shikui's spittle flying everywhere, and his heart was filled with disdain. This old fellow was indeed a little shameless. But you should at least have some self-awareness, right? You've lived for so long. Don't you know how many bowls of dry rice you're eating? If only Ji Chunhong participated in this operation alone, then on account of your high seniority, Ji Chunhong might be able to let Yuan Shikui be the commander. But the problem was that this time, Ji Chunhong had brought out the vast majority of the worshippers of the valiant Marshall Hall. Other than Su Tianhua, who was a non-combat type of worshippers, the other brothers had only come because of Ji Chunhong's face. If Yuan Shikui had entrusted the lives of his brothers to him, just because he was old, then Ji Chunhong would really have lost his mind. "What are you talking about, you idiot?" Ji Chunhong did not flare up, but Bao Wei did not like this habit of his. As the retired emperor of the Yuan family, who dared to talk to him like this? Even outside, he was respected because he was the only surviving member of the older generation of the human race. Now that he was reprimanded by Bowie, his old face turned red with anger, and he was unable to speak. All right, let's hurry up and set off." Ji Chunhong quickly came out to smooth things over. Although he didn't like Yuan Shikui, who was taking advantage of his seniority, Ji Chunhong didn't want to see Bao Wei exterminate the members of the Yuan family in a fit of anger. Yuan Shikui snorted coldly, but he could only go down the slope. After all, Bao Wei's strength was there. He didn't dare to really provoke these hotheads. After all, fierce beasts weren't like humans. When faced with a situation, they would weigh the pros and cons. They would kill with a glare. Bao Wei didn't mutter in a low voice. His voice was loud enough for all the experts present to hear, but even so, Yuan Shikui didn't dare to fart. People like Yuan Shikui, who didn't respect their elders and only took advantage of their seniority, were most afraid of brainless people. In front of people who cared about their face and reason. If they were powerful, she would definitely not dare to touch them. They were afraid of being scolded for bullying their seniors. However, when they met someone as ruthless and stupid as Bowie, they immediately cowered. After all, these hotheads did not care about that. If Yuan Shikui dared to take advantage of Bowie's seniority, he would slap you with his hand and kill you with a glare. Even though Bowie had slapped Yuan Shikui in the face, he still gave Ji Chunhong a lot of face. Therefore, with Ji Chunhong in the middle, both sides quickly quieted down. After the internal conflict was resolved, the army set off for the year mark. Halfway there, Jiang Fei quietly asked Butcher Mang to leave the team because the Black Demon Pool was near the year mark. Since this scene was going to be staged, it naturally had to be more lively. Although Ji Chunhong saw Butcher Mang leaving the team, he did not say much. Of course, he knew that Butcher Mang was Jiang Fei's follower. Moreover, Ji Chunhong could guess what this kid was going to do when he left the team. Bao Wei and the other experts from the Wanshou Mountain did not mind that Tu Meng had left the team. Firstly, these boorish people did not think too much about it. Secondly, Ji Chunhong's strength had also won Bao Wei's recognition. Therefore, someone in his team had left the team. Bao Wei did not say much. However, the Yuan family was not very open-minded. After Tu Meng left the team, Yuan Shikuei quickly came over. He did not dare to go to Bao Wei's side. However, when he saw that Ji Chunhong still gave him some face, he licked his old face and came over again. Yuan Shikuei patted the older generation and came over again. Jiang Fei could not stand watching from the side. This old fellow was really shameless. With Ji Chunhong's strength, even Bowie would have to call him Mr. Ji. On the other hand, Yuan Shikuei was not very close to Ji Chunhong. His mouth, little go, shut up little go, was indeed annoying. Yi Chunhong smiled. When Jiang Fei saw that Ji Chunhong was still smiling, he could not help but admire his master's self-restraint. Yuan Shikuei asked, "He has some private matters here. Let's go take care of them first," Ji Chunhong said perfunctorily. How can he go about his private matters when he is facing a great enemy? Yuan Shikuei said with a pout. Question mark. Old man, we have tolerated you for a long time. Senior brother Ji is well-mannered and doesn't want to argue with you. A person behind Ji Chunhong was angered. This fellow was also one of the revered elders of the Hall of Martial Meritocrats, and he had a rather violent temper. Yuan Shikuei was stunned by the scolding. He had initially thought that he had Ji Chunhong in his pocket, and had even wandered over to find a sense of presence. However, he had not expected that the Hall of Martial Meritocrats would also have such a hothead. Chapter 2098. Translator 549690339. Junior brother. Ji Chunhong reprimanded the consecrator who had scolded Yuan Shikuei. Senior brother Ji, I know you have more self-restraint than us. You have given this old fellow enough face, but this old fellow is not going to take it lying down. Senior brother, you are not representing yourself now. That consecrator also argued based on reason. If it was Ji Chunhong's identity alone, he wouldn't care about how he tolerated that old man. But now that he represented the entire Valiant Martial Hall, if he just tolerated blindly, wouldn't it make outsiders think that the Valiant Martial Hall was afraid of their Yuan family? Ji Chunhong took a deep breath. Although this consecrator was rash, his words weren't without reason. Moreover, Ji Chunhong also hated Yuan Shikuei in his heart. He had self-restraint, but this didn't mean that he didn't have a temper. When Yuan Shikuei saw Ji Chunhong's ugly expression, he immediately didn't dare to be an eyesore anymore. Thus, he returned to his own team dejectedly. As the members of the Alliance Army were at least true immortal-level experts, their speed was extremely fast. After half a day, they arrived at a call near the year mark. This was the place where the Dragon Clan was about to be born. There are still about 5 days before the birth of the dragon race. Let's take a rest first, Ji Chunhong said. Yes, but in order to prevent the dragon race from being born early, we shouldn't camp too far away. Bao Wei nodded and said, All right, we'll camp here. J'ai eu une chose à l'occasion. Bao Wei extended his hand and pointed. That location was in perfect harmony with Ji Chunhong and the others, forming a triangle. While Ji Chunhong and Bao Wei were talking, the two of them completely ignored Yuan Shikuei. Bao Wei had looked down on that old fellow from the beginning to the end, and the Yuan family's strength was not too strong. Bao Wei still did not look down on them. Meanwhile, Ji Chunhong's side was also a little annoyed with Yuan Shikuei. After all, this old fellow had been acting like an old man in front of him ever since he came here, which made Ji Chunhong very sick of him. Therefore, when the Valiant Martial Hall and the Myriad Beast Mountain had agreed on the location of their camp, the Yuan family was left to the side. This made the Yuan family members very bored. Not only did Ji Chunhong and Bao Wei ignore Yuan Shikuei when they set up camp, but even after they set up camp, the two families kept in touch with each other. No one cared about the people of the Yuan family, as if they were a group of outsiders who didn't want to do it. The reason why the experts of the two families did not bother with the people of the Yuan family, other than Yuan Shikuei being a nuisance, was that the Yuan family was slightly weaker, so they were looked down upon. It must be known that the revered elders of the valiant Marshall Hall and the experts of the Thousand Beast Mountain were not like Gu Chunhong, who knew the details of this operation. In their eyes, this time, it was almost a life and death struggle. At this time, no one was willing to hand their backs to a weakling, because if that was the case, their own little lives would be too uncertain. In this way, the valiant Marshall Hall and the experts of the Thousand Beast Mountain regarded each other as close comrades. After all, everyone's strength was very strong, and they could rest assured to hand their backs to each other. And the people of the Yuan family were weak, and no one wanted to take the risk to hand their backs to them. So naturally, when they were bonding, they couldn't be bothered with them. "Old ancestor, let's go," an expert from the Yuan family complained. After all, fighting against the dragon race was not a joke. This was a business where one's head was tied to one's belt. The slightest carelessness would result in death. Sigh. Yuan Shikuei sighed. He felt very bitter in his heart. There was no such thing as an airtight wall. The Yuan family had also heard about Jiang Fei's return and the secret meeting between the Wang and Shao families and the Moon Goddess sect. It was very obvious that the Yuan family had been excluded from this small group. This time, the four families had sent their troops together. When Jiang Fei returned, the Yuan family had suddenly been excluded. This was clearly something that had happened in the outer universe. Moreover, it was very likely that the people of the Yuan family had fallen out with the others. Now that the remaining three families had gathered and not called the Yuan family, the other three families might be preparing to attack the Yuan family. It had to be said that Yuan Shikuei's analysis was really accurate. At this time, the Wang and Shao families and the Moon Goddess sect were indeed preparing to attack the Yuan family. At this time, the Yuan family might have already met with a disaster. Facing the combined attack of the three families, the Yuan family couldn't possibly withstand it with their own strength. Therefore, at this time, the Yuan family had to find an ally, and it had to be a very strong ally. But in such a short period of time, how could the Yuan family find an ally? At this time, the news of the arrival of the dragon race had arrived. Moreover, Hall Master Wu Ying had personally come looking for him. Yuan Shikuei felt that an opportunity had come. Then the Wang and Shao families and the Moon Goddess sect would no longer be a cause for fear. What could be better than experiencing a life and death battle together to establish a friendship? Therefore, Yuan Shikuei resolutely used all the experts of the Yuan family, because this operation was their only chance to turn the tables. It was precisely because of this reason that Yuan Shikuei could not wait to establish his own voice in the Alliance Army. This was because a follower was not qualified to become an ally with his big brother. He could only grasp a certain degree of voice in the Alliance Army, and then the Yuan family's people would be more heroic in battle. It would be best if they could save a few valiant warriors from the valiant Marshall Hall or the Thousand Beast Mountain. This way, the friendship between them would be unbreakable. Only then would the valiant Marshall Hall and the Thousand Beast Mountain be able to lend a hand when the three families might appear in the future to besiege the Yuan family. However, Yuan Shikuei's plan was pretty good, but he was a little too eager for immediate success. Therefore, not only did he not get the right to speak, but he was also loathed by the valiant Marshall Hall and the Thousand Beast Mountain. However, at this point, it was already too late for the Yuan family to retreat. Their only way out was to bravely kill the enemy in the following battle, so as to regain their impression of the experts from the Thousand Beast Mountain and the valiant Marshall Hall. The alliance of the three families stayed near this small hill for 3 days. During these 3 days, everything was peaceful, although the members of the Yuan family were somewhat ostracized. After spending 3 days together, the relationship between them had become much better. However, on the 4th day, the first good show began. After receiving Jiang Fei's order, Butcher Mang left the team midway. Then, he returned to the Black Demon Pool. At this time, Butcher Mang's position in the Black Demon Pool was already quite high. He looked like an imperial envoy with a sword in his hand. Therefore, after he returned to the Black Demon Pool, he quickly gathered a group of experts and rushed to the small hill at the time that Jiang Fei had specified. Chapter 2099. Translator 549690339. A large group of nine-headed python experts charged towards the small hill. It was impossible for the experts stationed here to not react. Before the nine-headed pythons could get close, everyone had already gathered. The expert in charge of guarding shouted. Someone asked. An expert from the Thousand Beast Mountains said. They understood the dragon race better than humans. Another expert from the Thousand Beast Mountain said to himself. Very quickly, the experts from the Thousand Beast Mountain resonated with these words. They also felt that these people's auras were a little familiar. Seeing the large amount of light approaching from afar, the experts in the call all became nervous. They were all focused on looking into the distance. Even Ji Chunhong and Bao Wei had grim expressions. They also felt a powerful aura from these people who were attacking. These people are coming aggressively. Yuan Shikuei also came over. Nonsense. Bao Wei glared at Yuan Shikuei. Ji Chunhong mediated the situation. In a moment, the nine-headed pythons were right in front of them. This time, the leader was the great elder of the nine-headed python tribe. The python slayer did not show himself because he was afraid of being recognized. Lu Hao Yuan, nine-headed python? Bao Wei recognized the great elder of the nine-headed python tribe at a glance. After all, they had worked together in the Myriad Beast Mountain. Although they were not very familiar with each other, they had seen each other before. Damn it, a Beast Clan expert said hatefully. Forget it. These nine-headed pythons were the Dragon Clan's retainers tens of thousands of years ago. When the Dragon Clan retreated, they abandoned them. That was why they had no choice but to join the Myriad Beast Mountain. Another Beast Clan expert said disdainfully. In any case, I have long disliked those fellows. If it wasn't for Black Widow protecting them back then, I would have long exterminated them. Now they have delivered themselves to my doorstep. Bao Wei's expression was extremely unsightly. Back then, Black Widow Mo Lishang was a top expert in the Myriad Beast Mountain. She had suppressed all the males under her feet. So many people were dissatisfied. Bao Wei was one of them. Therefore, now that he had met the nine-headed python clan, Bowie could be said to have accumulated old and new grudges. Now, Bowie could not wait to exterminate the nine-headed python clan immediately. It seemed like he was asking someone else, but he was actually asking Jiang Fei. This was because he did not know if the nine-headed python clan was arranged by Jiang Fei. I say, Mr. Bao Wei was a little dissatisfied when he heard Ji Chunhong's words. If the dragon race and the nine-headed python came out together, the enemies they would have to face would be doubled. Perhaps these nine-headed pythons are here to activate some kind of formation? Maybe the ritual of the Dragon Clan's emergence was activated by these nine-headed pythons. Yuan Shikuei's imagination helped Ji Chunhong out of the predicament. Hey, Bao Wei was overjoyed when he heard that. After all, Yuan Shikuei's guess was indeed very reasonable. The Dragon Clan hadn't been able to return to the human world for so many years, so they must have been restricted by something. Perhaps they really were going to start some kind of ceremony. When they thought that as long as they killed the nine-headed pythons, they would be able to stop the Dragon Clan from descending, whether it was Bao Wei, Yuan Shikuei, or even the experts of the three families present. All of them became excited. Although the nine-headed python clan was powerful, compared to the Dragon Clan, they were nothing. Then, it would not be difficult for the allied forces of the three families to destroy the nine-headed pythons. Gu Chunhong asked Jiang Fei telepathically. He did not believe that the nine-headed pythons were here to guide the ritual. Jiang Fei smiled calmly. Sigh. Ji Chunhong sighed. Although Jiang Fei was his disciple, with his current status and strength, he could not ask him to listen to everything he said. Therefore, Ji Chunhong did not interfere with Jiang Fei's decision. He only reminded him to keep his promise. He did not want to hurt the worshippers of the valiant Martial Hall. As for the members of the Thousand Beast Mountain and the Yuan family, Ji Chunhong could not care less. Don't worry, master. Jiang Fei smiled at Ji Chunhong. Ji Chunhong nodded and did not say anything else. The experts of the nine-headed python clan did not land after they arrived above the small hill. They just hovered in the air and quietly looked at the experts below. Hey! Bao Wei shouted into the sky. Lu Hao Yuan smiled in the air. He knew that he couldn't beat Bao Wei, so there was no need for him to go down and be humiliated. Moreover, the order he received was to come here for a walk, so there was no need for him to go down and risk his life. Bao Wei was stunned for a moment. He thought that the nine-headed python had to come to this small hill for the ceremony, so he just stood there and waited for Lu Hao Yuan to come. In the end, he didn't expect Lu Hao Yuan to not come at all. Hee, you people really know how to pick a place. This small hill is really not bad. After you die, I will save the time of digging a hole to bury you. Lu Hoan did not continue Bao Wei's words. Instead, he said to himself. Bao Wei said angrily, Nothing much. You guys are busy. After Lu Hao Yuan said that, he turned around and left with the experts of a nine-headed python clan. Huh? Leaving just like that? Bao Wei and Ji Chunhong were dumbfounded. They had no idea what Lu Hao Yuan was up to. Go after them. Bao Wei firmly believed that as long as he killed these nine-headed pythons, the dragon clan wouldn't descend into the world. So, of course, he wouldn't let these nine-headed pythons escape. Seeing that Bao Wei and his men had caught up, Lu Hao Yuan turned his head and revealed a thought-provoking smile. Then, he led his men to speed up their retreat and didn't engage Bao Wei's men at all. Don't chase. Yuan Shikuei suddenly shouted loudly on this side. Chapter 2100, 2100. Translator 549690339. Bao Wei, who was going to chase after them, suddenly hesitated. Although Bao Wei firmly believed that killing the nine-headed python clan would stop the descent of the dragon clan, if this was really a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain, Lu Hao Yuan would transfer them away. Another group of nine-headed pythons would secretly come here to complete the ceremony, and then things would be bad. However, he was very unwilling to let Lu Hao Yuan and the others leave just like that. So, he turned to Ji Chunhong and said, Mr. Ji, you take care of this place. I'll be right back. Yesu Nong nodded. Seeing that Ji Chunhong had agreed, Bao Wei immediately led his men to chase after them. Bao Wei had a rough idea of the strength of the nine-headed pythons. Although Lu Hao Yuan did not bring out all the experts of the tribe, he had brought more than half of them, as long as he bit them to death and didn't let them get rid of them. Even if the remaining nine-headed pythons came, they wouldn't be able to break through the blockade of Ji Chunhong and the experts of the Hall of Martial Meritocracy. Although Bao Wei looked down on those people of the Yuan family, he was still very assured of Ji Chunhong and the Hall of Martial Meritocracy. Once Bao Wei left, Yuan Shikuei began to pat the old man in front of Ji Chunhong again. Although Ji Chunhong was very cultured, he was a little too lazy to pay attention to this old fellow at this time. All of you, keep your spirits up, Yuan Shikuei shouted to the other experts. Yes, old ancestor, don't worry. The experts of the Yuan family were of course very respectful, but the people of the valiant Martial Hall looked at Yuan Shikuei as if they were looking at an idiot. No one listened to his orders at all. An expert from the valiant Martial Hall asked, Everyone, take a rest. Just be on your guard, Ji Chunhong said. He knew that as long as Jiang Fei was here, there would not be any trouble. This was because everything was arranged by this brat. Yes, the experts from the valiant Martial Hall sat down one after another. Some of them chatted while others sat cross-legged and meditated. Although everyone was tensed up, they were not as nervous as the people from the Yuan family. More than half a day passed in the blink of an eye. The sky gradually darkened. However, Bao Wei and his people still had not returned. What's going on? Yuan Shikuei moved closer to Ji Chunhong. Ji Chunhong could not help but look up at Jiang Fei. It was obvious that he wanted to find some answers from Jiang Fei's face. Master, don't worry about it, Jiang Fei said with a chuckle. At that moment, the people from a myriad beast mountain had left. Even if the people from the Yuan family knew him, they would not be associated with the dragon sage. Therefore, there was no need for him to hide anymore. Yishun Hong Sayid. The current Five Directions world was no longer the Five Directions world that he was familiar with. All of this had caused the Five Directions world to change because of Jiang Fei's appearance. The night passed peacefully. It was the 5th day, which was the time for the dragon race to descend into the world. However, there was no news of Bao Wei and the others. It was as if they had evaporated, said a young expert from the Yuan family. The reputation of the dragon race was quite intimidating. It's okay. We have so many experts here. Yuan Shikuei emboldened his disciples. Oh, suddenly, a voice sounded in the air. Who is it? Even Ji Chunhong turned pale with fright, because before this voice was heard, he had not sensed any experts approaching. If this expert had launched a sneak attack in the dark, it was very likely that he would have fallen for it. Who is it? A figure appeared in midair. From the looks of it, he seemed to be in his 60s or 70s. He wore a yellow Taoist robe and held a horsetail whisk with a sword on his back. He also looked like a celestial being. Ji Chunhong asked with a frown. That's right, the old man said proudly. However, at the same time, he did not forget to send a message to Jiang Fei to apologize. After all, it was against the rules of the dragon race to speak to Jiang Fei with such a condescending manner. The dragon race was a race with strict levels. Although the Great Elder could argue with the Dragon Emperor in the past, he had to be respectful in front of the prophesied Sage Lord. It's all right. It's just a show. Jiang Fei smiled. Oomph. A mere dragon race. An expert from the Yuan family shouted. Moreover, he was the first to charge forward. Actually, this Yuan family disciple was not brave and fearless. Instead, he was completely terrified. People who were terrified to the extreme would be angry. This kid was just like that. Now, he bravely charged toward the Great Elder of the dragon race. In fact, it was an attack caused by fear. When the Yuan family's experts saw that someone had taken a lead to charge forward, they immediately drew their weapons and charged towards the Dragon Clan's Great Elder. The experts of the Valiant Martial Hall all looked towards Ji Chunhong. Ji Chunhong waved his hand. He didn't want his brothers to rush forward and throw their lives away. The experts of the Valiant Martial Hall were puzzled. I don't care about the dragon race or not, Ji Chunhong said. The experts of the Valiant Martial Hall were all very touched. At this moment, they recalled what Ji Chunhong had said in front of the Hallmaster. He had indeed said nothing about fighting against the dragon race. However, he had repeatedly stressed that he wanted to bring his brothers back alive. The experts of the Yuan family roared and charged at the Great Elder of the dragon race. The Great Elder of the dragon race sneered. He looked at the humans charging at him, as if he was looking at a group of ignorant ants. Kill him. Yuan Shikuei also drew his sword and pointed it at the First Elder's throat. Oomph. The First Elder of the dragon race roared, and then his aura suddenly changed. Just now, the First Elder had appeared as a human. Although he was strong, he couldn't face the combined attacks of more than 30 true immortal-level experts at the same time. He had already returned to his green-eyed, white dragon form. In an instant, a giant silver-white dragon that was hundreds of feet long appeared in midair. After the Great Elder revealed his true form, he spat out a dragon pearl. The dragon pearl expanded in the wind and then released a dazzling light. The bodies of the experts of the Yuan family that were enveloped by the light immediately began to disintegrate. Their attacks were also completely eroded by the light. They were unable to harm the Great Elder at all. Chapter 2101, 2101. Translator, 549690339. In an instant, the experts of the Yuan family who had rushed forward collapsed under the light of the Dragon Pearl. The experts of the Hall of Martial Meritocracy who were watching the battle below were all drenched in sweat. For a moment, the experts of the Hall of Martial Meritocracy, including Ji Chunhong, looked at each other in dismay. However, they had never thought that the dragon race would be so powerful. They had no room to resist at all. The light of the dragon pearl dissipated. The Great Elder returned to his human form once again. The Great Elder said coldly, "This 13-armed man was indeed capable." Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. Although the Great Elder had followed his orders to kill these Yuan family members, this guy's ability to pretend to be 13 was not inferior to his. Ji Chunin asked Jiang Fei. After seeing the Great Elder attack, he knew that he was no match for him. "Master, don't be fooled by him. This guy is the Great Elder of the dragon race. In the entire dragon race, there are only a handful of people with his strength," Jiang Fei replied. Ji Chunhong thought to himself, one had to know that there was not a single person in the entire world with such strength. Although the members of the Yuan family who were in the air had all gone online, not all of them were dead. Although Yuan Shikuei was looked down upon by Bao Wei, he was still somewhat powerful. This kind of AoE attack was not enough to kill him. However, although he was not dead, Yuan Shikuei was in a terrible state. His body was badly mutilated, and his skin and flesh were all broken. He still held the long sword in his hand tightly, and his eyes were full of grief and anger. At this moment, Yuan Shikuei was very clear that the Yuan family was finished. He had brought out almost all the experts in the clan, but now, most of them were dead. Even those who were not dead were covered in wounds like him, and they had almost no fighting strength left. At this moment, even if they returned alive, the Yuan family would probably not be able to escape the revenge of the Dragon Clan. Moreover, even if the Dragon Clan did not make a move, would the Wang and Shao families and the Heart Moon God sect spare them? Therefore, at this moment, Yuan Shikuei had nothing to live for. There was only grief and indignation in his heart. At this moment, he had no other thoughts other than fighting with the first elder of the Dragon Clan. The Great Elder pointed with his finger, and a golden light flashed. Yuan Shikuei did not even have time to react before his head was pierced through by the golden light. His nascent soul and primordial spirit did not even have time to escape. They were completely killed. With a wave of the Great Elder's hand, those Yuan clan disciples who were not completely dead were completely purified by the golden light. The entire battlefield instantly returned to peace, as if nothing had happened. At this moment, the Martial Valiant Hall's experts were almost dumbfounded. They had long forgotten the purpose of this trip. Moreover, even if they could remember it, it would be useless. However, they could not be a match for this dragon race. Charging forward would only bring about their own destruction. "Yea, Senior Gu," a Martial Valiant Hall's guardian asked. Because he was shocked by the Great Elder's strength, his voice trembled slightly. At this moment, Ji Chunhong did not know what to do. The only thing he knew for sure was that Jiang Fei was here. The Dragon Clan's Great Elder did not dare to act rashly. At the very least, their safety was guaranteed. However, if he were to rush forward and court death, that would be a different matter. The other Valiant Martial Hall's experts looked over and could only do so now. If they were to act rashly, it was hard to guarantee that they would not anger the Dragon Clan. When that happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Dragon Race's Grand Elder pointed at the Valiant Martial Hall's people and asked, "We are from the Valiant Martial Hall." Ji Chunhong saw that the other party had asked, so he could only take the initiative to answer. Valiant Martial Hall. The Dragon Race's Grand Elder was telling the truth. When the Dragon Race was prosperous, the entire human race was weak and weak. No one paid attention to it. He did not mention much about the Valiant Martial Hall. Anyway, he would personally oversee it. As long as the Great Elder knew him, it would be fine. Everyone in the Valiant Martial Hall, including Ji Chunhong, was very discouraged. After all, the Valiant Martial Hall was an organization that everyone in the Five Directions knew about. They did not expect that the Dragon Race had never heard of it. "All right, I don't care where you are from," said the Great Elder of the Dragon Race. "What? Captives?" The experts of the Valiant Martial Hall below all exploded. They were mighty true immortal level experts. It was too shameful to be captured. "What?" The Great Elder glanced sideways at the people of the Valiant Martial Hall. Gu Chunhong hurriedly stopped the furious experts of the valiant Martial Hall. Senior Brother Gu, there's a saying that a warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. An expert from a martial valiant hall shouted. Yesu nong adviset. He knew that this matter was arranged by Jiang Fei, so he could be so calm. However, his junior brothers could not do that. At this moment, Ji Chunhong also felt a little resentful towards Jiang Fei. Although he had promised not to hurt anyone from the martial valiant hall, he could not humiliate them like this. All of you listen up. As long as all of you are obedient and the martial valiant hall is willing to take out their treasures to redeem you, then this matter will be forgotten. The great elder said angrily. The great elder's words made everyone quiet down. Other than Ji Chunhong and Jiang Fei, no one knew what was going on. At first, they thought that they would become the dragon race's slaves and suffer humiliation. If that was the case, they might as well fight to the death so that they could preserve their final dignity. However, when he heard the words of the dragon race before him, it seemed that he did not want to enslave them. Instead, he only wanted some treasures. Then, everything would be easier to talk about. Moreover, there were rumors about the dragon tribe's greed for money in all the tribes. Therefore, when the great elder said these words, everyone believed him, since it could be solved with money, and they would not be humiliated or enslaved, who would not want to die. Therefore, the experts of the valiant martial hall also accepted the ending before their eyes. Although the experts of the Five Directions world had backbone, no one was stupid. They were here to stop the dragon tribe. However, reality showed that it was impossible for them to achieve their goal. Moreover, the dragon tribe did not seem to be interested in enslaving them. Everyone's hearts were filled with hope. After all, no one wanted to die before they crossed the bottom line. What was the point of losing some money in a war? And that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.